They really aren't native species. Ron noted these details in his mind while cautiously continuing his exploration. Moreover, it seems they have been in an unstable state from the very start. The images flowed swiftly, taking him to the end of the Second Era. The visual style underwent a spine-chilling transformation. The already eerie dragon species began showing more terrifying abnormal changes. The erosion of the abyss spread like cancer, and those already unstable dragon bloodlines appeared so fragile against the pollution. Ron saw a stomach-churning scene, originally a radiant giant dragon, under the corrosion of abyssal energy. Its scales started dissolving into black pus, from which countless tiny tentacles surged forth. The light of wisdom in its eyes gradually got replaced by madness, and ultimately its entire body turned into a mass of writhing flesh, only able to emit meaningless howls. More horrifyingly, the native monsters of the abyss began to feed on these fallen dragon species. They did not simply devour flesh but decomposed, learned and mimicked the traits of the dragon species. Some monsters, originally mere blurry clusters of tentacles, began growing twisted wings after devouring the wing membranes of the dragon species. Some slime creatures gained the ability to spray corrosive acid after absorbing the dragon breath organs. Still others fused dragon scales into their bodies, but those scales looked more like rotting skin. The abyss is not only destroying but learning as well. As Ron watched these images, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Through devouring and reassembling, they incorporate the excellent traits of the dragon species into their own systems, which is far more terrifying than mere destruction. The historical images continued to advance, turning to the human world. The scenes here appeared slightly more normal, yet was still filled with bloodshed and brutality. Ron saw many familiar scenes. The legendary figures who established the mortal dynasties indeed had many who once served the wizards. However, the process of gaining their power was far darker than the legends portray. One particularly clear segment caught his attention. A young knight was tied to a stone platform, surrounded by several wizards in black robes. It was no sacred ritual, but a bloody experiment. The ritual platform was covered with various unsettling materials. There was not only dragon blood and abyss crystals, but also organs that apparently came from subhuman races, and some unknown substances that wriggled. As the ritual proceeded, the knight's body began to undergo horrifying transformations. Muscles swelled as if inflated, bones emitted a tooth-grinding sound of breaking and restructuring. In the blood vessels no longer flowed red blood, but golden liquid radiating a scorching light. Most frightening, the knight remained conscious throughout the process, his screams nearly piercing the skies. When the ritual concluded, what lay on the stone platform was no longer entirely human, but something between human and dragon. So that's how it was. The first knights, or rather demon hunters, were indeed artificially created through bloodline modulation. Ron had a sudden realization, yet felt no warmth in his heart. The wizards forcibly created these beyond mortal warriors using ancient dragon bloodlines combined with various forbidden techniques. As for the brutality of the process, it was of no significance to them. The final segment also revealed to Ron the true experiences of the Pharaoh royal family ancestors. It was a scene so blood-soaked it was repulsive. In an underground laboratory resembling an abyss environment, dozens of subjects were tied to stone platforms like livestock awaiting slaughter. The vast majority of experimental subjects died miserably during the bloodline fusion process, their bodies collapsing into heaps of flesh in agony, staining the entire experimental platform. The few who miraculously survived mostly underwent horrific mutations. Some grew extra limbs, some had their faces completely contorted, and others lost all sanity, only able to emit beast-like howls. Only one person, the earliest verified bloodline origin of the Pharaoh royal family, miraculously completed the transformation after enduring near-death agony, gaining a relatively stable flame giant dragon bloodline. Even this successful case paid a massive price. Ron could clearly see that the humanity in that person's eyes had mostly vanished, replaced by a cold and insane gleam. Such low success rate, such horrific cost. Seeing this scene, a mix of emotions rose in Ron's heart. No wonder modern wizards prefer conducting bloodline research through precise scientific methods, the almost slaughter-like experimental approach is simply too barbaric. The historical rewind ended, and he slowly opened his eyes. A slight headache struck him, a consequence of excessive spiritual power consumption, but the harvest left him satisfied. Though the acquired information is fragmentary, was enough to give him a clear understanding of the true history of the dragon bloodlines. Beyond that, the information confirmed his most feared suspicion. To achieve a breakthrough in the final stage of the crown breathing technique, surpassing golden ring-level bloodline support is truly needed. Perhaps tomorrow's conversation with Eve will yield more useful information. Ron carefully put away the simulation fragment and began clearing the rune array on the observation platform. With her identity and insight, she should know how to acquire star ring-level blood samples. Furthermore, he paused for a moment, a hint of deep thought flashing in his eyes. The Crown clan might be the core participants in this inheritance system itself, and the resources they hold are probably far more abundant than I imagined. The next day at dusk, the reception room of the Jadate Pavilion was filled with a faint floral fragrance. The warm glow from the magic crystal lamp streamed through the crystal curtains onto the exquisite furniture, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and elegance throughout the room. Ron and Eve sat opposite each other, having just completed today's knowledge exchange session. Eve taught a set of advanced spiritual control techniques called conscious layering, which allows the caster to allocate attention to multiple independent layers during complex operations, thereby greatly improving efficiency. Meanwhile, Ron shared his latest theoretical research on energy harmonic resonance within bloodline modulation, a special technique that significantly reduces repulsion reactions between different bloodline factors. Both parties gained valuable feedback from these favors. The sensation of pure energy flowing through their bodies made them feel particularly content. Today's gains were surprisingly abundant. Eve gently stroked the magic resistance bracelet on her wrist, her purple crystal eyes full of joy. Your energy harmonic theory gave me a new perspective on my own demon-devouring symptoms. Her voice carried an unmistakable excitement. There's still a long way to go. More research and attempts are needed. Ron nodded in agreement, cautioning solemnly. The process of theoretical application must be extremely careful. The complexity of demon-devouring symptoms far exceeds general bloodline diseases, and any slight mistake can lead to worsening conditions. Eve nodded earnestly, then shifted the conversation. Speaking of bloodline modulation, how is the Master's recent research progressing? I wanted to ask you about this aspect. Ron's expression was a bit troubled, as if facing a technical difficulty hard to resolve. I'm conducting a bloodline experiment involving dragon hybridization for a servant. But I've hit a bottleneck. He cautiously chose his words, without revealing his true situation with the Chimera bloodline. Currently, I'm using golden ring-level red blood flying dragon bloodline, and all aspects have reached their theoretical limits, but further breakthroughs have become extremely difficult. His brow slightly furrowed, his tone carrying a hint of reluctance. The problem is, it's almost impossible to find bloodlines higher than the golden ring level on the market. Even when occasionally available, the prices are exorbitant, easily hundreds of complete magic stones, which are beyond what I can currently afford. He paused for a moment, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Moreover, bloodline samples of that level often have strict source restrictions, not something ordinary people can access. Eve nodded thoughtfully, an understanding gleam in her purple crystal eyes. This is indeed a common challenge. High-purity dragon bloodlines are extremely rare in contemporary times, mostly tightly controlled by various ancient clans. They view these bloodlines as the foundation of their inheritance and rarely allow them to flow outside. She gently traced the rim of her teacup. Furthermore, even if someone is willing to sell them, there are typically various stringent conditions attached, such as signing exclusive collaboration agreements or requiring the sharing of complete research data. At this moment, Franca, who had been quietly standing in the corner of the room, suddenly spoke up. Ma'am, if Wizard Ralph needs star ring-level dragon bloodline, I may be able to provide some assistance. Her voice was as calm as ever, but Ron keenly felt an inherent resolve within it. In his extraordinary recognition perception, indeed, a highly pure dragon bloodline flowed within Franca's body, the richness of which approached star ring level. Eve turned towards her maid in surprise, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. "What do you mean?" The half-dragon maid stepped forward a few steps, a rare serious expression in her silver-gray eyes. Each of her movements appeared extremely elegant and cautious, as if performing a solemn ritual. "Wizard Ralph, I come from a historically rich dragon-descendant clan, the Silver Scale Clan, one of the so-called Baojun seed family." Her voice was calm. Yet the pride within was palpable, as the name implies. "Our duty is to preserve and continue those precious bloodlines left from the Second Era. In the dark times when abyss erosion led to the extinction of many dragon species, it was families like ours that preserved the last of the Star Ring bloodlines." Ron listened with full concentration, this information incredibly valuable to him. The Silver Scale Clan and the Crown Clan have an ancient agreement spanning thousands of years. Franca continued, her tone woven with complex emotions, carrying both pride and a deep-seated helplessness. This agreement was born in the mid to late Third Era when abyss erosion was incurable, and many dragon species faced extinction. The ancestors of the Crown Clan signed this blood covenant with our chieftain to offer protection in exchange for loyalty. A hand involuntarily clenched, her voice growing heavier. "In exchange, we sent the most outstanding descendants from our clan as attendants, while the Crown Clan provided us with technical support for bloodline modulation, aiding in stabilizing and purifying our bloodline inheritance. Most importantly, offering us shelter in this increasingly perilous world." Franca's eyes held both gratitude and a deeply hidden pain. This cooperative relationship is both an honor and a shackle. We gained great power and noble status, but also became permanently unable to escape the status of servitude. Every successor of the Silver Scale Clan, from the moment of birth, is already destined by fate. She paused for a moment, looking towards Eve, eyes filled with deep affection. "However, serving such a kind and wise master as you is my honor. This bond has transcended the simple master-servant relationship, feeling more like family." Upon hearing Franca's words, Eve's purple crystal eyes slightly deepened. She put down the teacup in her hand, shifted her gaze away from Franca, and instead stared at the green leaves swaying in the gentle breeze outside the window. Eve's voice was soft, as gentle as a feather gliding over the water. "You have never been just a follower, at least to me you are not." Franca's body trembled slightly. She did not respond but lowered her head. However, Ron keenly noticed that the half-dragon maid's tightly clenched hands had gradually relaxed. "When I was a child, whenever I was in agony due to the demon-devouring symptoms, you were always by my side." Eve continued, her voice filled with gentle memories. "You would sing those ancient lullabies to coax me to sleep, and secretly prepare herbal teas to ease my pain." She turned her head, her purple eyes gazing directly at Franca. "Back then, your eyes never showed responsibility or obligation, only heartfelt care." Franca lifted her head, her usually stern and serious expression now softened considerably. Her lips curved upward slightly, revealing a subtle, yet exceptionally sincere smile. "The princess still remembers those lullabies." Her voice was filled with undisguised relief and warmth. "I certainly remember." Eve chuckled lightly, her laughter resounding like clear silver bells. "Especially the song Grass Flute and Seed Turtle, which you always sang softly during my toughest nights. Even though I never understood the lyrics in dragon language, the melody has accompanied my growth." Franca's voice was a bit choked, but quickly returned to calm. "The song's lyrics tell of how Starlight G. Uides lost young dragons in the darkness, leading them safely back to their families." She paused for a moment, her silver-gray eyes gazing at Eve. "To me, the princess is my starlight." The room fell into a brief silence, but the silence was not awkward. Instead, it was filled with warmth and understanding. Eve's eyes slightly reddened, but she tried to maintain an elegant smile. A moment later, the young girl gently cleared her throat and collected her emotions. "All right, Franca, let's get back to business." "Yes, Your Highness." The half-dragon maid also tidied up her rarely displayed emoji. Ons bringing the topic back. Regarding the selection criteria of the Bayajun seed family, it's actually far more brutal than it appears on the surface. Eve then stood up and walked towards a special cabinet in the corner of the room, where a peculiar device Ron had never seen before was displayed. The device formed a complex geometric shape, composed of dozens of differently colored crystals, each pulsating faintly, as if breathing with life. This is the historical projection device, co-developed by Grandpa Other and that Eye of Observation. And it's one of the Crown Clan's treasures. Eve carefully adjusted the various crystal module on the device. It can capture and recreate the residual imprints of certain significant historical events, allowing us to understand the past in a more direct manner. As she manipulated it, the device began to emit a gentle silver light. The air in the room became thick, as if time itself was flowing slowly. Ron could feel an ancient and profound energy fluctuation gathering. That feeling reminded him of the strange sensation when he connected with Hermit Star, as if he was enveloped in an illusion. Let's start from the very beginning. Franca began to explain. At the end of the Second Era, when the abyssal erosion reached its peak, the entire world trembled. Silver light gradually condensed into form, and a massive three-dimensional projection appeared in the center of the room. It was a disquieting ancient scene. The sky appeared in a sickly deep purple, as viscous as a bruise, scattered with countless bizarre ancient ruins. Even more terrifying, within the ruins of those shattered cities, twisted and deformed biological corpses were everywhere. They had once been powerful dragon species, now reduced to dreadful remnants eroded by the abyss. Do you see those ruins? Eve pointed to a gigantic half-collapsed building in the projection. It was once one of the most glorious dragon race cities of the Second Era, inhabited by various dragons and their followers. The projection began to move, as if an invisible observer was traversing through the ruins. Ron saw startling details. The once majestic palace walls were etched with desperate claw marks. Scattered on the streets were giant bones, some clearly belonging to adult dragons, but all twisted unnaturally by some indescribable force. The extent of this destruction, Ron murmured softly, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. The fearfulness of abyssal erosion lies not in its destructive power, but in its activity. Franca's voice, under the backdrop of the projection, seemed especially heavy. It doesn't just destroy everything, but turns everything into a part of itself, according to the Crown Clan's oldest records. These dragon species were actually cross-border refugees. Eve adjusted the projection, revealing a more grand and terrifying scene. Countless massive figures traversed the void, their forms majestic, yet their eyes full of despair and fear. Behind them, an indescribable darkness was in pursuit. That is neither matter nor energy, but a pure nothingness, erasing even space itself wherever it passes. They know that forcing a crossing between worlds will lead to existential instability and gradual extinction. Eve's voice became unusually deep, but they still made this choice because the existence invading their world is more terrifying than the erosion of the abyss. In the image, those dragon species began to show obvious signs of decay the moment they crossed the world barrier. The originally perfect scales started losing their luster, strong energy began to leak out, as if precision instruments were forcibly transplanted into an incompatible environment. This is what's called foreignness. Any existence crossing world boundaries will face this fundamental issue, their manner. Existence conflicts with the basic rules of this world, leading to continuous decay and instability. Ron quickly analyzed this information internally. If the dragon species are indeed cross-world escapees, and their bloodline instability isn't merely a hereditary issue, but a more fundamental existential flaw, this also explains why even the mightiest dragon species appear so fragile in the face of abyssal erosion. According to the materials I've studied, it's said that the original breathing technique was initiated by the dragon race and later refined by wizards and bloodline knights into versions suitable for humans. So, the dragon race created the breathing technique to solve this problem, he inquired. Partially correct, but it's just a futile attempt. The creators of the breathing technique were not the strongest dragon kings, but relatively weaker, yet wiser dragon scholars. They realized that pure strength couldn't solve the fundamental existential flaw. Only through meticulous self-adjustment could the decay process be delayed. In the image, some dragon race members began to show obvious transformations. The originally frenzied energy fluctuations became calm and stable, and the dulled scales re-emerged with a faint glow. Every complete breathing technique corresponds to a specific star ring bloodline, no mere coincidence. Franca took over the topic. These breathing techniques are essentially sophisticated biological regulation systems, using specific breathing rhythms, muscle control, and spiritual power guidance to suppress the uncontrollable frenzied factors in the bloodline while activating and stabilizing beneficial genetic traits. Ron recalled his practice of crown breathing technique. Such complex and precise energy control indeed seemed designed to address a fundamental issue. This also explains why mastering the breathing technique is so difficult. It not only requires powerful will and precise control but also perfect alignment with specific bloodlines. Wrong combinations are not only ineffective but may cause bloodline collapse. However, these efforts ultimately failed. Eve's tone grew heavy. When abyssal erosion reaches a critical point, no matter how exquisite the breathing technique is, it cannot completely resist the fundamental pollution. The image shifted to the last moments of the Second Era. The sky was torn open with countless cracks, not pouring out light but deeper darkness. Those once mighty dragon kings fell, one after another, under erosion. Their bloodline advantages seemed so powerless in the face of pollution that transcends understanding. In that desperate situation, human wizards proposed the Baijun seed plan. Franca's voice carried complex emotions. Rather than watching all dragon bloodlines disappear, it was better to select the portions with the most hope of survival and maintain the heritage through artificial preservation. The projected image switched to an unsettling scene. In a huge laboratory, dozens of black-robed wizards were working around a complex magic array. At the array center, a dragon species was bound on a special platform, surrounded by a dense array of pipes and probes. Its eyes were filled with despair, yet it couldn't make any sound. The selection process is extremely cruel. Eve's voice turned cold. Wizards have to thoroughly analyze every candidate family's bloodline, including genetic stability, purity, reproductive ability, and more. Those not meeting the standards are executed directly or used as experimental materials. Ron watched these images, a chill rising in his heart. Even though he was accustomed to the cruel realities of the wizard world, such systematic racial selection and control still made him uneasy. The terrifying part is that this selection isn't one time. Every few generations, wizards reevaluate the value of each Baijun seed family. Those whose bloodlines begin to deteriorate or whose reproductive capability declines are ruthlessly eliminated. The projection showed another scene. A formerly prosperous dragon-descendant town had turned to scorched earth, the remnants of buildings still bearing the marks of wizard magic. The ground was scattered with many bones, clearly belonging to dragon-descendant family members from their size and features. In the early Fourth Era, the Ghost Face clan was ordered for extermination by the Crown clan because they couldn't produce any qualified bloodline awakened for 3 consecutive generations. Eve's voice devoid of sentiment. The entire family, including the elderly and children, was executed, their bloodline samples collected for final extraction of research value. This stark depiction of racial extermination made the room's atmosphere weighty. Ron could comprehend the rational logic behind such actions, but was simultaneously jarred by their cold efficiency. The existing Baijun seed families are survivors of such bloody selection. Franca's voice carried bitterness. We must not only maintain the purity and stability of our bloodline, but also constantly prove our worth. Once we lose value, we face the fate of the Ghost Face clan. Ron quickly calculated the scale and impact of this system in his mind. What is the status of the Kadu clan among the existing Baijun seed families that you mentioned? We are considered middle-sized. Franca replied honestly, the current Baijun seed families are not just us. Throughout various corners of the Ring Abyss continent group, there are at least 7 to 8 similar bloodline heritages, each corresponding to different types of star ring-level dragon bloodlines. The projected image shifted to a more detailed map of Baijun seed family distribution. The entire Ring Abyss continent group was marked with regions of various colors, each representing a different Baijun seed family. The Frost Scale clan located in the northern ice fields preserves the bloodline of frost giants. Their people can live normally in temperatures as low as -60 degrees, even briefly resisting abyss ice curse erosion. The Deep Tide family from the Endless Sea Islands inherits the legacy of deep-sea dragons. They can not only move freely in the deep sea, but also have special abilities to control marine life. The Scorching Sun lineage deep in the Great Desert possesses solar energy affinity second only to the Farak clan, but they choose to walk a completely different development path, merging with elemental creatures in the desert to form a unique symbiotic relationship. With each family introduced, the projection displayed corresponding image segments. Frost Scale clan warriors traversed blizzards effortlessly, covered with natural ice armor. Deep Tide family members elegantly swam in underwater palaces, surrounded by various obedient marine creatures. Scorching Sun lineage members danced with flame elves in the desert, surrounded by radiant energy aura. Relationships between these families are extremely subtle. On the surface, we are allies, sharing the mission of preserving bloodlines. However, we are also competitors, all vying for limited resources and patron attention. The secret gathering every 30 years is nominally for technical exchange, but it's more like a concealed contest. Franca's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Each family must display its latest achievements and bloodline progress while secretly assessing the strength and value of other families. Those who perform poorly often disappear before the next gathering. Even protected Bayajun seed families must constantly fight for survival. Why wasn't the Faruk family selected? As I understand, their bloodline source is quite powerful. Ron appropriately raised this key question. The projected image immediately switched to a stunning scene. A tall figure donned in armor stood at the center of the battlefield. Whenever he wielded the giant sword in his hand, golden flames would sweep across the entire battlefield. Enemies would turn to ash instantly in the face of such pure energy. This is the first generation of Crown Knight from the founding period Farouk I. Eve's voice carried a clear awe. His bloodline purity was already close to the moon ring level, capable of single-handedly resisting the joint attacks of several official wizards. During his peak, there were even rumors that he could briefly stand on par with a Dark Sun-level wizard. The battle scenes on the screen were extraordinarily impactful, and such a display of pure power moved everyone present. But soon the screen shifted to a more intimate scene. The same golden-armored knight lay on a bed, but at this moment, he appeared exceptionally weak. Golden blood flowed from his mouth, and his skin showed an unnatural pale color. The instability of the Sun Flame Dragon bloodline manifests as extreme short lifespan for the bloodline holders. The more powerful the bloodline awaken, the faster life burns away. Farouk I began to show symptoms of bloodline failure at the age of 45, and he died before reaching 50 due to bloodline collapse. His successors were in even worse condition. The second, third generations, each subsequent bloodline purity decreased while the rate of decay accelerated. By the fifth generation, the average lifespan of the awakened had dropped to around 30 years. The projection displayed a family lineage chart, clearly marking the lifespan and bloodline purity of each generation's successor. That continuous declining trend was like a rapidly plunging curve. This fatal flaw led to the Farak family eventually not being chosen as the Bayajun seed family. Franca's tone was filled with regret. The wizard clan needs stable and sustainable bloodline inheritance rather than a spectacular but fleeting fireworks. But the choice of the Farak family also had its wisdom. Eve suddenly shifted the topic, marrying mortals to dilute the bloodline for the continuation of the family. Besides Bayajun seed families and unique cases like Farak, are there any other ways to break through bloodline limitations? Ron asked. Upon hearing this question, Eve's expression suddenly became serious, even tinged with a trace of fear. Yes, but that is a path leading to madness. She took a deep breath as if mentioning some indescribable existence. Dragon-headed demon Chai Yi, have you heard of this name? Ron shook his head, but he could feel the weight behind this name from Eve's tone. The girl's voice became exceptionally deep. As she adjusted the projection device, preparing to showcase even more stunning footage. If the master wants to understand the ultimate potential of breaking through bloodline limitations, then Chai Yi is the best example both as hope and as a warning. The projection image slowly appeared, but this time the image quality was obviously poorer than the previous historical clips, filled with distortion and blurriness, as though even the recording equipment was afraid of the content being recorded. In the center of the image, a humanoid figure stood quietly. It's called humanoid, but his very existence was distorting the surrounding reality. His appearance constantly changed, sometimes resembling a human, sometimes showing traits of a dragon, and often being a disharmonious blend of both. Chai was born at the end of the Third Era, representing the ultimate in all physical cultivation systems. Eve's voice carried obvious awe and fear. His madness lies in his dissatisfaction with any single power system. Human bloodline knights, magic swordsmen, weapon masters, and monarchs of the beast race, even certain otherworld creatures' special abilities, he desired them all to be fused within himself. The screen began playing Chai Yi's evolution process. Initially, he still appeared fairly normal, just a young knight with a powerful bloodline. But as time progressed, his body began showing all sorts of abnormal changes. Dragon scales grew on his arms, incomplete wings sprouted on his back, his eyes became beast-like vertical pupils, and sometimes he would even grow a third arm or additional head. This fusion process was accompanied by unimaginable pain. Franca's voice trembled. Conflicts between different bloodlines would ignite a ceaseless internal war within him. His body was like a bloody battlefield, where various powers fought continuously. The screen showed Chai's agonizing expression during one transformation process. His face contorted with extreme pain, and his mouth emitted not human sounds, but mixes of roars from various creatures. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, but those blood colors kept changing, sometimes red, sometimes golden, and sometimes even eerie purplish black. But he persisted, enduring the devastation of bloodline conflict through sheer willpower. When he realized conventional methods couldn't completely solve the bloodline fusion problem, he made a reckless decision to actively explore the deepest layers of the abyss. At this point, the black-haired princess seemed to recall something, reminding, if most of the footage earlier came from Grandpa's true records, with some processing interwoven, the upcoming projection visuals are almost purely fictitious. After all, when it comes to the historical remnants involving Supreme Apostle, even Dark Sun-level wizards dare not easily approach. As her words fell, the projection displayed a vague and variable abstract image. That place could no longer be called a location, but rather a twisted space where concept and reality intertwined. Various impossible geometric shapes floated in the void, and the concepts of time and space had completely lost their meaning. In this extremely twisted environment, a figure barely recognizable as human was undergoing a transformation beyond understanding. The time flow rate on the 12th layer of the abyss is hundreds of times faster than the outside, and the distortion effect is extremely intense. In such an environment, the basic form of any biological existence will be forcibly rewritten. Chai wasn't passively enduring this rewriting. Instead, he was actively guiding it, turning the bloodline conflict into a catalyst for fusion. The image of Chai began to undergo a fundamental change. Various originally conflicting bloodline traits began to coordinate and unify, forming a completely new form of existence. His body was no longer a simple superimposition of various traits, but a harmonious and unified whole. At the same time, however, he also lost the last traits of being human. When he reappeared in everyone's sight, he was no longer the same as before. Franca's voice was full of awe. He could tear space apart with pure physical strength and shatter the most complex magic with his fists. Facing the joint attack of several great wizards, he could even gain the upper hand. The projection showed the scene of Chai battling the great wizards. Each of his attacks was accompanied by the rupture of space, and wherever the wind of his fist passed, even reality itself twisted. Those usually immensely powerful high-tier magic spells appeared fragile like children's toys before him. But the cost was also severe. Eve's tone became heavy. He lost his sanity, emotion, and memory. All the qualities that made him human vanished in the distortion of the abyss. Now, Chai is more like a pure war machine, only with the instincts of destruction and slaughter. Although powerful, the image of Chai showed no trace of wisdom in his eyes, only a primitive and frenzied hunger. He was like a perfectly conditioned beast of war, powerful but soulless. This is the ultimate price of breaking the limits of bloodline. Power and rationality often cannot be gained together. Chai obtained strength beyond the limit, but also lost the wisdom to wield it. As the historical projection ended, The room returned to its normal lighting. But the mood of the three remained exceptionally heavy. The impact of the images they had just seen would take time to digest. Ron sat in his chair, his mind racing, analyzing the vast amount of information he had just received. The harsh selection of the Bayajun seed family, the rise and fall of Farruk's bloodline, Chai's extreme path. Each detail provided new perspectives and ideas for his research. Historical research, proficient experience points +1. The notification from the transparent panel flashed through his mind, proving the value of this history lesson. This information is extremely valuable for my research. Ron sincerely expressed his gratitude, while already beginning to draft specific research plans in his mind. Combining your mentioned theory of bloodline remodeling, I think there might be a middle path between stable inheritance and extreme breakthrough. Rational light sparkled in his eyes. The key lies in finding the optimal balance between power enhancement and risk control. We need to draw on Chai's breakthrough thinking, but avoid his extreme methods. This is exactly the research direction we hope to see. Eve nodded with satisfaction. Compared to blindly pursuing extreme power, a controlled and steady enhancement has more practical value. Franca slowly stood up and took out an exquisite small crystal vial from her bosom. This is my blood sample, specially treated to maintain activity for 3 months. She handed the vial to Ron. I am willing to provide my blood sample for your research, but there is one prerequisite: all research results must be shared with the Crown clan. Ron accepted the vial and observed the deep red liquid inside through the crystal wall. In his extraordinary perception, this blood emitted strong energy fluctuations of the dragon species, with the purity indeed at the quasi-star ring level. This condition is acceptable, he nodded in agreement. In fact, appropriate collaboration is conducive to the in-depth progression of research. Franca's face showed a satisfied expression. In the past, various ancient clans led by the Crown clan went to great lengths to preserve these ancient heterogeneous bloodlines because they are profitable. In fact, many outstanding bloodline modifiers in history have engaged in similar collaborations with these ancient clans holding Bayajun seed to acquire research resources. Her tone became more candid. Clans provide research materials, researchers offer result sharing. This mode of cooperation has lasted for thousands of years. Only our Bayajun seed family has no choices of its own, struggling just to continue. This sentence also revealed the most brutal aspect of this system. Although the Bayajun seed family was protected, it was also tightly controlled. They are precious resources, not equal partners in collaboration. Eve silently observed all this from the side, knowing that once Mother returned, the power dynamics of the central lands would undergo significant changes. And key individuals like Ron would play an important role in this transformation. It seems I need to speed up the process of joining the observation station, he secretly decided in his heart. As the conversation neared its end, Eve suddenly spoke. Master, regarding the bloodline experiment you mentioned about that servant, I have a suggestion. The wisdom shone in her purple crystal eyes. If you truly wish to break through the golden ring level's limitation, perhaps you could consider a gentler method: bloodline reshaping. Bloodline reshaping. Ron repeated the term, indicating for her to continue. This is a theory I saw in my mother's research notes. Eve explained. Unlike directly merging with a higher bloodline, bloodline reshaping aims to elevate the bloodline level by rearranging the combinations of existing bloodline factors. Her tone became more professional. Theoretically, every bloodline factor contains multiple layers of information and potential. Through special modulation techniques and catalysts, the usually dormant parts can be activated, thereby achieving a leap in the bloodline. This theory made Ron's eyes light up. Compared to directly merging with a higher-level bloodline, this method sounded safer and more controllable. Are there any practical operation cases? He inquired. It said that before my mother became a great wizard, she successfully elevated a golden ring-level bloodline to a quasi-star ring level. But the specific operational details are strictly confidential. I only know the general theoretical framework. Ron quickly analyzed the feasibility of this method in his mind. Bloodline reshaping is indeed much safer than directly merging with higher bloodlines, but the technical difficulty might also be higher. This requires an extremely deep understanding of bloodline structure and the ability to operate precisely at the molecular level. However, This is precisely his area of expertise. This direction is worth in-depth research. He finally decided. Combining the star ring-level bloodline samples provided by Franca, I can try to develop a set of bloodline reshaping operational plans. The three people's conversation gradually came to a close in this atmosphere of mutual inspiration. As Ron got up to say goodbye, there was already a precious bloodline sample in his spatial bag, and his mind was filled with unprecedented secret knowledge. The gains from this exchange far exceeded my expectations. He sincerely thanked the two of them. The value of knowledge lies in sharing. Eve responded with a smile. I hope this information can assist your research. Franca also nodded in acknowledgement. If you encounter any questions regarding dragon bloodline during your research, please feel free to contact me. As a member of the Bayajun seed family, I am willing to contribute my strength to the development of bloodline studies. When leaving the Jadit pavilion, the night was already deep. Ron walked alone on his way back, constantly recalling the information gained tonight in his mind. The Bayajun seed family, the compatibility of Faruk bloodlines, Chaiyi's extreme path. Every concept opened up new directions for his research. More importantly, he began to understand the deep structure of the world's bloodline system. This was not a simple grade division of power, but a complex ecosystem. Each bloodline has its unique survival strategy and evolution path. The Bayajun seed family chose stable inheritance. The Faruk clan chose glorious combustion. Chaiyi chose extreme breakthrough. And he needed to find his own path. Abyssal Observation Station. He softly recited the name. If Chaiyi indeed completed the final transformation in the abyss, then the abyss itself might contain the fundamental secret to breaking bloodline limitations. Upon returning home, Ron immediately began to formulate a detailed research plan. Franca's provided bloodline sample needs a comprehensive analysis. The theory of bloodline reshaping requires in-depth research, and preparation for joining the observation station must also be expedited. In the dead of night, the light of the blue magic lamp in the laboratory was as cold and eerie as the eyes of the dead. Ron stood in front of the lab table, holding a small crystal vial containing Franca's blood. Through the crystal wall, the drop of deep red liquid appeared with a disturbing dark purple sheen under the lamp, as if countless tiny tentacles were swimming within. Ink awoke from its dormant state, its black, gelatinous body starting to writhe rhythmically. Ron carefully dripped the blood onto the surface of the slime monster. In an instant, the temperature in the laboratory seemed to drop by a few degrees. The reaction of ink was more intense than ever before. Its body suddenly contracted, then quickly expanded, with the silver patterns on its surface flickering uncertainly. Ron activated extraordinary recognition, observing everything through the special vision of the skill. In his eyes, Franca's blood was no longer just simple red liquid, but a complex structure with distinct layers. The outermost layer featured standard dragon species characteristics, with powerful life energy dancing within like burning flames. The middle layer was filled with the aura of shadows and dark elements, with those black energy threads winding like serpents, bearing an ancient and dangerous significance. And in the deepest layer, Ron's pupils slightly contracted. In the deepest part of the blood, he saw something that should not exist. Those twisted energy forms, against the laws of nature, emitted the unique chaotic aura of the abyss. This is not just dragon bloodline, he muttered to himself, quickly analyzing the implications of this discovery in his mind. The Bayajun seed family, I see they're not preserving pure bloodlines but rather a variant seasoned by the abyss. At this moment, Ink suddenly let out a shrill scream. It was not a sound but a tremor that directly acted on the spirit. The slime monster's body began to convulse violently, as if suffering immense pain. Ron immediately realized the danger. The shadow energy in Franca's blood was interacting uncontrollably with the lab environment. Even worse, the sun energy in his body began to activate on its own, as if sensing a natural enemy. The magic in the air started to become chaotic, and the apparatus on the lab table emitted ominous humming noises. The clash of the two opposing energy attributes in the confined space could have potentially disastrous consequences. Ron quickly activated the emergency isolation array, but it was too late. The conflict between negative and positive energy had already exceeded the endurance range of conventional protection. The entire laboratory began to shake slightly, with the runes on the walls flashing with a dangerous red light. At this critical moment, Ink made an unexpected move. It no longer tried to analyze the blood sample, but instead fully extended its body. Like a vast net, it enveloped the drop of blood that was spiraling out of control in the center. The surface of the slime monster's body began to manifest countless fine patterns. That was not something Ron taught it, but rather some kind of instinctual protective mechanism activated in the face of life and death. The cost was significant. Ink became transparent and fragile, with its originally gleaming silver patterns turning dim. To protect its master and the laboratory, it had borne the full brunt of the damage from the energetic conflict. As the energy storm subsided, the laboratory returned to calmness. Ron stood amidst the wreckage, watching the barely breathing Ink record the experimental data. He spoke to the recording crystal in the corner, his voice still composed. Sample number -1 source, Kadu bloodline. Experimental result, severe energy conflict not suitable for direct integration. Conclusion, there is an essential repulsion between high-tier bloodlines of different attributes, requiring alternative approaches. He gently caressed Ink's weakened body, a note of concern in his voice. You've worked hard, my friend. Get some rest. As he was about to clean up the lab, Aylan's gentle knock came from outside the door. Master, Her Highness Eve sent over a research material. Aylan pushed the door open, her emerald figure appearing particularly vivid under the magic lamplight. Her gaze swept over the chaotic scene in the laboratory, but she didn't ask questions. As Ron's assistant, she was long accustomed to various experimental accidents. Ron took the exquisite crystal box, noticing a small note attached to it. In Eve's elegant handwriting, it read, Master, this is Mother's early research notes, which might guide you in a new direction. Additionally, Franker is very interested in the experiment results, and she said if you need more samples, she is willing to provide a more detailed bloodline analysis report. Judging by this, they might have anticipated some of my progress. Ron smiled slightly, realizing that the so-called Baijun seed and the ancient bloodlines associated were even more complex than he had imagined. Opening the box, inside was a beautifully bound research manuscript. The cover was made of some ancient leather he couldn't identify, with runes on it that emitted a faint warmth at the touch. The most striking feature was the mark in the center of the cover, a skewed hexagram marking Cassandra's personal symbol. The Essence of Life Reconstruction Theory. Just seeing this title, Ron felt a sense of anticipation. After confirming there were no hidden traps, he carefully opened the first page, instantly captivated by its contents. The essence of life lies in the transmission and reorganization of information. Every bloodline factor is a witness and recorder of life's history. Traditional bloodline modulation involves simple additions, deletions, and modifications within the existing framework, akin to altering a few notes on a per-written score. Bloodline reshaping, however, requires the creation of an entirely new symphony. The key is understanding. Bloodlines are not static entities, but dynamic systems. They adapt to changes in environment, pressure, and even will. As Ron delved deeper into the text, he felt an unprecedented sense of enlightenment. Cassandra's theoretical system was extremely rigorous, with every concept supported by detailed experimental data. More importantly, these theories almost perfectly aligned with the advanced direction of his bloodline shaping skills on his professional panel. Bloodline shaping, proficient, experience points +1. The professional panel's prompt made Ron realize that the value of this manuscript exceeded imagination. The manuscript detailed 3 core steps of bloodline reshaping. First stage, information deconstruction. Decompose bloodline factors into the most basic units of information, akin to breaking a book down into individual words. This process requires extremely precise operations. Any lost information could lead to irreparable consequences. Second stage, potential awakening. Every bloodline contains potential information far beyond what meets the eye. Through specific stimuli and guidance, dormant gene fragments can be activated over eons. Like awakening a sleeping giant. It is filled with hope, but also accompanied by risks. Third stage, structure reorganization. Reorganize bloodline information according to a new blueprint, creating a stronger, more stable new bloodline. This step is the core of the entire process, determining the ultimate success or failure. Yet the final part of the manuscript weighed heavily on Ron's heart. Though the theory is perfect, the practical challenges are far beyond imagination. I conducted 17 complete experiments. Only 3 achieved partial success, with only 1 meeting the expected effect. The biggest obstacle is the lack of reference samples. Reshaping bloodlines is like drawing a map. You must know the exact location of the destination to plan a route. Without high-level bloodlines as a template, any attempt is akin to a blind man feeling an elephant. My success hinged on acquiring a fragment of dragon species from the second era. Though only the size of a fingernail, the complete genetic information it contained provided precious reference. Cassandra had written a small note on the edge of the manuscript. The cost was the death of 6 experimental subjects, with each failure marking the end of a life. This is a burden I cannot reconcile with. The note was written in ink of a different color, its handwriting slightly trembling, evidently added much later. Ron stared at the note for a long time, imagining the volunteers dying miserably on the laboratory table. In this wizarding world, every advancement in knowledge demands a road paved with blood and bones. Yet from Cassandra's current demeanor, she hardly seems affected by the deaths of experimental subjects. Indeed, as others mentioned, she appears thoroughly alienated. He closed the manuscript, his eyes revealing complex emotions. He only hoped that someday, hundreds or even thousands of years hence, when he looked back at his logs, they wouldn't seem strange or laughable. Without sufficiently stable high-level bloodline samples as templates, he cleared away his scattered thoughts, gently caressing the cover of the manuscript, and began devising a solution in his mind. It seems I'll have to wait until joining the Abyssal Observation Station to see if Professor Other has relevant channels. He carefully placed the manuscript into the spatial bag, then began clearing the experiment site. During the morning, the waiting area of the Crystal Tower's administrative hall was packed with applicants of various identities. Ron, dressed in a brand new black wizard's robe, quietly sat in a corner, observing the surrounding crowd. As a researcher, he always hoped to discern more information from details. Sitting opposite him was a young man with a pale complexion, missing 2 fingers on his right hand. These were remnants of a failed alchemy experiment. He was applying for a downgrade transfer, moving from a dangerous experimental position to relatively safer theoretical research. Not far away, an elderly man with white hair was arguing with a clerk. From the intermittent dialogue, Ron discerned that the man was seeking early retirement, but was told he wasn't yet eligible. The elder's eyes were filled with exhaustion and fear, evidently terrified by certain dangerous tasks. This was the true face of the Crystal Tower. Beneath the glamour of academia, countless sacrifices and costs lay hidden. "Wizard Ralph, please proceed to window number 3. A crisp voice interrupted Ron's observation. The clerk was a woman appearing in her 20s, with short golden hair, emerald eyes, and skin pale due to long exposure to high concentrations of magic power. "Congratulations on the approval of your promotion application." She adeptly stamped various documents, her movements mechanical and repetitive. "Based on your contribution points records and academic achievement assessments, the school committee unanimously approved your lecturer appointment." Speaking, she handed Ron a brand new identification certificate. The certificate was made of special magic power paper, its surface covered with a faint anti-counterfeiting glow. "Starting today, you will have Level 3 research permissions and Level 2 teaching permissions." The clerk continued, with a hint of envy in her tone. "Additionally, I must remind you that higher permissions entail greater responsibility. The school imposes strict confidentiality requirements and behavioral guidelines for lecturer-level personnel." Her gaze became meaningful, especially in such special times. Any improper behavior may be severely pursued. Ron keenly grasped the implication in her words. Evidently, Cassandra's return had caused tension within the school. Even ordinary clerks could sense the impending storm. "I will strictly adhere to relevant regulations," he calmly replied while accepting the certificate. "Regarding the application for the Abyssal Observation Station," the clerk took out another file from the drawer, its cover bearing a disturbing symbol, a tentacle-wrapped eye. "The observation station has already approved your placement in the Materials Analysis Department, mainly responsible for research related to abyssal samples." She paused, her voice becoming more solemn. "I must especially remind you that work at the observation station is extremely dangerous. Even safe positions like materials analysis often encounter accidents. The clerk took out a thick manual from under the desk. "This is the safety protocol guide. Please read it carefully." It records 1,372 known abyssal contamination symptoms and corresponding emergency treatment methods. Her expression grew somewhat complex. "Though most symptoms cannot be cured, at least you can retain a period of rationality before becoming a monster." Ron accepted the manual, noting the warning text on its cover, written in bright red ink that, under the influence of magic power, seemed to flow like real blood. "Your direct mentor is Professor Other. Please report to the observation station by 8 a.m. tomorrow." Also, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately expressed her concern. "If you have any unfulfilled wishes, I suggest handling them promptly before starting. Although the observation station's mortality rate is lower than abyssal exploration, it is not entirely safe." This statement hit Ron with cold reality, making him keenly aware of the dangers his upcoming work entailed. As he left the administrative hall, he noticed several new names on the commemorative wall at the entrance. Those were researchers who perished in abyssal-related work. Their names were engraved on black marble, along with their date of death and a brief explanation of their cause of death. Edwin Gray, materials analyst, died of abyssal spore infection. Monica Blake, intern researcher, died due to self-destruction caused by spiritual contamination. Thomas Vane, senior analyst, cause of death unknown, found fully alienated. Line after line of cold words narrate the brutal reality of abyssal research. Ron stood for a long time, memorizing each name. Not out of sympathy or mourning, but to constantly remind himself. In the pursuit of knowledge, a slight misstep could make one the next name engraved on the wall. The research lab was still brightly lit late at night, blending into the endless stream of light of the crystal tower. Becoming an inconspicuous little spark, Ron sat alone at the oak desk, with a detailed and astonishingly comprehensive list of personal assets spread out before him. His library of consciousness only stored core important content, so he still honestly noted down some basic data records himself first. "It has been a year and 1 month since I became an official wizard." His fingers gently caressed the calendar with dense markings, each red dot representing an experiment or a breakthrough. The passage of time felt so real, yet so unreal, as if just yesterday he was troubled over the materials for a basic magic potion in the Black Mist jungle. And since the end of that rainbow ring competition, 7 months had already passed. Ron's gaze fell on the official notice at the corner of the desk, exuding a faint pressure. Every letter on it was written with special magical ink, constantly asserting its strong presence. Mandatory participation, notice for the welcome ceremony of the triumphant return of great wizard Cassandra St. Magi. Mandatory, this word itself revealed the nature of this event. In a place like the Crystal Tower, where academic freedom is the idea, it was rare to use such forceful language. But now, all personnel above official wizard level must attend the welcome ceremony, with no exceptions, no excuses. This was not an invitation, it was an order. At the end of the notice, there was a line of small words written in dark red ink. Absentees will be considered to challenge the authority of the school alliance, with consequences at their own risk. That bloody color reminded Ron of the scars he had seen on explorers at the abyssal outpost. Next week, this leader figure of the Conquest faction will return to the Crystal Tower. Based on the information he had gathered from various channels, Cassandra had brought back a significant amount of unprecedented knowledge and resources from the Conquest War in the Otherworld. These gains would provide the Conquest faction with strong discourse power. For those traditional faction members unwilling to follow the radical route, the coming days would likely not be easy. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to refocus on the asset list in front of him. No matter how the external situation changed, accumulating one's own strength was the most reliable guarantee. Financial status. Currently holding 52 complete magic stones, this number had undoubtedly increased quite a bit compared to before, giving him some solid security. The most stable source of income was his fixed salary as a teaching assistant. 2 complete magic stones per month, totaling 12 over 6 months. Although not a huge amount, it was stable and reliable. Moreover, with the spread of his treasure-level genius reputation and the exceptional effects of the improved formulas in practice, his client base expanded 5-fold in just a few months. From initially just a few apprentices, to now a stable network of clients, including several official wizards. Orders for magic potions alone brought 6-8 complete magic stones in income each month, which was already quite substantial for wizards of the same level. The unexpected delight was the course income. Due to outstanding teaching quality, along with student word-of-mouth recommendations, his 3 courses were renowned throughout the Crystal Tower. Each semester's course selection numbers were at the enrollment limit's edge, and the price, twice that of other teaching assistant courses. Not only didn't deter students, but became a symbol of value for money. Course fees alone brought in 4-5 complete magic stones each month, which amazed many senior lecturers. Expenses mainly concentrated on purchasing experimental materials, various auxiliary tools, and maintaining this special existence. Though the autophagic slime monster was a life form he created by himself, it required consuming a large amount of abyssal materials to maintain its optimal state. Especially after the exposure incident with Franca's blood. Sample last time, required extra nutritional supplement for recovery. But overall, the financial situation was quite healthy, even to the point of being considered wealthy. This inevitably reminded Ron of the days in the Black Mist jungle when he had to meticulously plan for a few magic stone fragments. That kind of impoverished plight seemed like another lifetime now. Other than magic stones, there was the situation with contribution points. This was what he was most concerned about currently. In an academic institution like the Crystal Tower, contribution points often reflected a person's real value more than magic stone assets. 3 research papers have accumulated contribution points. 3,800 points, the first paper, Design and Optimization of the Mobile Simulation Battle Device, brought him 1,200 points, a rather good start. The second paper, Discussion on Commonality in Advanced Magic Potion Improvements, earned 1,300 points, where the detailed analysis of the energy structure optimization plans for over a dozen common magic potions was deemed to have significant practical value by the review committee. The third paper, The Promotion Mechanism of Positive Mutations in Bloodline Modulation, also earned 1,300 points, attracting attention from some veteran bloodline modifiers based on his innovative discoveries in practice. Teaching contribution points, 600 points. This mainly came from cumulative rewards for daily teaching work and the outstanding results students achieved in various tests. Elite Team Development Reward, 800 points. Herman's successful entry into the 34th position in the candidate Wizard sequence brought him a 600-point talent cultivation reward. Although the ranking isn't very high, for an apprentice from a common family, this is already a remarkable achievement. The steady progress of several other students also contributed small rewards. Although each amount was not large, it added up to 200 points. After all, the members of the elite team were selected by him as the absolute elites from hundreds of ordinary apprentices. Total available contribution points, 5,200 points. Ron looked at this number with satisfaction, silently comparing it to himself from half a year ago. Back then, he still had to run around for papers publication, but now he had accumulated enough contribution points to exchange for rare resources. He opened the thick contribution exchange list, each page of the parchment recording coveted precious items. Among them, several specific entries kept his gaze locked. Magic Amplification Crystal Blueprint 1,000 contribution points, a highly complex alchemical construct that can temporarily boost the caster's magic power output. Requires precise energy circuit design and special conduction materials. Ron carefully read each technical detail, already starting to conceive in his mind how to integrate this amplification device into his active magic sword project. The plasticity of soul steel and its magic conducting traits provided a perfect foundation for this integration. If successful, he could create a truly transformative weapon, a sharp sword blade in melee combat, and a powerful magic wand during casting. His vast magic pool at this moment was without a setting to put it to use, elevating his magic power output dovetailed perfectly with his biggest current advantage. Mind Expansion Potion Formula 2000. Contribution points. The value of this formula was not to be underestimated either. Through specific herb ratios and alchemical craftsmanship, it can drastically expand the user's mental capacity for a certain period. After use, capable of handling multiple complex tasks simultaneously with an effect duration of about 4-6 hours. Side effects: mild headache and spirit fatigue. To an all-round researcher like him, who had to juggle magic potion making, bloodline modulation, alchemy, enchantment, historical research, and astrology, this was practically a tailored divine artifact. Whenever he was flustered by numerous complex calculations and analyses in the laboratory, he imagined how great it would be to handle multiple thought threads simultaneously. And now, that dream had a chance of realization. Potential awakening stone 10,000 contribution points. Although the price of this item was jaw-droppingly high, its value was immeasurable. A very rare abyss-produced item, containing mysterious powers to awaken latent talents. After use, there's a 60% chance to awaken a third-tier talent, a 10% chance to awaken a second-tier talent, and a 5% chance to awaken a special ability of an unknown level, with a minimal possibility for a Tier 1 talent. Warning: the process carries certain risks, potentially causing mental trauma or bloodline mutation. A 10% chance to awaken a second-tier talent. Such an opportunity was virtually impossible to obtain through conventional channels. Even the geniuses from ancient wizard clans seldom had the chance to come into contact with treasures of this level. Furthermore, the tiny chance of awakening a Tier 1 talent was truly enticing. But the enormous 10,000 contribution point cost was still quite distant from his current accumulation. Currently, my contribution points are only sufficient to exchange for the first 2 items. That is already enough to support the next stage of development. Ron carefully weighed the priorities in his heart, as each choice could affect his future development trajectory. Magic Amplification Crystal Blueprint was almost necessary for the Active Magic Sword project, and the Mind Expansion Potion formula could directly enhance his research efficiency. The combination of the two would provide strong support for his work at the Abyssal Observation Station. He picked up a quill pen and wrote a detailed procurement plan at the bottom of the list. First priority: exchange for Magic Amplification Crystal Blueprint and Mind Expansion Potion formula. Total cost: 3,000 contribution points, remaining points 2,200 to be kept as an emergency reserve and for future development funds. Expected completion time within this week. Expected benefits: increased research efficiency, enhanced combat ability. At the other end of the laboratory, Ink was curled up in the specially designed recovery tank, quiet like a sleeping infant in a cradle. The recovery tank was a life support device Ron had specially designed for it, filled with a nutrient-rich solution of abyssal essence. The pale purple liquid slowly flowed under the influence of the magic power circulation pump, providing continuous nourishment to this injured life. But even with such meticulous care, Ink's condition remained concerning. Its once obsidian-like deep body had now become nearly transparent. The previously shimmering silver patterns had dimmed, as if about to extinguish like a fading star. You've indeed endured too much recently. Have a good rest. Ron gently stroked the crystal wall of the recovery tank, his voice carrying rare gentleness. This life he had created with his own hands deeply moved him by its performance in facing such critical moments. The slime monster seemed to feel its master's care. Its body wriggled slightly, the surface patterns flickering with faint light. Though it couldn't speak, it was undoubtedly trying hard to respond. Rest well once you're fully recovered. We have many important tasks to do. Ron softly comforted. This painful experience wasn't without its gains, of course. It was under the sacrificial protection of Ink that Ron was able to obtain extremely valuable experimental data from that terrifying energy conflict. He turned and walked towards the analysis table, where the various components separated from Franca's blood were neatly arranged. The true essence of the preservative strain bloodline. Ron looked at the analysis report in his hand, lost in thought. This data completely overturned his understanding of the ancient bloodline system, revealing a truth far more complex and dark than imagined. Under the nearly self-sacrificial deep analysis of Ink, he discovered 3 key traits of the preservative strain bloodline. First, exceptionally low corrosion. This was the most puzzling finding. Conventionally, the essence of abyss factors is chaos and corrosion. Any creature that contacts abyssal energy inevitably suffers spiritual contamination and physical aberration. This is the fundamental reason why abyss exploration is so dangerous and why most explorers' careers are extremely short. But in Franca's blood sample, these abyss factors exhibited an unusually gentle nature, completely contrary to norms. The chaotic energy that should have wildly eroded the host's consciousness was as quiet as a tame lamb here. Through precise measurements, Ron found that its corrosion had actually decreased by nearly half. This level of decay is by no means a natural phenomenon. He wrote his judgment in the report. It must be the product of some extremely advanced artificial modulation technology. Moreover, the complexity of this technology far exceeds any bloodline modulation methods I currently know. More unsettling is that this process of gentling is like a dormant volcano, capable of being activated by means. Under some specified stimuli, these dormant abyss factors could regain their original destructiveness at any time. He boldly speculated that perhaps every preservative-strain bloodline harbors such a time bomb. Second, extremely stable bloodline structure. What made Ron find even more unusual was the stability of the bloodline structure. Generally, abyss factors have a strong mutation tendency, continually reorganizing and evolving under environmental pressure. Although this mutation is dangerous, it is also key for abyssal creatures to adapt to various extreme environments. But within the preservative-strain bloodline, this natural evolution tendency was almost completely suppressed. It's like being forcibly frozen in a specific state by some invisible force. Ron gazed at the blood sample under the microscope, with those abyss factors seemingly enchanted into immobile prisoners, mechanically operating along preset paths. The traces of this artificial control was so apparent that one couldn't help but wonder, is the so-called preservative strain system truly protecting these ancient bloodlines, or is it controlling and utilizing them? Third, incredible fusion adaptability. To verify his hypothesis, he conducted a series of fusion experiments. He introduced a drop of preservative strain blood into various abyssal creature samples he collected. Desert Hunter, eye essence fusion success rate, 84% eco cloak bug tissue fragment fusion success rate, 87% high purity abyss crystal fragment fusion success rate, 79% even those extremely unstable abyss spores fusion success rate, 62%. Each experiment achieved unbelievably successful results. The different abyss factors that should have repelled and devoured each other displayed perfect coordination and compatibility when in contact with the preservative strain blood. This has transcended the realm of biology. Ron recorded the experimental data in shock. This universal adaptability is simply like some designed universal interface. Under normal circumstances, the fusion success rate between different abyssal creatures seldom exceeds 30%, often accompanied by intense repulsion reactions and unpredictable side effects. Many researchers lost their lives trying to fuse different abyss factors. But the blood of the bacterial strain seems to have some magical harmonizing ability, making any type of abyss factor docile and controllable. Combining these three characteristics, a creepy truth gradually emerges. The true purpose of the bacterial strain system might not be to preserve ancient bloodlines at all. Ron stood in front of the lab table, quickly integrating all the clues in his mind, but to cultivate special abyss weapons. If this hypothesis holds, then the relationship between the Crown clan and other ancient families and the abyss is far more complex and sinister than it appears on the surface. They are not adversaries of the abyss but partners, or perhaps even co-conspirators. The bacterial strain families are the products of this clandestine cooperation. They maintain basic human form and rationality, yet possess the perfect ability to integrate with various abyssal creatures. At critical moments, they are the perfect abyss weapon. No wonder stories recorded that Cassandra Tower Masters, conquering forces in the otherworld, was said to ravage like a virus. Perhaps virus is not a metaphor but a realistic description. Ron recalled various legends and rumors. If many of Cassandra's forces had this special bloodline, they would have overwhelming advantages when facing otherworld creatures. Not only could they resist abyssal contamination, but also use the enemy's strength for themselves, or even directly convert the enemy into their own combat force. This is the fundamental reason behind the confidence of the Conquest faction. They possess an ultimate weapon beyond others' understanding. But this also explains why the status of the bacterial strain family is so special and contradictory. On the surface, they are cherished inheritors of precious bloodlines. In reality, they are tightly controlled strategic resources. Every bacterial strain is a trump card in the hands of ancient families, Their blood, their genes, their very existence are the property of others. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but feel a different emotion for Franca. This seemingly stern and cold half-dragon maid is actually a caged bird trapped in a gilded cage. Every drop of her blood, every breath she takes, serves someone else's ambition. And her so-called loyalty and protection are very likely just the result of bloodline control. But these discoveries also point me in a new direction. Ron suppressed the complex emotions rising in his heart and returned to the track of rational analysis. Since the bacterial strain bloodline has such perfect adaptability to the abyss, if he could unlock its secrets, he could develop a safer and more controllable bloodline fusion technology. No need to take the extreme path like Chai Yi, nor bear immense risks and costs to achieve the possibility of breaking through bloodline limitations. Of course, extreme caution is required. He looked at the still weak ink in the restoration tank, his heart alarmed. The previous experiments had already proved that even abyss factors treated with gentleness still contain unimaginable destructive power. If handled improperly, the consequences would be dire. Since ink has not fully recovered, deeper bloodline reshaping experiments need to be temporarily shelved. Ron carefully burned the analysis report. The value of this information is immeasurable and simultaneously extremely dangerous. If discovered by those with intentions that he has unraveled the secret of the bacterial strain, the consequences would be far more serious than any experimental accident. At this moment, in the crystal pool on the other side of the room, the deep sleep of the little sea siren Dale became even more profound, her life signs almost imperceptible. At the same time, strange changes began occurring in the water around her. The once clear and transparent liquid now shimmered with a subtle silver luster, with rings of mysterious ripples spreading outward from her body. "Alan, how is Dale's condition?" The tree spirit floated over from the corner, its green branches swaying uneasily. "Her life energy is indeed constantly increasing, but this mode of transformation makes me worried." Alan's voice was clearly anxious. "Master, I've searched through ancient memories for a long time, but never seen such prolonged deep sleep in the transformation records of the Sea Siren clan. Moreover, the energy fluctuations around her are becoming stronger, sometimes affecting the nearby magic power cycles." Ron walked to the edge of the pool and activated his extraordinary recognition skills, carefully observing Dale's state. In his special sight, the body of the little sea siren was undergoing an unprecedented restructuring. It was not just a change in external form, even her inner energy structure was undergoing fundamental transformation. Most shockingly, there appeared to be some energy patterns in her body that shouldn't have existed. Those silver lines permeated her entire body like blood vessels, forming an extremely complex energy network. "Her bloodline is evolving to a higher level," Ron murmured, with astonishment and concern in his eyes. "This is not an ordinary transformation during growth, but bloodline awakening. She is returning from a regular sea siren to the ancient siren lineage." But what unsettled him even more was that the pattern of this bloodline awakening was strikingly similar to the bacterial strain phenomenon he just studied. Both involve rearrangement of bloodline structure, deep energy reconstruction. Even the same kind of silver energy light is identical. Could it be that Dale also possesses some kind of modulated factor within her? This possibility sent a chill down Ron's spine. If even the little sea siren he personally raised could not escape the influence of this grand conspiracy, then the truth of this world would be darker and more complex than he imagined. Continue to closely monitor her condition, but do not intervene in any way. Ron made the decision, despite being filled with worry. This level of bloodline awakening must be completed naturally. Any external interference could cause irreversible damage. He turned to leave the pool, but the unease in his heart grew stronger. How many unknown secrets were hidden behind this seemingly bright academic temple? And was he himself already unintentionally caught in a vortex of a grand conspiracy? The sun set, and the high-rise buildings of the Crystal Tower glistened in the afterglow, like palaces standing in the clouds. Ron's private workshop at this moment exuded a rare, warm atmosphere. The floating magic lamps brightened the room in a warm and soft light, with exquisite snacks and drinks laid out on the central round table, the air filled with a faint, sweet fragrance. This was a small celebration party, held both for Ron's successful promotion to lecturer and for Herman's entry into the candidate wizard sequence. But upon closer inspection, One could detect a subtle tension hidden in the joyful atmosphere. Everyone's smiles appeared somewhat strained. There were occasional unsettling pauses in the conversation. "Master, it's truly incredible." The silver-haired boy Herman stood by the table, almost unable to contain his excitement. His hand continuously stroked the new badge on his chest. It was a silver insignia embedded with a miniature crystal, emitting a glow under the light that envied the others around him. 34th in the candidate wizard sequence. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. "I never imagined reaching such heights one day. In my hometown, becoming an intermediate apprentice was already a remarkable achievement, and now..." Tears even glistened in the boy's eyes as he spoke. For a child from a remote town, this achievement held a significance far beyond the imagination of outsiders. In his hometown, an official wizard was a legendary existence, and the candidate wizard sequence was an unattainable dream. Now this dream has become a reality, not only meaning a change in his personal destiny, but also representing the social elevation of his entire family. "Your efforts and talents have been duly rewarded, Herman." Ron nodded slightly, with genuine admiration in his tone. "But this is just the beginning. While the candidate sequence is important, the real challenge lies in how to transform this opportunity into actual strength. The door to becoming an official wizard still needs you to push it open." His gaze lingered on Herman for a moment, with nearly imperceptible worry in his eyes. Though outwardly celebrating his student's success, Ron knew well that in the impending storm, the fate of these young ones would become extremely uncertain. The identity of the candidate sequence might provide some protection, but could also become a target for those with ulterior motives. The other 5 students sat around the table, each sincerely happy for their companion's success. But a keen observer would notice their smiles were tinged with hidden tension. Selected as members of Ron's elite team, none of them were dullards, and they all had their insights into the changes within the school. "Since it's a celebration, there should be a gift exchange session." Liz spoke first, producing a box carefully wrapped in silk. "This is a gift I prepared for Master." Carefully opening the package, inside was a set of exquisitely crafted rune-embroidered gloves. The deep blue silk fabric was as profound as the night sky, adorned with extremely intricate rune patterns stitched in silver thread. These runes can enhance the precision and stability of enchantment operations, Liz explained shyly, her cheeks flushed. "I know Master has been researching enchantment lately, and I hope this can assist with your studies. Every stitch was completed by me personally, taking me a full 3 months." What she didn't say was that, to ensure the accuracy of the runes, she had stayed up late many times until dawn, even forgetting to eat due to her intense focus. The nearly invisible small scars on her fingers were a testament to her hard work. Ron accepted the gloves and immediately sensed the exquisite craftsmanship contained within. Through special weaving techniques, the energy of the runes was perfectly integrated into the fabric structure. When he put on one of the gloves, he immediately felt an unusual sensitivity in his fingertips. "I can feel your dedication, Liz." Ron sincerely praised. Liz's face lit up with a brilliant smile upon hearing such praise. Behind that pure joy, the almost worshipful emotion in her eyes became more apparent. Ron noticed this change, cautiously aware. As a master, he had to carefully maintain appropriate boundaries in the mentor-student relationship. Not to be outdone, Herman also took out a thick parchment manuscript from his bosom. "Master, this is my original multi-dimensional transformation theory supplement." His eyes shone with the unique passion of a scholar. "Based on the energy circulation principles you previously taught, I have further derived several new transformation modes. Although the theory is not yet perfect, I believe it will be inspiring to your research." As he spoke, there was a tremble in his voice that betrayed his longing for recognition. As a student from a humble background, he was well aware that the resources he could provide were limited, and he could only repay his master's kindness through hard work. Ron took the manuscript and quickly skimmed through a few pages. Herman's theoretical derivation was indeed quite brilliant, and although it lacked the support of practical experience, it had reached a very high level in pure theory. "Very valuable theoretical addition, Herman." Ron gave an honest assessment. "Your talent in theoretical deduction is indeed exceptional, but it still needs more validation through practical experience, so avoid arrogance and impatience." Next, the other 4 students also presented their carefully prepared gifts. The red-haired girl, Lucia, nervously took out an ancient bloodline analysis diagram borrowed from her family's collection. She carefully unfolded the parchment, which recorded the characteristic parameters and evolutionary paths of several rare bloodlines. This is research data our family has passed down for 300 years. Her voice trembled slightly. Although it may not be complete, I hope it can aid in your bloodline research, Master. What she did not say was that she risked being reprimanded by her family elders to borrow this data. The slender Sebastian provided a set of experimental tools he had meticulously improved. Each piece had been adjusted and optimized countless times to ensure the best performance during use. The gentle Albert presented several rare energy crystals from the shallow layers of the abyss. He had purchased these materials with a year's savings, and each piece was of considerable value. The youngest, Thomas, contributed a book of magic theory notes he had painstakingly transcribed by hand. The handwriting in the book was so neat it resembled printing, showing the immense effort he devoted to this task. Faced with the sincerity of his students, Ron did not hesitate to give his return gifts. As a master, he had long prepared custom gifts for each student. For Herman, it was a spiritual power amplification stone, a rare alchemical product that could provide additional spiritual power support at critical moments, crucial for breaking through to becoming an official wizard. Use it when you attempt to break the bottleneck to become an official wizard. Remember, timing is important. Only using it at the most critical moment will yield the maximum effect. For Liss, it was several formulas for improved magic potions, which were his innovative results from research and could greatly enhance cultivation efficiency. These formulas cannot be bought on the market. Take care to safeguard them, and do not easily divulge them. For Lucia, it was a set of optimized bloodline sensing tools, capable of greatly enhancing her detection precision and perception range. The other 3 students also received corresponding professional auxiliary items, each carefully selected according to their specializations and needs. Liss's fingers trembled slightly as she accepted the potion formula. Of course, she knew the precious value of these formulas and understood the master's thoughtful care for his students. At that moment, a complex emotion surged in her heart. There was a thirst for knowledge, gratitude to her master, and other feelings she did not dare to acknowledge. The meaning of knowledge lies in inheritance and development. Ron spoke gently, yet with an undeniable seriousness in his voice. Your growth is the best reward for me, but I also hope you remember, in this world, knowledge and power often mean responsibility and danger. His gaze swept over each of the young faces present. The days ahead may bring some changes, and you should be mentally prepared. Whatever happens, remember the academic principles and moral boundaries we discussed today. Though unspoken, everyone could sense the deeper meaning behind these words. The impending school reform would test everyone. These young students could not remain untouched. Midst the appearance of light-hearted enjoyment, this gathering seemed more like a farewell ceremony, to bid farewell to the peaceful days soon to pass and prepare for the turbulent times to come. When night had fully fallen, the students gradually took their leave. Before departing, each expressed their gratitude and respect to Ron once more, their eyes filled with a sense of attachment and reluctance, as if realizing this might be their last gathering of this kind. Herman was the last to leave, pausing at the doorway. Master, no matter what happens in the future, I will never forget your teachings. If one day I truly become an official wizard, I will use this power in the way you have taught. His voice carried a maturity and firmness beyond his years. Ron looked at this student who had grown from a commoner boy to a candidate wizard, and a complex emotion welled up in his heart. In a world full of intrigue and betrayal, such pure loyalty seemed so precious, yet also so fragile. Remember what you said today, Herman. In this world, the hardest thing to maintain is not power, but your original intentions. Watching the fading figures of his students as they left, Ron stood alone at the doorway for a long time. After the elite team of students left, the vast workshop fell into silence once more. The floating magic lamp automatically dimmed its brightness, casting a hazy glow. Ron stood alone by the window, gazing at the dazzling night scenery of the central lands through the crystal window. Those towering Mage Tower spires glittered under the starlight, like inverted stars. Yet at this moment, this beauty could not calm the turmoil within his heart. He gently caressed the exquisite rune gloves in his hand, Liss's earnest and focused expression still vivid in his memory. 3 months of time, every stitch and thread, each rune imbued with the girl's entire devotion. That pure admiration and attachment so clear, yet so fragile. In the face of the tides of time, individual will always seem so insignificant. He understood that with his transfer to the Abyssal Observation Station, such warm teacher-student gatherings would become a rare luxury. The nature of the work at the observation station meant he could only return to the Crystal Tower infrequently each month, with most of his energy devoted to those dangerous and mysterious abyssal studies. Cassandra's return would also completely alter the power dynamics of the Crystal Tower. In such a turbulent situation, the peaceful academic atmosphere of the past would likely be hard to maintain. Ron turned and walked towards the desk, his gaze falling on the theoretical manuscript presented by Herman. The silver-haired youth's pure yearning for knowledge, along with the excitement after receiving recognition as a candidate wizard, reminded him of his own initial days in this distinguished place. Yet in this cruel world, innocence often means vulnerability, and kindness often equates to danger. What I can give them, I have already given. He gently stroked the manuscript's cover. The road ahead can only be walked by themselves. These elite team students, in a sense, have already completed all the content he can currently impart. Herman has reached the pinnacle of advanced apprentices in theoretical derivation. Lys's talent in magic potion making has been fully developed, and the others also have their own strengths. But because of this, the reason for gathering no longer exists. They all have their own cultivation directions and academic pursuits, all striving to advance to official wizards. In this competitive world, time is the most precious resource, and none can waste it on meaningless socializing. Perhaps years later, when they have all grown to become independently capable wizards, there will be a chance for reunion. But will they still be as pure as they are now? Ron shook his head, suppressing these sentimental emotions. As a rational researcher, he knows that being driven by emotion will only affect judgment. In the looming storm, protecting oneself is the primary task. The next morning, as Ron was organizing the various precious gifts received last night in the laboratory, there was a polite, yet slightly urgent knock on the door. The knocking rhythm was very regular, 3 short knocks, one slightly longer, then a brief pause. This is the established formal visit signal within the Crystal Tower, indicating that the visitor has important matters to discuss. Entering was lecturer Frederick Levin. This enchantment expert clearly had exceptionally thorough preparation today. He wore a brand new wizard's robe, holding a lavishly decorated storage box. The box itself was a fine piece of art, made from abyssal black wood, with its surface inlaid with intricate silver runes, emitting a faint magic ripple. The value of this container alone is worth several complete magic stones. What truly caught Ron's attention was the barely concealed urgency in Frederick's expression. This middle-aged wizard had faint traces of fatigue at the corners of his eyes. Clearly, he didn't sleep well last night. His left ring finger also bore a piece of an ancient-style ring. That was evidently not a decorative item, but a protective alchemy tool, usually worn only when facing potential threats. Lecturer Ralph, first let me congratulate you on your successful promotion. Frederick's voice carried genuine congratulations, but Ron keenly sensed an underlying tension. Thank you for your congratulatory words, Lecturer Frederick. Ron rose to greet him, polite yet maintaining a sense of distance. Please have a seat, but judging by your appearance, there seems to be something important to discuss. Indeed. Frederick didn't deny it, carefully placing the expensive storage box on the table, then used magic to check the room's soundproofing. After confirming it was secure, he took a deep breath. In fact, I want to establish a deeper, collaborative relationship with you, especially in this special period. When he mentioned the word special period, his voice noticeably lowered a few degrees. Ron noted this detail, gaining a deeper understanding of the upcoming changes. As a token of sincerity, I have brought some small gifts, Frederick said as he opened the storage box, and what it contained made Ron raise his eyebrows slightly. Inside the box, Velvet divided it into 3 sections, each area containing a valuable item. The first item was a hefty handwritten tome with a gilt lettering cover titled War Rune Enchantment Manual. This is the collection of weapon and armor enchantment schemes I've compiled over many years. Frederick's voice carried clear reluctance. Evidently, this book held significant meaning to him. It includes a complete technological pathway from basic enhancement to advanced specialization. Especially for the augmentation enchantments within the Bloodline Knight system, there are very few places in the Central Lands that could provide such detailed information. He paused for a moment, then added, "The book also contains my personal annotations and improved plans, some of which even my peers are unaware of." The second item was an old but well-preserved research note. On the cover, written in ancient wizard script, were the words "in-depth study of physical enhancement runes." This was a research direction of mine from early years. A special enchantment technique developed specifically for Bloodline Knights. Frederick continued the introduction, a hint of pride in his tone. Through precise rune arrays, temporary enhancement runes can be engraved directly onto human skin. Although the duration is limited, usually only 6–8 hours, the effect is quite significant. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes. This technology once brought me great fame within the Enchantment Master Association, but later, due to various reasons, I was forced to cease related research. The third item was a fist-sized dark red crystal stone, emitting a blood-like alluring luster under the illumination of the magic crystal lamp. The entire room's magic power environment subtly resonated because of this stone's presence. Frederick's tone became particularly solemn. This is the core material for crafting advanced physical enhancement runes. It resonates with the user's blood, which not only significantly enhances the effects and stability of the runes, but also extends their active time. He gently caressed the stone's surface with his finger. The purity of this piece exceeds 80%, and its market value is not less than 20 complete magic stones. Ron carefully examined these gifts, quickly calculating their true value in his mind. Just the total value of these 3 items alone exceeded Frederick's income for more than half a year. Such precious gift must come with certain expectations. Your generosity leaves me somewhat surprised, Ron said slowly, his voice carrying a cautious inquiry. The value of these gifts is indeed impressive. What kind of return do you hope to receive? Upon hearing this direct question, Frederick also appeared serious. He paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. When he spoke again, there was a nearly pleading tone in his voice. It's actually quite simple. I hope to provide you with personal consulting services in enchantment techniques, charging only 60% of the market price. In exchange, I hope to establish a long-term and solid partnership with a treasure-level genius like you. He paused, his eyes becoming more direct. To be frank, Lecturer Ralph, the situation for mid-level lecturers like myself will become quite delicate in the upcoming upheaval. Gaining the support of an influential colleague like you would be of significant importance to me. But this was evidently not the entire reason. Frederick hesitated for a moment before continuing. There's also a more personal reason. His hand unconsciously moved to his chest, where a small rune protective talisman was faintly visible, the pure favor from helping you earlier. It greatly nourished my spiritual core. Ron's eyes slightly narrowed. This was indeed a change he hadn't entirely anticipated before. I have been engaged in enchantment research for over 50 years, and my spiritual power has long been eroded by various energies. Frederick's voice turned slightly trembling. The healing wizards told me that I have at most 10 years left before losing my casting ability due to accumulated spiritual contamination. But yesterday, in that moment, I took a deep breath. That favor not only removed some contamination from my spiritual core, but even repaired some damage I thought could never be healed. This level of spiritual healing is hard to achieve even for professional healers. These candid words gave Ron a clearer understanding of Frederick's motive. For a wizard about to lose his casting ability, any opportunity to prolong his career is invaluable. Frederick continued, his voice filled with near awe. Your background relationships are also impressive. Your close relationship with the little princess of the Crown clan, direct guidance from Professor Other. These are resources that are not available to an ordinary treasure-level genius. A contemplative look appeared in his eyes. In school politics, sometimes personal connections are often more important than individual abilities, and you happen to have an absolute advantage in both. This finally revealed Frederick's true intentions. In the power shuffle to come, establishing a cooperative relationship with Ron was not only to gain favor healing, but also to secure a strong backer in a complex political struggle. Ron pondered for a moment, quickly weighing the pros and cons of this proposal in his mind. From a purely interest perspective, This indeed seemed like a mutually beneficial arrangement. Frederick's professional level was unquestionable, and his guidance could indeed help Ron avoid detours in enchantment studies. Moreover, in this soon-to-be reshuffled world, having one more ally familiar with the inside story was better than having one more potential enemy. I accept your proposal. Ron finally nodded in agreement. Enchantment studies are indeed the field I urgently need to improve upon. Your professional guidance is extremely valuable to me. Upon hearing this response, a look of relief immediately appeared on Frederick's face, and even his shoulders relaxed. Great, this is truly so important to me, he said excitedly. Then a shrewd gleam typical of a merchant flashed in his eyes. At the same time, I also have a practical business suggestion to share with you. Since you are now an official lecturer and have several high-quality papers, you can definitely consider raising the fees for various services appropriately. The price of magic potion orders can be increased by 50%, bloodline modulation services can be doubled. New courses should also be priced accordingly. With your current reputation and influence, these price increases will not drive away customers. Instead, they will enhance your brand value. He stroked the beard on his chin and continued to explain. In the wizard world, price often equates to a symbol of quality. Moderately high pricing strategy can not only increase revenue, but also attract those high-end clients who truly need and can afford the services. This suggestion made Ron's eyes light up. She was indeed somewhat oblivious to these matters. Given his current status and ability, there is no need to maintain friendly prices. Raising the fee standards appropriately can not only increase income, but also weed out those clients who are not serious enough. In return, if you need magic potion, orders, or bloodline modulation services in the future, you can enjoy a 40% discount. Ron proposed her own conditions. Additionally, if you can introduce some reliable clients to me, I'll provide additional commission as a reward. Of course, a hint of joy flashed in Frederick's eyes. In fact, I actually know quite a few colleagues who have related needs, especially some wizards from ancient families. They aren't short on money, but their quality demands for services are extremely high. The two continued discussing some details of their cooperation, including pricing strategies, scope of services, and how to maintain reasonable neutrality in the upcoming transformation, among other things. As the conversation was drawing to a close, Frederick suddenly became serious. Lecturer Ralph, there's one more thing I want to remind you of. He lowered his voice and continued, according to some information I received, the Conquest faction's policies will be even more aggressive than we imagine. The mandatory conscription system might be reinstated. A deep fear was evident in Frederick's eyes. I heard that the Tower Master has developed an entirely new management system for conquest in the Otherworld, grading wizards according to their value, and then forcibly assigning them to corresponding tasks. Those wizards deemed to have insufficient academic value and combat value. He didn't finish, but the implication was very clear. Additionally, Frederick continued to add, though the work at the Abyssal Observation Station is relatively safer compared to exploration work, it's not entirely without risks either. I once had a colleague sent to work there who returned 3 months later completely changed, becoming withdrawn and often having nightmares. His voice turned even lower. It said that in the observation station's research materials, there are samples from below the Abyss 7th layer. Even with multiple seals, those things still exert subtle influences on those who come into contact with them. Over time, many researchers begin to exhibit varying degrees of mental abnormalities. These words sent a chill through Ron's heart. It seems that even without directly entering the abyss, long-term exposure to those bizarre samples also brings unforeseeable risks. Under such circumstances, maintaining a degree of discretion and flexibility may be a wise choice. Frederick finally suggested, being too ostentatious might attract unnecessary attention, while excessive stubbornness could lead to missed opportunities. Although these words were implied, their meaning was already very clear. In the coming major transformation, ensuring survival is more important than holding on to certain principles. Early the next morning, as the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouded crystal tower, Ron was already packed and ready. He didn't bring many personal belongings since the Abyssal Observation Station had extremely strict security protocols, prohibiting any items that might carry contamination. Reynolds's voice came from outside the door, 10 minutes earlier than the appointed time. As a senior member of the observation station, he fully understood the importance of punctuality. In that place, any form of negligence could lead to disastrous consequences. Ron checked the room one last time to ensure no important items were left behind. Elan and Dale would remain here to guard his private research findings. Ink was still in recovery from the last energy conflict, also unsuitable for the hazardous environment of the observation station. The two walked in silence, taking a dedicated flying vehicle to the observation station. Unlike ordinary vehicles, this mode of transport employed multiple protective designs. Not only did it have a regular magic barrier, but it was also equipped with an abyssal contamination detection system and an emergency purification device. The air inside the vehicle had been specially filtered to ensure no scent of the abyss seeped in. Through specially crafted observation windows, Ron saw the abyssal observation station standing on the horizon. It was a uniquely styled complex, with the main structure twisted into a spiral shape resembling a giant shell or some deep-sea creature's exterior. The abyssal observation station wasn't the steel fortress he imagined, but an organic architecture that seemed to have grown from the abyss itself. The entire complex had an irregular worm-like structure, its surface covered with a faintly pulsing translucent substance. Those walls would slowly reshape according to internal magic fluctuations, like the breathing of a giant creature. Is this a living building? Ron couldn't hide his shock and activated the extraordinary recognition skill to observe closely. In his special vision, the entire observation station seemed like a massive living entity. Countless energy circuits flowed like blood vessels within the walls, transmitting various information and nutrients. Indeed, this is the third-generation observation station, using symbiotic building technology. Reynolds explained, his tone carrying a hint of pride. The building itself is a gigantic abyssal creature, specially modulated to establish a symbiotic relationship with humans. It can self-repair, self-defend, and even possess a certain level of cognitive ability. He pointed to the gently undulating textures on the building's surface. These textures can sense the presence of any intruder. Once an unauthorized entry is detected, the entire building would transform into a massive trap. As they followed Reynolds towards the entrance, Ron noticed that the ground wasn't made of conventional stone slabs or metal, but some kind of slightly elastic biological material. Each step elicited a slight response from the ground, as if treading on the skin of a gigantic creature. More unsettling was that this ground seemed capable of remembering the characteristics of whoever stepped on it. When the same person walked over again, the ground would automatically adjust its hardness and texture to provide a more comfortable walking experience. The building's surface was densely covered with runes and detection devices, constantly flashing warning lights of various colors. The most striking feature was the building's top, a massive crystal dome with something constantly shifting within. That's the eye of the abyss. Reynolds noticed Ron's gaze and explained, one of the station's core devices. Capable of real-time monitoring of energy fluctuations across the abyss's layers. Upon detecting any anomaly, the entire observation station would enter the highest alert state as the vehicle approached. Ron began feeling a subtle discomfort. The air seemed filled with an indescribable scent, not sensed through smell, but a feeling that acted directly upon the depths of the soul. The sensation was akin to standing at the edge of a cliff, knowing there's an abyss below, yet unable to resist the urge to peer down. This is the abyss's call. Most of the core units of the observation station are extended into the abyss. Reynolds's voice turned somber. Even with heavy defenses, the abyss's influence can still seep through. What you're feeling now is just the faintest trace. The real abyssal environment is 1,000 times more terrifying than this. The vehicle landed on the observation station's peripheral landing platform. Ron noticed that even this seemingly ordinary platform was brimming with various detection and defense equipment. Dozens of detectors of various sizes were scanning every visitor, the blue beams invoking a discomfort akin to being scrutinized. Reynolds's tone was far more serious than usual, his eyes reflecting an uncommon gravity. Once inside the observation station, everything will change. It's not the academic ivory tower of the Crystal Tower, but a real battlefield front line. Ron nodded, silently checking the assortment of prepared items in his spatial bag. emergency potions, protective runes, communication crystals, and the most important of all, the silver pocket watch, resting quietly against his chest. Welcome to the Abyssal Observation Station. A female receptionist in a dark blue uniform approached. Her left eye had been replaced by some mechanical device, glinting with a cold red light. There were obvious signs of alienation on the right arm, the skin displaying a metallic sheen and sharp claws emerging from the fingertips. "I am Sarah, responsible for the onboarding process of new employees." Her voice carried a mechanical monotone, as if emotion had been stripped away by something. "Lecturer Ralph, you've arrived 3 minutes earlier than expected. Any form of randomness is not welcome here. Please strictly follow the schedule." This harsh attitude made Ron frown slightly, but he quickly understood the reason behind it. In an environment where disasters could strike at any moment, any slackness or randomness could lead to fatal consequences. Strict discipline is not to make things difficult but for survival. Identity verification, first step. Sarah guided them to a room sealed with a heavy metal door. The room was empty, with only a circular platform about 2 meters in diameter in the center. "Please stand in the center of the platform and remain still." Once the platform activated, Ron felt an unprecedented intensity of scanning. Countless energy waves of different frequencies penetrated his body, from skin to marrow, muscle to internal organs, even down to the cellular level for inspection. The most uncomfortable aspect was the spiritual scan, a cold consciousness directly invading his brain, inspecting every inch of thought space. Foreign spiritual power detected. Star projection trait automatically activates protection. Intrusion successfully resisted the prompt from the professional panel. Slightly reassured Ron, but he maintained a facade of calm. The technician behind the console frowned. The spiritual scan encountered resistance, unable to fully penetrate. "The mental structure of the primordial wizard is rather unique," Reynolds hurriedly explained, clearly having been forewarned by their connection to higher dimensional beings creates a natural protective effect. "This is a normal phenomenon." The technician nodded, making a note on the recording board. "Identity confirmation complete. Spiritual power scale, 5.5. Magic power structure, stable. Bloodline traits, composite, containing traces of multiple bloodline fusions." Second step, contamination detection. In another room, a group of creatures Ron had never seen awaited him. They resembled a specialized version of the autophagic slime monster, larger in size, with their surfaces covered in complex sensory organs. "These are deep sweepers," Sarah introduced, modified creatures specifically used for detecting abyssal contamination. "They can sense any trace remnant of abyssal energy." One of the sweepers slowly oozed toward Ron, extending several tentacles to conduct a full-body inspection. The sensation was eerily strange. Neither warm nor cold, but a purely neutral sense of existence, as if being touched by the void itself. Minutes later, a sweeper emitted a low hum indicating the detection was complete. "What are the results?" Sarah inquired. The technician checked the data on the display. "Contamination level, low. Blood purity, 91.7%. Spiritual contamination index, low." She paused, adding, somewhat surprised, "This is one of the cleanest results I've seen. Most people, even without direct contact with the abyss, have considerable background-level contamination." "You can now be issued protective equipment." In the equipment depot, Ron saw various protective gear designed specifically for staff at the observation station. Each piece of equipment radiated intense magical power fluctuations, clearly involving significant resource and technology investment. First came the anti-erosion cloak, a seemingly lightweight but actually astonishingly heavy black robe. The cloak's inner layer was woven with thousands of ultra-fine mithril threads, forming a complex protective network. Once Ron donned it, he immediately felt an invisible barrier enveloping him. "This cloak can resist most low-level abyssal erosion," the equipment manager explained, "but remember, it's not foolproof. In the face of high-intensity contamination, other protective measures are still needed." Next was the spiritual protection collar, a metal ring embedded with a blue crystal. After putting it on, Ron felt his thoughts become exceptionally clear, coupled with a sense of isolation from the outside world. It can filter out most spiritual contamination, but it will also reduce perceptual sensitivity. It can be temporarily disabled during precise operations. Finally came the emergency purification potion, 3 vials of silver liquid housed in a special container. If you find yourself contaminated, take one at once. If symptoms don't alleviate, take a second vial 10 minutes later. The manager's expression turned particularly serious. If all three don't work, you'd better prepare a will. Sarah's tone was mechanical and procedural. There's also a personal locator, emergency communicator, and self-destruct device. Self-destruct device. Ron examined the small silver button carefully. If captured by an abyssal apostle, or if contamination exceeds critical levels, you can choose a dignified end. The manager's expression showed no fluctuation. Rather than becoming a monster threatening your companions, it's a better choice. This harsh reality made Ron recognize once again the brutality of abyss research. Here, death is not the worst. Losing humanity is. All right, next is the final step, contract signing. Ron followed Sarah and Reynolds into a lavishly decorated, yet gloomy room, where a law officer in a black robe waited for them. A thick contract document, packed with various terms and details, lay on the table. This is the standard employment contract for the observation station. The law officer's voice was as cold as if from a grave. Please carefully read each clause and ensure you fully understand its meaning. Ron began reading the contract page by page and quickly discovered the stringent conditions exceeded his imagination. Clause 17. Any casualties during task execution are considered willingly undertaken occupational risks, and the observation station bears no compensation liability. Clause 23. Employees mutated or deceased due to abyssal contamination will have their remains and personal items treated as research materials. Clause 35. Employees are obligated to report colleagues' abnormal behavior, and concealing signs of contamination will be treated as complicity. Each clause reminded signatories of the kind of hell they were about to enter. Here, personal dignity, privacy, and even life become expendable items. There's also a confidentiality agreement. The law officer turned to the last part of the document. All information about abyss research is classified as top secret. Leakage will result in soul interrogation, memory cleansing, or outright execution in severe cases. Ron noticed a significant portion of these clauses were written in ancient script. Such script inherently contained binding power, leaving a mark on the signatory's souls once signed. I need some time to consider, Ron expressed. No, you don't have time. The law officer coldly responded, either sign now or leave immediately. The observation station does not accept indecisive employees. As if recalling something, the law officer softened his tone slightly. Besides, your contract has been altered under Professor Other's assurance. Other's contracts include another clause. The observation station reserves the right to perform periodic compulsory inspections on employees, including but not limited to physical dissection, spiritual detection, and memory reading. Reynolds lightly coughed, hinting at Ron with a meaningful look. The message was clear. This was the standard procedure of the observation station, leaving no room for negotiation. Ron weighed his options briefly and ultimately signed his name on the contract. As the ink dried, he felt a subtle energy emanating from the contract, establishing some sort of connection to his soul. Welcome to the Abyssal Observation Station. Lecturer Ralph. The law officer wore a stiff smile. I hope your work here is enjoyable and that you can leave alive. Stepping inside the observation station, everything here seems to defy common sense, as if entering a completely different world. The first thing that catches the eye is the living walls. They appear to be some kind of translucent biological tissues, constantly rippling with subtle waves on the surface. When Ron's fingertip accidentally touches the wall, the area immediately reacts. The texture on the surface changes, as if remembering his touch. Don't be too surprised. Reynolds notices Ron's expression. You should have felt it outside earlier. These are active building materials, a major feature of the observation station. They can self-repair, self-adjust, and even identify intruders. Indeed, as they turn a corner, Ron sees the astonishing capability of these materials. There is a visible crack on the wall, but it is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless tiny tentacles stretch out from both sides of the crack, intertwining, and eventually perfectly filling the gap. This technology originates from the regeneration moss of the Abyss fourth layer. Reynolds continues to explain. Through special bloodline modulation technology, we successfully fused it with traditional building materials. The result is walls that will never truly be damaged. During the elevator ride, the cabin's ceiling transforms into a huge display screen, showcasing real-time conditions of the observation station's various floors. Ron can see densely packed personnel location points and the operational status of various equipment. Green means normal, yellow requires attention, red represents emergency. Reynolds points to the color codes on the display screen. At the moment, everything seems normal, but in this place, normal can turn into emergency at any time. Let me show you the living facilities now. Reynolds leads Ron to the living area of the observation station. Everything here exemplifies an extreme adherence to the principle of safety first. The design of the dining hall was eye-opening for Ron. Every dining table is an independent sealed pod, and diners need to wear specially designed breathing masks to eat through a pipe system. These are foods treated by purification worms. Reynolds points to the dishes that appear unusually vibrant. They can identify and remove any potential abyssal contamination from the food. Although the taste may be somewhat unique, it is absolutely safe. Ron tries a bite and finds the taste indeed strange. Not unpleasant, but it's a feeling that cannot be described using conventional vocabulary, like simultaneously tasting sweetness, sourness, bitterness, yet each is surrounded by a kind of neutral blankness. Newcomers need some time to adapt. Reynolds nods understandingly, but you'll soon find that this food is not only rich in nutrients, but also gradually enhances resistance to pollution. Long-term consumption significantly increases employees' resistance to low-grade abyssal erosion. The design of the sleeping area is even more suffocating. Each employee is assigned an enclosed sleep pod, resembling a cryo chamber from a spaceship. The interior of the pod is filled with various monitoring equipment capable of real-time tracking of the user's vital signs, brain activity, and even dream content. The influence of the abyss isn't only present during wakefulness, Reynolds explains. Spiritual protection during sleep is the weakest, and it's when contamination easily infiltrates. These monitoring devices can detect anomalies at the first moment and initiate an emergency wake-up procedure. The walls of the pod are covered with densely packed rune stickers, each flickering with faint light. Spiritual barrier runes, Reynolds continues to introduce. During sleep, they form a protective network to block most external spiritual intrusions. Although it can't guarantee complete effectiveness, at least it provides a relatively safe resting environment. After visiting the living facilities, Reynolds brings Ron to a spacious lounge. Here, over a dozen observation station staff of different identities are gathered, allowing Ron to intuitively understand the power structure here. Now let me introduce the internal factions of the observation station in detail. Reynolds lowers his voice to ensure that no one else hears. In broad terms, there are two major camps here, the research group and the exploration team. Ostensibly, they differ in the nature of their work, but in reality, it's a division of political stance. He points to several people in a corner, dressed in scholars' robes, quietly discussing academic issues. Those are members of the research group, mainly composed of scholar-type wizards. They favor Professor Udel's balanced faction philosophy, advocating cautious exploration, in-depth research, and avoiding excessive risk. The research group has a strict hierarchy. Reynolds continues to explain. Intern researchers are at the bottom, mainly responsible for organizing materials, maintaining equipment, and other basic tasks. Assistant researchers can participate in some low-risk analysis projects. Official researchers are eligible to access confidential materials and conduct independent research. Senior researchers enjoy project leadership and resource allocation privileges. Ron observes these research group members and finds most of them pale and thin, evidently lacking sunlight and exercise for a long time. But each of their eyes is filled with a craving for knowledge. That pure scholar's aura leaves a deep impression. These jobs are relatively safe, rarely requiring direct contact with the abyss environment. You were specially recruited by Professor Udel based on your expertise, allowing you to start directly as an assistant researcher. Reynolds glanced at Ron, his tone tinged with envy. Then, Reynolds led Ron to the other side of the lounge. There, a distinctly different group of people was gathered. They were sturdy in build, well-equipped, each exuding a dangerous aura. The most notable aspect was that almost everyone bore visible traces of mutation. Some had eyes transformed into reptilian vertical pupils, some had skin with a metallic sheen, while others had arms sprouting scales or bone spurs. Those are members of the exploration team, the true core force of the observation station. Reynolds' tone turned complex. They almost entirely support Cassandra's conquest faction philosophy, advocating proactive action, bold exploration, acquiring more resources and power. Within the observation station, they enjoy higher status, more resource allocation, and greater voice and influence. The exploration team's level division follows the classification of bloodline levels, but without higher levels of Sun Ring and Moon Ring. Are only 4 levels. Reynolds explained in detail. Copper Ring level is the basic explorer, mainly responsible for routine patrols and sample collection in the first 3 floors of the Abyss. This level of members, though not extremely risky, still faces threats from various low-level abyssal creatures. He pointed to a man whose left arm was clearly more robust than the right. Silver Ring level is the backbone force, qualified to enter the 4th to 5th floors of the Abyss to perform tasks. This level begins to contact truly dangerous Abyss environments, with significantly rising mortality rates. Golden Ring level is the elite members, capable of venturing into the 6th floor or even deeper regions. Reynolds pointed to a figure almost unrecognizable as human. That one is the Ripper Marcus, who once survived alone on the 7th floor for 3 months, but look at his current state. Ron carefully observed the person referred to as Marcus, noticing fundamental changes in the structure of his body. His limbs were unusually elongated, with sharp bone spurs protruding at the joints. His face was also extremely incongruous, with a prominent jaw, sharp teeth, and deeply sunken eyes. The cost of the Abyss is always heavy, Reynolds sighed. Even the best explorers cannot completely avoid the erosion of pollution. What the strong can do is merely control the degree of erosion within an acceptable range. As for Star Ring level, Reynolds paused, his tone becoming exceptionally heavy. That is the captain level, with only 3 people in the entire observation station reaching this level. Each of them is capable of exploring the deep layers of the Abyss, that is, the 7th layer and below, and even able to avoid the Apostles' pursuit. The exploration team has established a completely different evaluation system from the traditional academic field, Reynolds continued, a clear sense of disapproval in his tone. They completely disregard traditional academic achievements, solely using practical combat capability and survival ability as criteria. He took out a detailed assessment form from his pocket, densely listing various indicators. First is the Survival Index, which assesses a person's survival capability in the Abyss environment. This includes resistance to pollution, adaptability in extreme environments, emergency response to sudden dangers, and more. Secondly is the Combat Rating, mainly observing the efficiency in killing abyssal creatures. They have a complicated scoring system where killing different levels of abyssal creatures can earn corresponding scores. A 3rd floor corrosion worm is worth 1 point, while a 7th floor Nautilus dragon is worth 5,000 points. Ron noticed some specific data on the form, finding the precision of this scoring system astonishing. Scores are set not only by the danger level of abyssal creatures, but adjusted based on killing methods, time taken, whether completed independently, and other factors. Then there's the adaptability test. Reynolds continued to introduce. This test requires candidates to stay in different levels of the Abyss for a specified time, observing changes in their physical and mental states. The standard for passing the test isn't zero pollution. That's nearly impossible, but rather pollution controlled within manageable scope, with no significant signs of rational loss appearing. He flipped to another page of the form. Lastly is the Leadership Potential Test, evaluating the ability to command a team in combat. This test is usually conducted in the real Abyss environment, where candidates need to lead a team to complete specified tasks, with survival rate and task completion being part of the score. Ron carefully studied the evaluation system, discovering that it truly embodied the cruel principle of survival of the fittest. Any traditional sense of academic achievement, paper publications, theoretical innovations, teaching abilities, etc., hold no value here. The only recognized attribute is the pure combat power shown in the extreme environment of the Abyss. Although this evaluation method is brutal, it also has its rationality, Reynolds had to admit. In the Abyss, a brilliant paper cannot save your life, but a sharp sword can. From a purely practical standpoint, the exploration team's evaluation system indeed better suits the actual needs here. But his tone became worried. The problem is, this way of thinking is spreading through the entire school alliance. More and more people are starting to believe that traditional academic research is a useless ivory tower game, and only conquest and plunder can lead to true progress. Ron silently noted this information, beginning to devise his survival strategy in this complex environment. As a new member assigned to the research group, he needed to find a delicate balance between the two factions. He must neither be constrained by the traditions of the conservatives nor swept up by the fervor of the radicals. To put it bluntly, for him, the fighting power derived from his own research outcomes is far more reliable and stable than those who rely on desperation and mutations. In the following days, through interactions with other researchers, Ron gradually gained a deeper understanding of the true horrors of abyssal erosion. You must understand, abyssal erosion is not an ordinary disease like a cold, Wayne, senior researcher in the laboratory, explained to Ron. This 50-something scholar's left side of the face had completely hardened, only his right side of the lips moved while speaking. It is a fundamental form of existence change. Once started, it cannot be truly reversed. Wayne showcased a series of shocking research data. Firstly, the irreversibility. Traditional healing magic, purification potions, or even high-tier life remodeling techniques can only alleviate abyssal erosion, not eradicate it. He pointed at a microscopic image. Erosion changes the basic structure of organisms at the cellular level, replacing normal sequences with a certain abyssal code. Once implanted, this code replicates and spreads like a virus until it completely rewrites the host's biological essence. Even more frightening is its infectious nature. Wayne flipped to another page of data. Long-term contact with severely eroded individuals, even without direct bodily fluid exchange, can lead to contamination spread. The aura emitted by eroded individuals, exhaled gases, and even objects they have touched can become sources of infection. He gave a bitter smile and pointed to his petrified half of the face. This souvenir of mine was left after a handshake with a severely eroded individual 3 years ago. At the time, we both wore protective gloves, but it still couldn't be completely avoided. Then Wayne introduced the elusive characteristics of erosion. Initial symptoms are extremely subtle, often mistaken for fatigue, stress, or other common issues. A slight change in skin color, mild alterations in sleep patterns, minor fluctuations in appetite. These seemingly normal phenomena may actually be signals of the onset of erosion. He took out a detailed symptom progression chart. By the time obvious symptoms appear, erosion has usually progressed for several weeks or even months. At that point, seeking control requires extremely painful and dangerous treatment methods. The most despairing part is the accumulative nature. Wayne's voice became heavier. Even minimal contact leaves erosion seeds within the body. The cumulative effect of multiple minimal contacts is often more dangerous than a single moderate contact. He presented a statistical graph. Long-term employees at observation stations, even if they strictly adhere to protective regulations, experience a 2–3% increase in erosion annually. Employees who have worked for over 10 years rarely manage to stay below the safety line. Faced with such a terrifying threat, observation stations naturally have established an extremely stringent response system. Regular detection is our first line of defense. The medical department's wizard Lynn introduced. She appeared to be in her 30s, but her right eye had been replaced by a crystal flickering with blue light. The mandatory weekly testing includes no exceptions. The tests comprise blood analysis, spirit status evaluation, magic power wave examination among over a dozen projects. The scenes in the testing room left a profound impression on Ron. Dozens of precise instruments operated simultaneously, scanning each subject comprehensively. The process, though painless, was extremely uncomfortable. The feeling of being completely exposed with no place to hide instinctively made people want to flee. Once test results exceed norms, isolation protocols are immediately initiated, Lynn continued explaining. Mildly exceeding individuals face restricted movement, only able to work and live in designated areas. Moderately exceeding individuals must undergo enhanced treatment, completely prohibited from interacting with others during this period. Severely exceeding individuals. She paused, showing a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Severely exceeding individuals are sent to the deep treatment zone. Treatment methods there include high-intensity magic power impact, spirit reconstruction, and even partial memory removal. The cure rate is approximately 30%. And the uncured 70%, Ron inquired. Lin didn't directly answer, only pointing outside at a region enclosed by high walls. The observation station's special containment zone. There reside entities that are no longer human. They still retain some rationality and memory, but their bodies and spirits have undergone irreversible changes. The rotational system is another vital measure, Lin continued to introduce. Exploration team members must mandatory take leave every 3 months, leaving the observation station to receive treatment at the purification sanatorium. Even research group members need to rotate every 6 months. Ron learned that although this rotational system effectively reduces erosion risks, it also incurs significant manpower costs. The observation station needs to maintain double staffing to ensure continuity in work. The grading isolation system is particularly stringent to a harsh extent. Lin introduced the internal structure of the observation station. According to erosion degree, the entire observation station is divided into various safety zones. 0-degree zones only permit completely clean new employees' entry. First-degree zones correspond to mildly eroded individuals, second-degree zones to moderately eroded, and so on. Personnel interaction between different levels is strictly limited. Even the air circulation system is independently separated. Although this design effectively controls contamination spread, it also leads to internal rank fixation and psychological barriers. Finally, Lin, almost in a whisper, conveyed to Ron a chilling fact. There's also the final disposition system. When someone's erosion degree surpasses the critical value and treatment proves ineffectual, the observation station initiates the mercy termination protocol. Her hands trembled slightly. This isn't a punishment, but protection for them and others. Highly eroded individuals might lose control at any moment, becoming even more dangerous than abyssal creatures. Mercy termination. Ron repeated the euphemistic phrase. A rapid and painless death method, Lin explained. The sentenced will peacefully pass away in their sleep without any suffering. This is the final kindness the observation station can offer them. In the laboratory of the Materials Analysis Department. At the observation station. Faint smell of disinfectant mixed with an indescribable corrosive scent. Ron, wearing specially designed protective gear, stood in front of the analysis table, carefully observing the sample before him. It was a piece of devouring bacteria brought back from the second layer of the abyss, covered with fine textures and displaying an eerie dark red under special light. "Hey rookie, be careful. That thing isn't just ordinary stuff," Martin, a researcher sitting at the opposite workstation, reminded. This man, appearing in his 40s, had 3 fingers on his right hand completely keratinized, turning into a structure resembling a hard shell. He was handling a batch of corrosion worm digestive fluid samples, skillfully yet extremely cautiously. The erosive nature of the devouring bacteria is extremely strong, Martin continued. Glancing worriedly at the instrument Ron was operating, we once had a researcher here who, due to an operational error, directly contacted an untreated sample. As a result, in less than 3 hours, the entire forearm began to decompose. In the end, it had to be amputated to save a life. Ron nodded to show understanding, but his hands did not pause for a moment. He activated the extraordinary recognition skill, observing the internal structure of the live bacterial block through a special vision. In his eyes, what seemed like a completely frozen block was, in fact, full of vitality. Countless tiny energy threads were intertwined internally, forming a complex 3-dimensional network. More astonishingly, these energy threads were slowly but rhythmically pulsating, much like the vascular system of some organism. This kind of activity, samples from the abyss, indeed, need to be freshly harvested to be of the greatest value. Ron quickly jotted down his observations on the recording board. His speed and accuracy of analysis drew glances from his surrounding colleagues. Normally, a novice would need at least several days to grasp the basic traits of the devouring bacteria. Yet Ron had reached deeper conclusions in less than an hour than many official researchers. "You're sure there's a highly active life sign?" Another researcher, Mary, came over. Her left eye had been replaced by some kind of luminous artificial organ, flickering with curious blue light. "We've been studying this new sample for a year now, and we've never found any signs of life activity while in a frozen state." Ron pointed to the display screen of the analysis instrument, which showed the energy flow map within the frozen block. If you closely observe the energy distribution pattern, you'll find they follow a specific cyclical change. This change occurs at a frequency of about 72 times per minute, very close to the human heartbeat frequency. Mary widened her eyes, carefully examining the data on the screen. Indeed, among the seemingly chaotic energy fluctuations, there was a subtle regularity that, without Ron's prompt, would be difficult to detect. More importantly is this reaction pattern. Ron adjusted the instrument parameters slightly. The screen immediately displayed another set of data. When we apply external stimulation to the crystal, its internal activities undergo corresponding changes. When the temperature rises, the pulse quickens. Upon receiving pressure, the direction of energy flow adjusts. This adaptive response is a typical life characteristic. Other researchers in the laboratory also paused their work, gathering around to observe this discovery. Wayne, the manager of this laboratory, also came over, his petrified half-face appearing especially eerie under the light. "Researcher Ralph, your observational skills are indeed outstanding." Wayne carefully examined Ron's analysis report, a look of approval in his eyes. However, as everyone crowded around discussing, Ron noticed a subtle detail. Though his colleague's compliments were sincere, deep within those mutated eyes, he caught a barely noticeable twist of emotion. That wasn't simple jealousy, but a deeper unrest. Unconsciously, Martin tapped the table with his keratinized fingers, producing an irritating scratching sound. Mary's artificial eye flashed more rapidly, reflecting internal turmoil. Even Wayne, usually composed, had a slight twitch on his petrified half-face. Those working in this place. Ron was analyzing this subtle atmosphere in his heart. Bare to various extents, the cost of abyss erosion and my impressive newcomer performance might remind them of what they've lost. This realization made Ron more cautious. He began intentionally lowering his performance. No longer displaying overly excellent analytical ability, he chose to work at a more normal pace. In the following days, Ron gradually adapted to the work rhythm of the observation station. Every morning at 8, he would arrive at the laboratory to process the samples accumulated from the previous day. He had lunch in the canteen, and although the food treated by purification worms tasted strange, it did indeed provide ample nutrition. In the afternoon, he continued analysis work, occasionally participating in discussions for small research projects. In the evening, he rested in his sleeping pod. Though oppressive, the rune stickers did provide basic spirit protection. What impressed Ron the most was the mandatory checks every 3 days. In the inspection room, dozens of precision instruments operated simultaneously, conducting comprehensive scans on each examinee. When it was Ron's turn for the check, the technician conducting the examination showed a clear look of surprise in their eyes. Erosion level, 0.01%. The technician repeatedly confirmed the test results, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. "Are you sure you've been working at the observation station for a full 3 days? "Yes. Is there a problem?" Ron calmly inquired. "No problem, it's just." The technician looked at the test results of the others, his tone filled with disbelief. Typically, newcomers working at the observation station for 3 days usually have an erosion level of about 0.05%. Cases like yours, with almost no change, I've only seen twice in my 30-year career. This result caused a small stir within the research group. The colleagues looked at Ron with more complex expressions, full of envy, confusion, and that indescribable unease. Truly an enviable constitution. Mary's tone was tinged with bitterness. Her erosion level had already reached 12.3%, getting closer to the mandatory treatment warning line. Some people are naturally resistant to the abyss, while others can only watch helplessly as they are gradually transformed. Martin nodded in agreement. His keratinized fingers had gained a few more marks, evidently with worsening erosion. That's the reality. In this place, talent is more important than effort. Facing his colleagues' mixed emotions, Ron maintained surface calm, but in his heart, he pondered deeper questions. His resistance to erosion was indeed extraordinary. This might be related to his identity as a primordial wizard, or it could be the additional protection brought by multiple traits. But such distinctiveness also meant greater risk. In an environment where everyone was enduring suffering, an overly prominent lucky one often becomes a target of intense attention. 5 days later in the morning, Wayne called Ron to the office. "Researcher Ralph, your performance has left a deep impression on me. This experienced supervisor sat behind the desk, the petrified half of his face appearing particularly eerie in the shadows. It's not just your analytical skills, more importantly, it's your resistance to abyssal erosion. This suggests a possibility to me. Ron maintained a cautious stance. Are you referring to? Wayne took out a detailed mission report. We plan to organize a short-term sampling operation on the second layer of the abyss, targeting the bloody shallow area for new biological samples. This mission requires a researcher with high resistance to erosion, and you are the most suitable candidate. He handed the report to Ron. Of course, this is a voluntary task. Although abyssal sampling is dangerous, it's also the only way to obtain first-hand information. For a scholar aspiring to abyss research, this is a rare opportunity. Ron took the report and quickly browsed through its detailed contents. The Bloody Shallow is a special region on the second layer of the abyss, known for its unstable spatial structure and rich biodiversity. It is home to many rare abyssal creatures and, simultaneously, a high-danger erosion area. How is the sampling team composed? Ron asked. 3 researchers, 2 exploration team guards, and an automatic alert golem. The researchers will handle sample collection and preliminary analysis, the guards will ensure safety, and the golem will handle environmental monitoring and warnings. The entire journey is expected to last 7 hours, with at least 5 hours spent in the abyssal environment. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Not only would it enable the acquisition of valuable research material, but more importantly, it allowed for on-site observation of the abyss environment, providing first-hand data for all his research. Moreover, it was also the perfect opportunity for him to arrange for the stand-in puppet to enter the abyss. I accept this mission. Ron responded without hesitation. Wayne nodded with satisfaction. Very well. You have 2 days to prepare, and I'll send you the specific equipment list and precautions. Remember, this is your first abyssal expedition, and safety must be the priority. In the morning, inside the equipment room at the observation station, a small sampling team was conducting the final preparations. Ron wore a specially designed abyss protection suit, made of multi-layer composite materials that effectively block most erosive substances. The inner layer of the protective suit was soft, purification fiber, capable of neutralizing low-intensity abyssal energy. The middle layer was a tough barrier fabric, capable of resisting physical attacks and corrosive liquids. The outermost layer was a shimmering, reflective coating, specifically designed to counter certain abyssal creatures with optical attack capabilities. Check the breathing system. The team leader Miller, a silver ring-level explorer, had a fully mechanized left arm, gleaming with a metallic luster. At the Bloody Shallow, the concentration of erosive particles in the air is dozens of times higher than on the surface. Without a perfect filtration system, ordinary people would suffer lung decay after breathing there for 10 minutes. Ron checked the mask's ceiling, ensuring the filtration device was functioning properly. The interior display of the mask provided real-time environmental parameters, including oxygen concentration, toxin content, erosion level, and more. Sample collection equipment. Another researcher, Alice, was responsible for this introduction. She appeared to be in her 30s but had a half-transparent body, with internal organs vaguely visible. These are specially designed collection containers, capable of maintaining sample vitality and stability. Each container is for one-time use only, so they must be used sparingly. The third researcher, Falco, was responsible for checking the analysis equipment. The young man's hair had turned silver-white, making him appear 10 years older than his actual age. The portable analyzer can only conduct basic testing. Detailed analysis must be carried out back in the lab, but it helps us assess the basic value of samples and avoid wasting precious collection opportunities. Another guard was James, a copper ring-level explorer. His eyes had transformed into reptilian vertical pupils, allowing him to see clearly in the dark. The automatic sentinel golem, Watcher 7, is a mechanical construct about 2 meters tall, covered in sensors and weapon equipment. Its function is to monitor the surrounding environment in real time and alert immediately upon detecting threats. Prepare for descent. Miller conducted a final check of everyone's equipment, then issued the order to depart. Remember, in the abyss, any anomaly could mean death. Report issues immediately and never act alone. The observation station's descent system is an engineering marvel, a huge mechanical lift platform suspended by dozens of thick steel cables, slowly descends to different layers of the abyss. Strong lighting equipment and protective barriers installed around the platform provide basic safety for the passengers. As the platform descended, the surrounding environment began to change noticeably. Sunlight from the ground gradually disappeared, replaced by a strange, dim red glow. The air became thick and humid, with each breath tinged with a peculiar taste. Depth 1,000 meters. Entering the first layer of the abyss. The platform's broadcasting system announced real-time data. Environmental erosion, slight. Air quality, acceptable. Estimated time to reach the second layer, 15 minutes. Through the platform's edge railing, Ron saw the first layer of the abyss. It appeared as a large cave system, with stone walls covered in glowing moss that provided faint illumination. Occasionally, some small abyssal creatures could be seen scurrying through rock crevices, their shapes peculiar yet still within the realm of biology. Depth 3,000 meters. Entering the second layer of the abyss. The broadcaster sounded again, but this time its tone was evidently serious. Environmental erosion, middle, air quality, requires protection. All personnel must immediately don breathing apparatus. With increasing depth, Ron could clearly sense the strengthening erosion of the abyss. Even through protective suits, a slight tingling sensation began to prick his skin. More unsettling was the mental pressure, as if countless voices whispered beside his ears, attempting to erode his sanity. This is the abyss's welcoming ceremony. Miller noticed Ron's expression. Everyone feels this way when first encountering the abyss. Environment, the key is to maintain a clear mind. Do not listen to those voices or attempt to understand what they are saying, yet Ron's adaptability amazed everyone. Though initially uncomfortable, he quickly adjusted and even began actively analyzing various features of the surrounding environment. The bloodline altar experience certainly helped a lot. He secretly felt grateful, combined with his earlier experience of the abyssal aura leakage in the Black Mist School. He developed some resistance and adaptability to this erosive environment. Depth 3,500 meters. Reaching the border of the collection area. The platform slowly ceased its descent, revealing a breathtaking scene ahead. The hallmark of the first and second abyss layers, the Bloody Shallow as its name suggests, is a vast area covered in dark red liquid. Yet it's not ordinary water, but some mysterious substance with living activity. The liquid surface continually ripples, as if countless lives are swimming within. More astonishing are those floating space bubbles above the shallow. Each bubble appears just the size of an ordinary room, yet internally exhibits entirely different environmental characteristics. Some bubbles contain icy worlds, others desert landscapes, and some feature indescribable twisted spaces. These space bubbles are a hallmark phenomenon of the first and second abyss layers. Alice explained, her semi-transparent body appeared especially eerie under the blood-red glow. Each bubble is an independent space with its own ecosystem. They appear and disappear randomly, some lasting only minutes, others persist for years. The most valuable samples often come from these space bubbles, but entering them is extremely dangerous, for no one knows the rules inside the bubbles. Miller began deploying the action plan. Our target is 3 relatively stable space bubbles. According to observation data, they've existed for over 2 months, presumably safe. James is responsible for perimeter vigilance. Watcher 7 handles environmental monitoring. The rest will split into 2 groups for collection. Just as the team prepared for dispersed action, Ron's perception skills suddenly issued a warning. In his special vision, a group of hidden figures was silently approaching deep within the Bloody Shallow. Those creatures' forms were distorted and bizarre, their bodies translucent, capable of perfectly blending with the surrounding environment. If not for his extraordinary recognition skills, discovering their presence would have been impossible. The bloody shoreline of the second layer of the abyss emits disturbingly sweet metallic scent. It is a special atmosphere created by the fusion of an unknown creature's body fluids and abyssal energy. Ron crouched at the edge of a translucent spatial bubble. Holding a collector, he carefully scraped the pearlescent microbial membrane from the bubble's wall. These substances, known as alien microbial membranes, trembled slightly like living silk with his movements, as if sensing every touch from the outside world. Through the multifunctional display screen of his protective mask, Ron could clearly observe the microbial membrane's real-time reaction. The color gradually shifted from the initial pale purple to deep blue, and the texture became more viscous. Such an exquisite adaptive mechanism. He silently recorded these details in his mind while activating the extraordinary recognition for deeper analysis. In his special vision, these seemingly simple microbes actually possessed a complex energy network. Each cell was like a miniature energy converter, capable of adjusting its biological traits according to external stimuli. At this moment, an almost imperceptible abnormal fluctuation quietly entered his perception range. The feeling was hard to describe, like someone plucking a distant harp string. The slight vibration it produced passed through the air, crossed several barriers, and finally touched his keen mental antennae. But this string was made of space itself, and the plucking force came from some fearsome entity attempting to forcibly breach the dimensional barrier. Ron's movement paused instantly. The dual perception of Hermit's knowledge and extraordinary recognition acted like a precise radar net, capturing every detail of this twisted fluctuation. Frequency, intensity, propagation direction, energy characteristics. All data pointed to one chilling conclusion. Chaotic spirit monster. This infamous horror creature in the abyss was silently approaching through some kind of space. Manipulation technique. Ron slowly straightened up while quickly calculating the exact time of the threat's arrival in his mind. The acceleration of space distortion, the critical point of energy accumulation, the time required to breach the dimensional barrier. Every variable was considered in his calculation. He reached a precise conclusion and immediately turned to the other team members without hesitation. Everyone, stop collecting immediately and prepare for a defensive posture. Ron's voice was transmitted to every team member through the communication device. The tone, exceptionally steady, prompted his colleagues, who were initially focused on their work, to raise their heads. The chaotic spirit monster is approaching, and a space rift will appear in the northeast direction in about 15 seconds. This sudden warning was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattering the tranquil atmosphere of the collection work. Wayne, the supervisor responsible for this operation, was the first to react. His petrified side appeared particularly eerie under the bloody glow. Years of work in the abyss had cultivated a unique habit in him. Whenever a sudden situation arose, he would subconsciously tap his temple with his finger, and the sound of bone striking stone always helped him maintain calm. At this moment, that familiar tap-tap sound rang again. "Ralph, what are you talking about?" There was a clear confusion in Wayne's tone, along with an imperceptible touch of admiration. He quickly checked the multifunctional monitor on his wrist, a palm-sized device showing all environmental parameters in real time. All detection equipment shows normal. Base stability at 94.7%. Energy fluctuation intensity at 0.3 standard units, threat level. His voice gradually diminished because the green safe indicator was steadily flashing on the screen, as if mocking Ron's earlier delusion. The leader of the exploration team, Miller, reacted more directly. The mechanical left arm of this silver ring-level explorer emitted a slight buzzing sound, the self-check of the built-in weapon system. But the expression on his face was one of near contemptuous cold disdain. Miller spoke slowly, with the impatience that a veteran often shows towards a novice. "I understand you might be nervous encountering the real abyss environment for the first time. It's quite normal. I've seen too many scholar-type wizards like you, who learn a huge amount of theory from books but become overly cautious when actually descending into the abyss." He gave a light pat on the 2-meter-tall automatic guard golem Watcher 7 beside him, producing a crisp metallic clink. "But the safety systems here are far more reliable than you think. This big guy is equipped with the observatory's most advanced threat perception array, including space distortion monitors, energy fluctuation analyzers, and biological characteristic identifiers, a total of 17 different types of sensors." Miller's tone became more mocking. If a threat of the level of a chaotic spirit monster were really present, it would have gone into a frenzy of alarms, rather than be as peaceful as it is now. He pointed to the row of normally flashing green indicator lights on the golem's head. Falco, who was responsible for portable analysis equipment, cast a more complex glance. This young researcher, appearing aged due to long-term exposure to abyssal materials, also had his habitual gesture. Whenever feeling puzzled or worried, he would instinctively stroke his silver-white hair, as if confirming he was still alive. Falco stroked his hair, his voice trembling slightly, mixed with sympathy and fear. Perhaps you need to undergo an emergency detection. Initial contact with abyssal materials can indeed lead to various adverse reactions. He took a small mental state detector from the medical kit, the silver metal casing reflecting a bizarre glow under the bloody light. These symptoms aren't uncommon among newcomers. Initial symptoms of spiritual contamination include auditory hallucinations, visual hallucinations, and excessive sensitivity to non-existent threats. If not treated promptly, Falco didn't finish, but everyone present knew the consequences of that if. The special containment area of the observation station housed too many former colleagues who had lost their human form due to spiritual contamination. Wayne, the supervisor, had already begun to activate the portable erosion detector he carried with him. This precision equipment emitted a low hum. The internal rune array started rapidly heating up, ready to conduct a comprehensive abyssal erosion detection on Ron. Ralph, cooperate with the detection. This is standard procedure. Wayne's tone was gentle, yet it bore an unmistakable sense of refusal. If the erosion response does lead to perception anomalies, we need to immediately initiate treatment procedures. The sooner it's identified, the greater the chance of recovery. He paused, the petrified half of his face twitching slightly. You should know what the consequences of delaying treatment are. Facing colleagues' doubts and the impending force detection, Ron maintained an iceberg-like absolute calm inwardly. The years of persistent research and meditation had taught him how to maintain rational thinking in the most chaotic situations. He knew his perception was correct. The threat of chaotic spirit monsters was closing in at a terrifying speed. The spatial distortion's fluctuation was intense enough to make him feel mildly nauseous, a direct impact of high-intensity space manipulation on the spirit. But under these circumstances, excessive explanation would only be deemed further evidence of mental anomalies. There's no time for these procedures. Ron's voice became more urgent. He could sense the spatial distortion was approaching a critical point. The terrifying force on the verge of tearing reality made every nerve in his body frantically alert. Believe me or don't believe me, but please immediately activate all defense protocols. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. While he accurately counted down, he rapidly checked his equipment configuration. The tactical pack on his waist, the emergency runes at his cuff, the talisman on his chest. Each item was confirmed for status and usage order in an instant. This near-mechanical preparation instead made other team members feel more uneasy. In their eyes, Ron's current behavior perfectly matched the typical symptoms of abyssal spiritual contamination: oversensitivity, paranoid delusions, compulsive behavior patterns. Copper Ring Explorer James, nearby, even had his hand on his weapon, ready to subdue the out-of-control newcomer if necessary. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Right when Wayne, the supervisor, sighed and prepared to forcibly start the detection procedure, the entire environment within the spatial bubble suddenly underwent a terrifying upheaval. The space began to twist at a visibly alarming speed, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand into a viscous liquid. The distortion wasn't a common physical phenomenon, but a fundamental change in the structure of reality under some incomprehensible force. The surface of the bloody shallow, that layer of seemingly calm deep red liquid, suddenly surged with bizarre ripples against all physical laws. These ripples didn't spread outward but shrank inward, forming multiple small whirlpools. What was more unsettling was the completely different color at the center of each whirlpool. Some were pure black, like paths to nothingness. Some were dazzling white light, impossible to gaze at directly, and others were colors indescribable by human language, causing inexplicable fear just by sight. Warning: spatial anomaly detected. Threat level extremely high. The alarm system of Watcher 7 finally activated, its piercing alarm echoing within the bloody shallow, akin to the wails of hell. The head of the mechanical construct began spinning wildly, with 17 different types of sensors flashing an intense red light simultaneously, emitting urgent buzzing sounds. But it was all too late. The synthesized voice of Watcher 7 began broadcasting detailed data, but each number denied reality. Space stability, 12%, continuing to decline. Energy fluctuation intensity, beyond measurable range. Time flow anomaly. Detected multiple concurrent time flows. Threat level unknown entity. Recommendation: immediate evacuation. Recommendation: immediate evacuation. At the precise moment Ron's countdown ended, the spatial pocket in the northeast direction suddenly tore open into a several meters long, irregular rift. The existence of this rift itself was a desecration of the concept of three-dimensional space. It had length and width, but its depth was infinite. The edges of the rift flickered with colors that shouldn't exist, lights not reflected but directly projected from another dimension into reality. From this wound in reality, haunting figure emerged slowly chaotic spirit monster. If other beings in the abyss still retained some recognizable biological characteristics, then chaotic spirit monsters were a complete negation of the concept of life. It didn't have a fixed form, its body seemed composed purely of chaotic concepts. Under the gaze of the observer, it undergoes dizzying changes every second. Sometimes it appears as a giant tentacle-like amalgamation, with the surface of each tentacle covered with millions of eyes of various sizes, blinking simultaneously, creating a nauseating sense of rhythm. Sometimes it transforms into a mosaic of countless human faces, each silently screaming, with expressions contorted beyond the limits of human facial muscles. Sometimes it becomes abstract geometric shapes, interlocking at impossible angles, forming a three-dimensional structure that's dizzying at first glance. How is this possible? Miller's voice became hoarse due to extreme shock, and the calm he had in countless battles was completely gone at this moment. His mechanized left arm began to tremble uncontrollably under the impact of immense fear, and the built-in weapon system emitted irregular electronic sounds, indicating a chaotic system state. How could the detection equipment fail completely? This is theoretically impossible. Chief Wayne stared incredulously at the monitor in his hand, the screen stubbornly displaying a safe status, as if the terrifying reality in front of them was just a collective illusion. His petrified fingers frantically tapped his temple, producing a machine gun-like talk-talk sound, a reflex in extreme panic. Ron frowned, feeling that the reactions of Miller and Wayne were overly intense, almost deliberate. Before he could think further, another researcher, Alice, had begun to vomit violently. His translucent body allowed a clear view of the gastric fluid surging up his esophagus. Volko completely stopped his habitual action of stroking his hair, clasping his head tightly, emitting suppressed whimpering sounds. Space camouflage technology. Ron's voice was exceptionally calm amidst the chaos. Chaotic spirit monsters, when approaching targets, create large-scale spatial illusions, causing all detection equipment based on physical principles to misjudge. This is one of their most lethal hunting techniques. As soon as he finished speaking, the body of the chaotic spirit monster, if that constantly changing mass of chaos could be called a body, started undergoing new, more terrifying changes. Its central area gradually gathered a peculiar light beyond the limits of human visual perception. This light simultaneously contained every color in the visible spectrum, yet transcended the definition of color itself. As if showing observers colors that should not exist, this light changes according to the observer's fear. The timid see despair inducing darkness. The angry see soul burning red light. While those with complex inner thoughts see an ever-changing, never-definable chaotic color. Random teleportation beam. Miller shouted a warning, his voice carrying unprecedented urgency. Everyone disperse immediately, don't gather together. The teleportation beam of the chaotic spirit monster is not a simple spatial transfer, but a forced reality reconstruction. The targets hit by the beam are randomly sent to any corner of the abyss, including death zones that even many apostles avoid. More terrifyingly, this teleportation is often incomplete. Some unfortunate ones are transported in segments, with different parts of their bodies appearing in different places, causing pain beyond any imaginable torture. Just as everyone was engulfed in panic, Ron displayed impressive foresight and combat skills. He had already taken a few silver spherical objects from the tactical pouch at his waist. Each of these specially crafted scattering bullets represented the culmination of his efforts in alchemy, rune magic, and weapon skills. The surfaces of the bullets were engraved with extremely complex three-dimensional rune arrays, which were not mere two-dimensional patterns, but true three-dimensional energy circuits. In the stimulation of the abyssal environment, the runes were flashing with a stable blue light, which marked the normal operation of the space interference array. More importantly, through the perfect coordination of extraordinary recognition and hermit's knowledge, Ron possessed a space perception ability surpassing everyone present. In his special vision, the seemingly random transformations of the chaotic spirit monster actually followed some deep-seated rule. Although its appearance kept changing, its energy core, the true essence controlling the entire entity, had a relatively fixed position. This insight allowed him to anticipate every attack the chaotic spirit monster was about to launch, including the exact firing direction and coverage of the teleportation beam. The double casting talent played a decisive role at this moment. Ron was able to start constructing complex magic models while launching projectiles. The first projectile followed a perfect parabolic trajectory, like a precisely calibrated shell, accurately hitting the core area where the chaotic spirit monster was gathering transmission energy. The rune array erupted with intense blue flashes upon contact, creating strong spatial interference fluctuations. This interference was like a giant stone thrown into a calm water surface, creating ripples that severely disrupted the carefully constructed transmission beam of the chaotic spirit monster. The light of the chaotic spirit monster instantly became extremely unstable. The attack range that was supposed to cover the entire gathering team was greatly reduced, with the power significantly diminished due to energy dispersion. In the chaotic battle environment, Ron quietly took out a carefully miniaturized stand-in puppet from his spatial bag. The puppet, after advancing, already possessed sufficient shapeshifting ability and was now molded by Ron into a projectile shape. When the second wave of projectiles flew toward the chaotic spirit monster, the miniaturized puppet was also thrown in the mix. Although the transmission beam of the chaotic spirit monster was disrupted, it was still forcibly activated. Under the effect of spatial distortion, the puppet was precisely transported to the target location foreseen by Ron through Hermit's knowledge. That location was the Sea of Darkness region in the Abyss 5th layer. Ron's move at this time was a spur of the moment. Originally, he wanted to silently place the puppet during the gathering, but the monitoring device attached to the protective equipment on him made it impossible to find an opportunity. At this moment, during the chaotic spirit monster's attack, when Ron sensed the specific location of the transmission through Hermit's knowledge, he had a sudden brainwave. Why not take the opportunity to use the opponent's transmission beam to complete his own plan? The environmental traits of the Sea of Darkness are complex and ever-changing, conducive to the puppet's concealment, and also an important passage to deeper layers of the abyss. First stage target achieved. Ron was secretly pleased, but outwardly he still maintained a focused combat state. What needed to be done now was to fully display his combat capabilities, eliminating all doubts in his colleagues' hearts. After the chaotic spirit monster's transmission attack, just as predicted by Ron's abyssal biology knowledge, it entered a brief but deadly weakness period. Despite these advanced abyssal creatures having terrifying space manipulation abilities, each use requires the consumption of vast amounts of chaos energy. The load of the transmission skills is exceptionally heavy, requiring a considerably long time to reaccumulate energy. During this recovery period, their defense and reaction speed significantly decrease. Most importantly, during the weakness period, the chaotic spirit monster will temporarily lose the ability for form transformation, being forced to maintain a relatively stable physical state. This provides a precious window for attackers to precisely strike its core area. Ron seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, immediately launching his most destructive composite skill, sound wave vibration erosion state. By deeply integrating the ancient starry sky language recorded in Star Eaters ravings with sound wave vibration magic, this attack carries primal power from the ancient star domain. The ravings themselves inherently contain a natural restrictive effect against chaos creatures, and when released in the form of sound waves, the destructive power far surpasses conventional magic. At the same time, the power amplification effect of super magic techniques was fully activated. Through precise modulation of the magic structure and optimized control of energy flow, the power of this sound wave attack was almost doubled. Each note was modulated to the optimal frequency, and each energy pulse was compressed to the extreme density. The hunting evil trait automatically triggered when facing abyssal creatures, adding extra restrictive damage to the entire attack sequence. This soul-deep power, like ignited sacred fire, is specifically used to purify evil existences in the dark. This perfect stacking of abilities created a terrifying attack sufficient to threaten advanced abyssal creatures. Symbol 340, Symbol 36C. Small Kapligachowi Armenian, Hyphaenos, Symbol 363. Symbol 368, the bizarre ravings penetrated the twisted space of the bloody shallow with an unstoppable momentum, directly hitting the core area of the chaotic spirit monster. At that moment, the whole space trembled under the power of this attack. The chaotic spirit monster let out a scream that seemed to tear reality itself. It was a direct expression of pain affecting the spiritual core of everyone present. Ali again vomited violently, her translucent body almost becoming completely colorless. Falco dropped to his knees, clutching his head tightly, with blood seeping from his fingers. Even the experienced Miller and James looked somewhat pale. The body of the chaotic spirit monster began to contract violently, its originally constantly changing form forced into a stable state, presenting a posture resembling an injured beast's pain. The space distortion phenomenon around it also gradually weakened with the energy loss, and the torn reality slowly began to heal. Effective. Continue attacking. There was a look of satisfaction in Ron's eyes, but he knew full well that dealing with such advanced abyssal creatures, one must never give them any chance to catch their breath. Once the chaotic spirit monster recovers, with its memory capability and revenge desire, the whole team will face disaster. The advantage of double casting emerged once again. At the moment the first attack hit, Ron had already constructed the second attack. This time he prepared to use spiritual shock, combined with microstructure adaptation traits for a precise point explosion on the consciousness core of the chaotic spirit monster, along with the double explosion technique he had recently grasped. However, just as he was about to unleash the critical strike, Miller and Wayne simultaneously intervened to stop him. Miller's voice was filled with strong surprise as he looked at Ron with a somewhat peculiar expression. "The test is over. Stop the attack immediately." His mechanical left arm extended, blocking Ron's next casting move. "I must admit, your performance has completely exceeded all our expectations. Whether it's your warning ability, combat reactions, or tactical application, you've already reached the Silver Ring level Explorer standard." Wayne, the supervisor, also nodded and took out a precise controller from his pocket. When he softly pressed the central control button, a special energy fluctuation spread out. The shape of the chaotic spirit monster began to turn transparent, and its terrifying presence gradually dissipated. "This is a special experimental subject of the Observation Station's training department," Wayne explained, his half-stone face showing fine cracks due to the fear shock just now. "Although it has been through strict behavior restriction modulation, its danger has been greatly reduced, but it still retains most of the true chaotic spirit monster's ability traits. We use it to test your responsibility and psychological resilience in extreme environments." Other two researchers, Alice and Falco, were clearly completely unaware of the true nature of this action. At this moment, both were still struggling with severe sequelae, Alice's vomiting already bringing out blood, Falco's mental state appearing close to the brink of collapse. This was just a test," Falco asked with a trembling voice, his silver hair sticking to his scalp due to cold sweat. "I thought we were really going to die here, that terror. I felt my sanity was about to be torn apart." Wayne's expression was calm, showing both admiration for Ron's abilities and a certain discontent with the observation station's test methods. "The Explorer Team Headquarters is very interested in your demonstrated anti-erosion ability, as well as evaluating your real capabilities in combat." He paused with deep contemplation in his eyes. According to the original plan, even if someone was hit by a transmission beam, they would only be sent to a completely cleared safe area around the observation station. There, a specialized recovery team is on standby, ensuring no real casualties. Miller added, his voice somewhat uncertain, "Your warning ability and spatial perception accuracy, along with that almost perfect combat rhythm, all far exceeded our expectations. Especially your precise grasp of the chaotic spirit monster's weaknesses, even some experienced Silver Ring level explorers might not be able to achieve." Ron remained calm, quickly analyzing the deeper information revealed by this test. The Explorer team's attention to him far exceeds expectations, representing both opportunities and risks. Excessive attention might restrict his freedom of action, but it could also provide more opportunities to access the deep abyss. The observation station undoubtedly possesses some technology for controlling advanced abyssal creatures, a technology inherently valuable for research. If he could acquire related knowledge, it would greatly advance his various studies. But this extreme test method without prior notice fully illustrates the tough style of the observation station's management. Here, the knowledge rights and mental health of ordinary employees are clearly not considered. Everything serves the mission effect. I understand the necessity of such tests. Ron responded with a slightly reserved tone. In such a dangerous work environment, indeed it is necessary to evaluate personnel's real capabilities through combat. However, he paused, his gaze shifting between Miller and Wayne. Next time, if there are similar arrangements, I hope at least some hint can be given regarding the nature of the test. This way it can ensure the objectivity of the evaluation results, while avoiding unnecessary psychological distress to uninformed personnel. He glanced at Alice and Falco, who was still recovering. After even the life and death crisis in the simulation device I use is a real mental impact. Not to mention being in a real abyss environment. Wayne nodded slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Ron's suggestion. Indeed, when designing the test, we focused more on effect evaluation, without enough attention to the psychological impact on the subjects. He looked at the two still trembling researchers, his words somewhat perfunctory. I will report this issue to higher-ups, see if we can adopt a more humane method while ensuring the test's effectiveness. Miller put away his weapon, his tone becoming friendly. Now I can officially invite you, hoping you'll consider registering as an explorer. Took out a badge from in front of his chest, engraved with a complex abyss terrain pattern. Although your main work is still material analysis research, holding an explorer identity will provide more opportunities and resources, including participating in deep exploration tasks, priority allocation of rare materials, and higher-level salary subsidies. This is indeed a highly attractive proposal. As an explorer, Ron will have the opportunity to legally access deeper regions of the abyss, which holds enormous value for his various studies. At the same time, the identity of the explorer can perfectly cover some of his special operations, such as today's successful deployment of the stand-in puppet. However, correspondingly, the risks will also increase significantly. The mortality rate for abyss exploration tasks, even in the most conservative statistics, is as high as 45%, and this does not include the probabilities of various disabilities and mental trauma. Of course, I'm very interested in exploring the abyss. Ron cautiously responded after a brief thought. But this involves my overall research plan and risk assessment, requiring comprehensive consideration of multiple factors before making a decision. He paused for a moment and added, "Could you give me a few weeks to consider? I need to understand the specific responsibilities and risk levels of a part-time explorer in detail." Wayne completely understood this rational attitude. Of course you can. Making such an important decision requires thorough consideration. I will prepare a detailed information package, including duty descriptions, risk assessments, compensation structure, and relevant insurance clauses. The collection team began packing up their equipment, preparing to return to the observation station. A discussion was taking place in the core monitoring center deep within the observation station. This is the nerve center of the entire observation station, the room interior showcasing pure functionalist aesthetics. No unnecessary decorations, with walls covered in various sizes of display screens and complex monitoring equipment. At the center is a massive circular control console, with dozens of technical operators monitoring the situation in each area of the observation station in real time. Carl, the Star Ring-level exploration team leader, sat on the highest level of the monitoring center, reviewing every detail of the recent test via holographic projection. His appearance is a typical result of long-term abyss erosion. The left half of his body is completely mechanized, with complex rune circuits covering the metallic skin, occasionally flickering with weak electrical light. His right eye is replaced by a multifunctional, artificial organ capable of infrared imaging, microscopic analysis, energy detection, and other functions. This kid's perception ability is simply beyond theoretical limits, Carl praised, while manipulating the holographic projection and shaking his head. The space camouflage technology of chaotic spirit monsters can fool our most advanced sensor arrays, including the 17 different detection modes of Watcher 7. But he was able to anticipate the threat 15 seconds earlier, with accuracy that even exceeded our computational predictions. He pulled up Ron's detailed file, quickly browsing through the ability evaluation report and those combat skill combinations. There is no mention in the archives of his capability for precise throws and combined magic. The craftsmanship of those scattering bullets also reveals quite a high level of alchemical expertise. Opposite Carl in the air, Professor Udel's void remains projection was gently swaying. Silver light ripples like water waves, occasionally becoming brighter or darker due to emotional fluctuations. I've always said, this kid possesses an extremely rare trait. Udel's voice carried deep satisfaction and a hint of unconcealed pride. He has a perfect balance that I have seldom seen in my thousands of years of career, neither dazzled by power nor missed opportunities due to excessive caution. This quality is already as precious as a gem in today's wizard world. The silhouette paused, voice becoming more profound. He can maintain calm rationality while showcasing astonishing combat intuition. This perfect blend of theory and practice makes me feel he might go even further than Cassandra. Carl outwardly nodded in agreement, but internally held reservations about Udel's evaluation. Although Ron's performance was indeed impressive, comparing him to Cassandra Tower Master's almost legendary-level talent seemed premature. After all, even before becoming a great wizard, Cassandra had already created numerous miracles, and her achievements were top-tier throughout wizard history. Udel's tone suddenly became serious, and the silhouette became more solid and bright. The recent space fluctuations were indeed somewhat anomalous. I sensed some abnormal interference traces, a fluctuation pattern not independently generated by modulation organisms. This made Carl immediately alert. As a star ring-level explorer, he had extensive practical experience with various anomalies in the abyss, something that could make a mystic scholar like Udel feel. Anomalous was definitely not trivial. You mean, there's an external force secretly manipulating this test? Carl's voice turned deep, and the multifunctional organ in his right eye began rapidly analyzing all the recorded data. If that's true, our security measures might have serious loopholes. Someone being able to intervene in the observation station's internal operations without our knowledge is an extremely dangerous signal. Udel's silhouette became somewhat vague, displaying an inner unrest and fear. Recently, I always feel something bad is about to happen. The energy flow in the abyss has become increasingly unstable, with some ancient seals starting to show signs of loosening. The old professor's voice became more solemn, as if delivering a fearful prophecy. Especially since the news of Cassandra's imminent return spread, the activity frequency in the deep layers of the abyss has noticeably increased. The Supreme Apostles seem to be secretly planning some major actions, with the balance of the entire abyss becoming precarious. This made the atmosphere of the entire monitoring center exceptionally grim. Carl remained silent for quite some time before, finally nodding slowly. I will immediately arrange a comprehensive security inspection, particularly strengthening monitoring of deep space. If there truly is a covert force attempting to infiltrate the observation station, we must uncover it before they succeed. He turned to the few technical directors on the control console. Immediately initiate secondary alert status, conduct in-depth analysis of all today's monitoring data. Focus on any anomalous space fluctuation patterns. Simultaneously, increase the patrol team's frequency and coverage. Additionally, Carl added, closely watch Ron Ralph's subsequent performance. Though the conversation between the two high-level members of the observation station was obscure, they both clearly understood one fact. The emergence of Ron seemed to gradually become a catalyst for major change. Back to the materials analysis department of the observation station. Ron's nearly perfect performance this time earned him significant recognition and status elevation in both of the distinct factions. In the research team, Wayne, the supervisor, was deeply impressed by the exceptionally keen perception ability he showed. The warning ability you exhibited today is truly rare. Wayne expressed his opinion frankly in private communication. I intend to recommend you to participate in the upcoming Deep Materials Trait Analysis project. This project will involve samples brought back from the Abyss 4th layer and even deeper, with high research value, but the corresponding risk level cannot be underestimated. He paused for a moment, adding, "Also, if you agree, I would like to recommend you to join the observation station's Anomalous Phenomena Investigation Team. It is specifically responsible for analyzing and handling abyssal phenomena that cannot be explained by conventional means. With your perception ability as shown today, you should be able to play a vital role in this field." In terms of the exploration team, Leader Miller also informed Ron of some explorer-related information. According to the personnel policy of the observation station, the identities of researcher and explorer are completely compatible. Miller explained in detail. In fact, some of our most excellent core members have dual identities. You can continue to focus on materials analysis and research work, while also participating as a part-time explorer in some relatively safe but highly valuable abyssal missions. He took out a detailed document from the chest pocket of his uniform. The rights enjoyed by part-time explorers include priority access to rare abyssal materials, eligibility to participate in high-value exploration missions, extra danger allowances, and most importantly legal entry permits to deep abyssal areas. This arrangement indeed holds great allure for Ron. As an official explorer, he will gain more legal opportunities to access the deep abyss, which is invaluable for his various secret research. Meanwhile, the explorer identity can provide perfect official cover for some of his special activities, such as today's successful secret operation of deploying the stand-in puppet. I accept this arrangement. Ron made a decision after careful consideration. The identity of a part-time explorer does indeed provide more possibilities for my research. Besides these overt gains, today's action brought a highly significant covert achievement. The stand-in puppet was successfully deployed to the Sea of Darkness region of the Abyss 5th layer, establishing a critical forward observation point for his subsequent in-depth exploration. Through the real-time perception information transmitted by the puppet, he already has a preliminary understanding of the basic environmental characteristics of the 5th layer. It is a boundless water area shrouded in eternal darkness. The seawater is highly corrosive and possesses some unknown active characteristic. Various bizarre-shaped deep-sea creatures swim within, some even possessing rudimentary collective intelligence. At this moment, in the Abyss 7th layer, extremely far from the main world, this is the secret meeting place of the Supreme Apostles, a special space even the Great Wizard cannot easily perceive or reach. The surrounding environment itself is a complete negation of normal reality. Gravity changes arbitrarily according to the observer's thoughts, colors transform into sounds, time flows in a spiral form here, and thoughts leave visible light trails in the air. The 3 Supreme Apostles participating in the meeting are, the plan has failed. The voice of invisible fog, Nas, is like whispers from numerous different spaces superimposing. This little guy actually managed to precisely foresee the target coordinates of the transport. Its fog-like body rolled violently, with all internal eyes turning and G in one direction, staring at the direction of the observation station. I already swapped the transport coordinates of the chaotic spirit monster. Even the most advanced detection equipment of the observation station was completely deceived. But he was able to perceive the threat in advance. This perception ability absolutely surpasses the normal range. Flesh sculpture, Grush let out a roar that shook the entire dimension, the sound like 1,000 beasts all roaring at once. I've always said, such convoluted strategies are too complex. Directly dispatch the Apostle Legion to attack the observation station, capture that brat back for transformation. Isn't that more straightforward and effective? Its massive flesh tentacles frantically waved in the void, leaving deep red energy traces with each swing. Is a small character who has just been promoted to official wizard worthy of such a fuss. Direct military conquest is the fundamental way to solve the problem. You still don't understand, Grush. Nas's tone became more cold and dangerous. All the eyes in the mist turned towards the flesh conglomerate. There's something on this human that we cannot completely understand. Not just the pure soul of the primordial wizard himself, but some deeper, more mysterious traits. It paused for a moment, its voice echoing as if from the deepest abyss. I can sense that successfully converting him to be one of us will have a decisive impact on the entire grand plan. Compared to simple and brutal capture and torture, I hope he can voluntarily join our cause. Void Spider Mags, on the side, used its special perception ability that can traverse different timelines, scrutinizing countless possibilities in a distant future. Its voice seemed to be a mix of echoes from the past, present, and future, but the window of opportunity has closed, at least for the near future. The threads manipulating the spider mask on its face trembled. Cassandra has now reached the Stargate outpost at the edge of the main world and will officially return to the Central Lands in just a few days. Before she returns, we cannot undertake any large-scale direct actions against that target. This news deeply frustrated and angered the other two apostles. Cassandra's power was undeniable, even to the Supreme Apostle. She was an extremely dangerous opponent. Moreover, as the primary driver of the Abyssal Observation Network, her protection over the observation station and all related personnel could be described as meticulous. "Damn Stargate outpost!" Grush roared angrily, his flesh tentacles frantically tearing at the surrounding distorted space. "Those ancient immortals of the Court of Truth. The Stargate outpost is located in a special space within the Abyss 6th layer, Mage domain. Not only is it the most important strategic facility of the wizard world, but it is also a stable passage from the main world to various planes and dimensions. The outpost is equipped with the most advanced defense systems, and the presence of Wizard King-level entities have maintained a high level of interest in it. Even the Supreme Apostle dare not make trouble in such a place." NASA's fog-like body slowly contracted, showing deep resentment and anger. "Since direct action is not feasible in the short term, we'll have to patiently wait for other opportunities." Its tone became more sinister and threatening. "But remember, this human will eventually be driven to explore deeper into the core regions of the Abyss, when that time comes. In the Abyss's absolute domain, we will have ways to convince him. Don't forget that the brat other is secretly protecting him." Mags timely reminded, its special vision revealing a blurry image of a silver phantom. His void remains have fully adapted and taken root in the Abyss environment, making his historical observation and perception abilities extremely frightening. Its voice became more serious. "This attempt ends here for now. Let us proceed cautiously to avoid drawing unwanted attention from the main world." The three shadows began to gradually dissipate, marking the end of this conspiracy-filled secret meeting. The largest falling star's hull of the Crystal Tower has been transformed beyond recognition. The gentle light originally used for academic gatherings was replaced by intense gold-red magical flames, with hundreds of floating lanterns slowly rotating under the dome, illuminating the hall like a palace of the war god. The stone slabs originally engraved with the maxims of scholars from past generations were now replaced by three-dimensional reliefs depicting scenes of conquest. Dragons crouching at the feet of wizards, cities from other worlds burning in magical flames, and various non-human species kneeling in surrender. Each relief emitted a faint energy fluctuation, making the scenes depicted appear vivid and as if truly happening. Ron stood within the Abyssal Observation Station's contingent, alongside the research group leader Wayne and a dozen other researchers and explorers from the station. He activated the extraordinary recognition skill, carefully observing the conditions of the thousands of attendees around him. Almost everyone was at least a Morning Star-level official wizard, but their expressions and stances varied greatly. The faces of the traditional faction wizards were mostly solemn, with flickers of worry in their gazes, while the younger wizards seemed excited and expectant, as if about to witness a historical moment. The most unsettling change was within the contingent from the observation station. Those members who had long suffered from abyssal erosion were now exhibiting a certain pathological excitement. Wayne's petrified half-face began to faintly glow. Mary's artificial eye flickered more rapidly. Even the usually steady Martin was absent-mindedly tapping the instrument at his waist with his karat. Enized fingers. "They can sense something we cannot feel." Ron analyzed this abnormal phenomenon in his mind. The aftereffects of abyssal erosion have caused them to resonate with a certain type of energy fluctuation. As he was pondering this, the space at the center of the hall began to twist violently. The air rippled like water waves, emitting a low humming sound. Soon, a giant teleportation gate slowly opened, filling the entire field of vision. This was not the common circular teleportation gate, but a complex six-point star shape, with each vertex pointing to different spatial dimensions. The gate frame was made of some living metal that autonomously writhes, inscribed with conquest declarations written in otherworldly script. Those texts continuously changed color and shape, as if narrating the countless lamentations from conquered civilizations. Certainly, an unforgettable entrance. Ron narrowed his eyes. Through the special perception of Hermit's knowledge, he could sense the terrifying energy contained within this teleportation gate. Conducting a cross-world transmission of such scale would probably consume magic power equivalent to a year's worth at Dawn Harbor, and the otherworldly aura emanating from the gate's other side was even more unsettling. It was not Cassandra herself who first emerged, but a giant war banner. This banner was stitched together from 13 flags of different civilizations, each representing an otherworldly race conquered by her. At the top was a transparent flag woven with crystal threads, flickering with vibrant cognitive light within. On the left is a silver flag woven with metallic fibers, its surface flowing with the geometric patterns unique to a mechanical civilization. On the right is a rainbow-colored flag composed purely of energy constructs, constantly shifting through dizzying colors. The most unsettling are the flags at the bottom, surprisingly woven out of living tissue, their surfaces gently writhing, as if still maintaining some type of life characteristic. Each flag is the elegy of a civilization. Ron felt the faint energy fluctuations emanating from those flags, complex emotion rising in his heart. As a rational researcher, he certainly understood the value of conquest and plunder, but witnessing this act of reducing entire civilizations to mere decorations still made him frown slightly. Cassandra appeared right after, not maintaining a human form, but manifesting in the state of a void-remain structure. It was a continually expanding radiant energy body, with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The interior of the void remains consisted of countless tiny energy particles composing a complex three-dimensional structure, each particle flickering with different frequencies of light, together forming a dizzying multidimensional image. The entire void remains was like a miniature purple sun, emanating a majestic radiance too intense to look at directly. The moment the void remains structure appeared, an immense mental pressure swept through the entire hall. Even official wizards, faced with the oppressive might of such a great wizard-level presence, had to exert every effort to maintain their spiritual protection. Ron felt a wave of dizziness, all his magic power autonomously activating within him, trying to resist this pressure that transcended understanding. But what caught his attention more was the reaction of the observatory members. Those researchers and explorers long subjected to abyss corrosion, upon contact with Cassandra's void remains radiance, displayed clear relief on their faces. Wayne's petrified half-face started regaining color. Mary's artificial eyes steadied their flicker. Even Martin's keratinized fingers temporarily ceased further deterioration. Her void remains structure, can to some extent suppress abyss corrosion. Ron keenly detected this critical piece of information. No, more accurately, it can produce some form of coordination effect with abyssal energy. This implies. His thoughts were interrupted by Cassandra's transformation. The radiant void remains began to contract, reforming into a human shape. When the radiance dissipated, what appeared before everyone was a young woman looking in her 20s. She resembled a fully matured Eve, with deep black hair like the night sky, delicate yet sharp features, and an impressive figure. But the most striking were the witch's eyes, which were like two slowly rotating purple vortices. Cassandra's voice echoed through the hall, her gentle tone forming a stark contrast to the oppressive might she had just displayed. After decades of intermittent transdimensional conquests, I've brought a precious gift back for the School Alliance. She lightly waved her right hand, and a variety of awe-inspiring entities began to pour out from the teleportation gate. First showcased were spoils from the Crystal Mine civilization. 6 crystal giants, tens of meters tall, were slowly pushed out, their bodies entirely composed of some living crystal. Inside, numerous flickering light points could be clearly seen, the manifestation of their thought processes. Each light point represented a thought fragment, while the entire network of light points constituted a complete intellectual system. These are the cognitive vessels. From the 4th quadrant's crystal civilization. Cassandra's voice carried evident satisfaction. They were originally the philosophers and scientists of that civilization, possessing space theory and energy manipulation technology beyond our reach. Now, all their knowledge belongs to us. As she spoke, one of the crystal giants began a performance. Its body flickered with complex light patterns, countless energy threads interweaving within the crystal body. Subsequently, a precise three-dimensional model of a galaxy floated in the air, showcasing the crystal civilization's unique understanding of the cosmos structure. The model included not only conventional stars and planets but also the distribution of various hidden dimensions and energy fields. This knowledge held immeasurable value for wizards, especially those specializing in space magic. Ron closely observed the internal structure of the crystal giants, using extraordinary recognition to discern the essence of these entities. They used to be intelligent life forms with independent consciousness, but now they had been thoroughly enslaved, transformed into living knowledge repositories, forced memory extraction and consciousness reconstruction. He analyzed the principles of this technology in his mind. Through special modulation methods, the target life form's brain structure is completely remodeled, retaining knowledge and memory but eradicating personal will. This method, though cruel, is indeed the most direct way to acquire otherworld knowledge. What followed was even more astonishing, as dozens of synthetic hounds marched out of the teleportation gate in orderly rows. They appeared to be perfect fusions of machinery and flesh, their bones and internal organs replaced by precise mechanical structures, but their skin and muscle tissues still maintained biological characteristics. Each hound possessed a streamlined body, with hydraulic drive devices installed at their joint areas and energy wings that could be deployed from their backs. The eeriest aspect was their eyes. One a blood-red biological eyeball, the other a mechanical detector glowing blue. These are the Steel Federation's highest enforcement units, independently fighting with the combat power equivalent to a standard Morning Star wizard, but when forming a hunting team, they pose a lethal threat to a moon-level mage. Cassandra gently stroked the head of one of the synthetic hounds, which immediately crouched down, emitting a hum reminiscent of mechanical operation. The Steel Federation originally possessed 3,000 of such war machines. Now they only follow my orders. To demonstrate the ability of the synthetic hounds, Cassandra instructed a few to perform a demonstration. They instantly transformed into different combat forms. Some stretched their limbs, transforming into multi-legged spider-like forms, moving at speed so fast that their trajectories were almost invisible. Some expanded energy wings on their backs, hovering in the air, firing high-energy laser beams from their mouths, easily leaving charred marks on the ground. The most astonishing was one that actually performed a brief phase shift, its body becoming semi-transparent, directly passing through a solid pillar. This biological technology, combined with magical technology, presented new possibilities to the wizards present, especially those specializing in bloodline modulation. In alchemy, their eyes already beginning to gleam with greed. The transformation technology of mechanical life forms. Ron concentrated on observing the structure of the synthetic hounds, attempting to understand its mysteries. This is not simple mechanical alteration, but deep reconstruction at the embryonic development stage. The growth process of the organism is reprogrammed, allowing flesh and machine to perfectly fuse at the molecular level. The third demonstration was even more unsettling, involving several rainbow spirits trapped in custom crystal containers. They lacked fixed forms, their bodies composed of pure colorful energy flowing like living rainbows within the containers. But even through the thick crystal walls, the wizards present could still feel the intense fear and despair emitted by them. These spirits constantly changed colors, from bright gold to deep bluish purple, each color change accompanied by painful emotional fluctuations. These are native to the spectrum realm, inherently capable of manipulating light and various forms of energy. Cassandra's tone was satisfied, as if introducing her collection of precious artworks. Each rainbow spirit can provide us with energy output equivalent to a magic power factory. Moreover, they have lifespans calculated in millennia, making them an extremely stable energy source. To demonstrate the value of the rainbow spirits, she lightly tapped the surface of one container. The touched spirit immediately began to painfully release energy. The color bursts inside the container, becoming fiercely vibrant, instantly doubling the magic concentration in the hall. This forced energy extraction process was extremely painful. The spirit's light started to dim. The color gradually shifted toward a deep red representing pain, but Cassandra's expression did not change in the slightest, as if the pain was unrelated to her. Many onlookers felt obvious discomfort, but more eyes gleamed with greed. Ron also experienced complex emotional conflict within. As a rational researcher, he certainly understood the value of such efficient energy sources. The energy output of rainbow spirits was not only stable but also virtually pollution-free, an ideal condition desired by any research. The eternal conflict between morality and practicality. He analyzed his emotions internally. If these rainbow spirits were voluntarily cooperating, providing energy in exchange for protection and resources, I would have no objection. Cassandra noticed the wizard's reactions throughout the hall. A satisfied smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Fear, greed, shock, awe. Various emotions flashed alternately on the faces of the crowd, precisely the effect she intended to achieve. Cassandra slowly walked towards the podium, each step taken with utmost composure. The podium, constructed from otherworldly materials, glowed faintly under her feet, as if responding to the terrifying energy contained within her. The time crystals embedded along the edge of the podium began to flash rhythmically, perfectly synchronized with her heartbeat. As she stood still, the entire hall of falling stars plunged into a deathly silence. Thousands of wizards held their breaths, the air thick with a suffocating sense of tension. Ron activated the hermit's knowledge, carefully observing the subtle reactions of the crowd below. In the eyes of the young wizards glimmered an excited light, like hungry beasts scenting blood, while the seasoned scholars displayed worry, their clenched fists betraying inner unrest. What caught his attention most was the change in the observation station's lineup. The members who had long suffered from abyssal corrosion were, at this moment, exhibiting a certain morbid excitement. Wayne's petrified half-face began to glow faintly, Mary's artificial eye flickered more rapidly, and even the always composed Martin subconsciously tapped the instrument at his waist with his calloused fingers. It seems my previous hypothesis was correct. Ron analyzed this abnormal phenomenon in his mind. The aftereffects of abyssal corrosion have made them resonate with a specific energy fluctuation from Cassandra. Esteemed colleagues, Cassandra's voice echoed in the hall. A gentle tone, a stark contrast to the conquering might she displayed moments ago. Whispers began to rise from below, and an elderly man in a traditional scholar's robe cleared his throat. Great wizard Cassandra, forgive my bluntness, but our defense strategy has ensured the continuation of the wizard civilization to this day. Did not those ancient civilizations that opted for aggressive expansion all vanish in the river of history? This elder was named Edgar Blake, one of the longest-serving theoretical researchers at the Crystal Tower. Though his voice trembled, there was an undeniable firmness in his speech. Cassandra turned to him, a serious glimmer flashing in her violet eyes. Professor Edgar raised a very good question. Indeed, our conservative strategy is what kept us alive until now, and that's an undeniable achievement. She waved her right hand lightly, and a large multidimensional map projection immediately floated in the air. However, Professor Edgar, do you really believe that survival and prosperity are the same thing? The map began to display the development trajectory of the wizard civilization over the past millennium, a slow yet steady upward curve. Then, the projection showed the growth rates of other known civilizations for comparison. Look at this red line, representing the development trajectory of our wizard civilization. Stable, predictable, reassuring. Cassandra's finger traced the blue line in the air that represented the wizard civilization, and these are the growth data of other civilizations I've encountered in otherworld conquests. Several dozen curves of various colors appeared on the projection, most of which showed steep upward trends. Some civilizations developed at 10 times the rate of the wizard civilization, others even 100 times faster. Professor Edgar's face turned pale, but a rapid development often means instability and greater risk. Cassandra nodded in agreement, but then shifted the subject. But Professor Edgar, have you considered this? When others develop at 100 times our speed, even if they bear 10 times the risk, the final reward is still 10 times ours. She paused, allowing this notion to ferment in the minds of her audience. More importantly, When other civilizations' strength has far exceeded ours, does our stability still have any meaning? Civilization, far more powerful than us, if decided to conquer us, might see our millennia of achievements as nothing more than a joke. Another voice raised its doubts from the crowd, this time from a young female witch. But great wizard Cassandra, conquest means conflict, means death. The spoils you've displayed are indeed impressive, but at what cost? How many lives were lost during your conquests? Ron carefully observed this questioner's micro-expressions and flow of magic power. To his surprise, the emotional state of this witch was unusually calm. Although her words carried a tone of questioning, her heartbeat, the flow of magic power, and even her pupil reactions showed a nearly transcendent calmness. These are not the physiological reactions of someone truly angry or worried. Ron noted this abnormality in his mind and began to pay attention to the states of other questioners. Cassandra faced this pointed question with a solemn expression. Master Lyanna, your question touches on the core moral dilemma of conquest policy. I will not evade this issue, for honesty is the foundation of our discussion. A trace of profound pain flashed in her violet eyes. Yes, lives were indeed lost in the process of conquest, on the enemy's side and on ours. Every wizard who fell on the otherworld battlefield is an eternal pain in my heart. Cassandra's voice trembled slightly. However, Master Lyanna, may I ask you to consider another question during these years of our peaceful development? How many wizards have died in the abyss? How many scholars were lost due to the lack of sufficiently advanced medical technology? She waved her hand to display a set of shocking statistics. In the past century, wizards who died exploring the abyss, 847. Researchers who died in experimental accidents, 923. Scholars who died from various incurable diseases and erosion aftereffects, 651. This doesn't include those permanently disabled due to magic overload or spiritual contamination. Lyanna's expression showed a subtle shift, but Ron noticed her physiological response remained exceptionally stable. These deaths are the price of our peace policy. Had we obtained the life recoding technology from decrypted civilization 10 years earlier, those scholars who died of incurable diseases would still be alive now. If we had mastered the time manipulation technique from Reaper civilization 5 years earlier, those abyss exploration accidents could have been reversed. Her voice became more agitated. Master Lyanna, please tell me, letting 2,847 wizards slowly die in the abyss, or sacrificing 200 warriors in quick conquest to acquire salvation technology, which is more moral? This comparison casts silence over the audience. The power of numbers is cruel, as it transforms abstract moral debates into concrete comparisons of life. But Ron keenly noticed that the magic power fluctuations of several skeptics in the front row showed subtle coordination. Though they played different roles, their energy frequencies had a certain similar resonance. These people are likely arranged in advance, he warned himself, beginning to observe the design of the entire speech more carefully. Cassandra seemed to sense the weakening skepticism and continued her argument. I know some people worry that conquest will change our essence, turning us into the aggressors we once despised. This concern is reasonable, and I too have had similar troubles. Her expression became complex and profound. But during the conquest of the otherworld, I saw an even harsher truth in this universe. There are no true innocents. The projection changed again, showing several dim nodes marked as vanished civilization. These nodes no longer shone, only leaving dark remnants, like tombstones in the universe. The Harmony Alliance of the Fourth Quadrant, a civilization coalition centered on peace and cooperation. Cassandra's voice became like a eulogy. They established a perfect democratic system, with every decision undergoing countless discussions and votes. They considered war barbaric, regarded force as a sign of ignorance. The projection showed the last moments of this alliance. Beautiful crystal cities collapsed instantly, surrounded by twisted tentacles, countless lives disappearing in despair. When the Walker invaded, they were still arguing whether to conduct armed resistance. By the time the debate finished, the entire alliance had been completely eroded. Hundreds of nations, trillions of lives, vanished in the historical river due to excessive kindness. A middle-aged wizard tremulously asked from the audience, but we can resolve conflicts through diplomacy, acquire knowledge through negotiation. Why must we choose war? This time the questioner's emotional response appeared more genuine. Ron could feel his genuine fear and confusion within. Cassandra turned to him. A hint of understanding flashed in her eyes. Master Harvest, your thoughts are exactly right under ideal conditions. Diplomacy and negotiation are indeed more civilized ways to acquire knowledge, and I too prefer this method. She paused, then her tone became heavy. But the problem is, Master Harvest, when the other side doesn't wish to have an equal dialogue with you, is your diplomacy still effective? The projection showed another scene of a civilization's demise. The scholar republic of the Seventh Quadrant focused on accumulating and researching knowledge. Their libraries housed wisdom crystals from 10 million centuries. When the Mechanical Federation launched an attack, they sent the best diplomats, carrying the most valuable knowledge as negotiation chips. The image showed a group of richly robed scholars standing before the Mechanical Legion, holding shimmering knowledge crystals. And what was the response of the Mechanical Federation? Cassandra's voice took on a sarcastic tone. They killed all the diplomats, seized the knowledge crystals, then continued their attack. Because in their logic, why trade for half when you can conquer to obtain the whole? This example made the atmosphere below increasingly intense. Master Harvest opened his mouth but ultimately didn't say any words of rebuttal. This is the reality we face. In this harsh universe, only sufficiently powerful civilizations have the right to discuss morality and diplomacy. The goodness of the weak is often only a joke in the eyes of the strong. At this moment, a young and angry voice came from below. So should we abandon our principles because of this? Become the aggressors we once accused? What meaning does such victory still hold? Ron turned toward the source of the voice and found the speaker was a young man who seemed to have just recently been promoted to official wizard. Unlike the previous skeptics, the emotional response of this young wizard was entirely genuine. His anger, confusion, and inner moral conflict were clearly reflected in the magic power fluctuations. Cassandra looked at the young man, her eyes showing a certain gentle light. Young colleague, I completely understand your anger. In fact, I was troubled by the exact same concerns when I first embarked on the path of conquest. Her voice became gentle yet persuasive. But let me ask you a question. When a group of bandits is about to slaughter your family, do you choose to adhere to the principle of non-violence and watch them die, or do you take up arms to protect them? The young wizard was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a question in return. Protecting family and conquering innocent civilizations are two different things, he insisted. Cassandra nodded in agreement. But what if those innocent civilizations hold the technology that can save your dying family, yet refuse to share it? She presented a more specific scenario. Suppose your master is dying painfully from abyssal erosion, and a civilization possesses the cure. They are willing to trade this method for half of our magic knowledge. Do you think that's fair? The young wizard's expression began to waver. Further still, what if they demand that we surrender all our research findings and give up the independence of wizard civilization in exchange for that cure? Would you still think negotiation is the better choice? Cassandra's voice grew more powerful. This is the real situation I encountered in the other world. Those civilizations never engage in genuinely equal exchanges. They either completely refuse to communicate or propose conditions that are intolerably harsh. She paused for a moment, then looked directly into the young wizard's eyes. In such cases, conquest is not greed but self-defense. It's not to satisfy a thirst for power, but to gain the ability to protect those we love. This personalized argument evidently evoked a strong emotional resonance. Ron observed that not only the young wizard, but even many other initially adamant opponents began to show thoughtful expressions. But he also noticed how skillful Cassandra's wording was when giving examples. She consistently avoided mentioning the specific atrocities involved in the conquest, instead shifting the focus to rejected requests and unfair exchange conditions. This rhetorical tactic made the act of conquest seem like a forced defensive reaction rather than an aggressive assault. Cassandra continued her argument. We are not to become destroyers but integrators. The projection showed the current state of a conquered civilization under her governance. Orderly cities, structured production, various ethnic groups working in roles suitable for them. Though a distinct hierarchy was evident, the scene appeared relatively harmonious. You see how these former enemies now live. They have a stable food supply, fitting jobs, and basic security assurances. More crucially, their knowledge and culture have been preserved and developed. She specifically pointed to some details in the image. Here is the artisan district of the former Crystal Civilization, where they continue to create traditional artworks only now with better materials and tools. Over there are the technicians of the Mechanical Federation, developing more advanced equipment with our support. Conquest does not mean destruction, but optimization. Cassandra's voice was filled with confidence. We integrate the strengths of different civilizations to create a more efficient, more powerful composite system. But Ron's extraordinary recognition allowed him to see some subtle details in the images. Those so-called harmonious, otherworldly beings had an unmistakable hollow look in their eyes. Their movements, though orderly, lacked natural vitality, resembling more like some kind of mechanically controlled response after spiritual control. And at the edges of the image, vague outlines of huge monitoring facilities and armed guards hinted that this harmony was maintained by force. The great wizard's rhetorical skills are indeed superb. Ron analyzed calmly in his mind. She packages conquest as salvation, describes enslavement as integration, and depicts coercion as cooperation. But the most brilliant part is that the examples she provides may partially be true, making the deceit all the more believable. At this point, another person in the audience raised a question, a senior researcher whom Ron knew. "Great Wizard Cassandra, what you say sounds reasonable, but I'm concerned about the risks in implementation. Conquest actions consume vast resources and have unforeseeable consequences. If we suffer significant losses during the conquest or attract the attention of more powerful enemies, how would we respond?" This question touched on the operational risks of the conquest policy and was a quite rational and pragmatic challenge. Cassandra clearly valued such a rational challenge more highly. Professor Frank has raised a very important question. Risk assessment is indeed a factor that must be considered in any major decision. She displayed a detailed risk analysis chart. This is the conquest strategy framework we have formulated, with core principles being gradual expansion and safety margin control. The chart showed a cautious and systematic plan. We will not rashly attack civilizations beyond our capabilities, nor will we operate on multiple fronts simultaneously. Each conquest action will undergo detailed strength assessment and risk calculation. She pointed to a key indicator in the chart. Our safety standard is the success probability of any conquest action must exceed 85%, and the casualty rate must be kept below 5%. Only targets that meet these criteria will be included in the conquest plan. Professor Frank nodded, but then asked again, "But Great Wizard, even if we strictly control the risk of individual actions, the cumulative effect of multiple conquests may alert other powerful civilizations. If they form an alliance against us, how would we cope?" This profound strategic issue made the atmosphere in the audience more serious. Many wizards began to realize that the path of conquest was not as straightforward as it appeared. Faced with this challenging question, Cassandra's expression became exceptionally serious. "Professor Frank, your concern shows the depth of thought a strategist should have. The answer to this question touches upon the core secrets of our conquest strategy, but in this setting, I am willing to share it with everyone." Her tone became more confidential, as if revealing critical intelligence. "Our intelligence network has conducted in-depth investigations of neighboring civilizations. Through analysis, we found that most powerful civilizations are either in a development bottleneck period or facing internal conflicts." She pointed to various areas on the map. "In this situation, they simply have no time to pay attention to our expansion actions. By the time they realize the threat, we will have already gained enough strength through conquest to face any challenge." This detailed intelligence analysis shocked many wizards. Clearly, Cassandra's conquest plan was far more thoughtful than it appeared on the surface. But Ron noticed that the sources and reliability of this intelligence had not been verified. As a cautious researcher, he remained skeptical of any information that could not be confirmed. Cassandra continued to add, "Our conquest strategy also includes an important component: divide and conquer. For those civilizations of equal strength, we can choose cooperation over conquest. By exchanging technology, sharing resources, and even jointly conquering weaker targets, we can establish alliances of interest. A cunning glint flashed in her eyes. When enough civilizations join our system, voices of opposition will naturally diminish. After all, no one wants to become the enemy of everyone. The complexity of this geopolitical strategy revealed another layer of the conquest plan to the wizards present. This is not simple military expansion, but a comprehensive strategy involving diplomacy, intelligence, economics, and more. But Ron keenly sensed the potential dangers within. This divide and conquer tactic is essentially dragging the entire multiverse into an unprecedented scale of conflict. Once this process starts, it could very likely turn into an uncontrollable chain reaction. At this moment, an unexpected voice emerged from the audience. An elder sitting in the front row slowly stood up, his movements slow yet full of authority. Ron recognized him. It was Associate Professor William, one of the most senior theoretical researchers at the Crystal Tower. Great Wizard Cassandra. William's voice, though aged, was unusually clear. Your arguments are indeed persuasive, and the strategic planning showcases an admirable depth, but I have a more fundamental question to ask. He paused, looking directly at Cassandra. In all the conquest targets you've presented, I haven't seen any civilization stronger than ours. So may I ask, when we become strong enough through conquest to be seen as a threat by other civilizations, how can we ensure we will not become the next target to be conquered? This question struck the core flaw in the conquest theory like a hammer. The audience fell into a deathly silence, all waiting for Cassandra's answer. Faced with this challenge, Cassandra's expression turned unusually serious. She remained silent for a full minute, seemingly organizing her response carefully. Professor William, your question touches upon the ultimate paradox of the philosophy of conquest. Her voice became deep and philosophical. Indeed, in a universe of survival of the fittest, today's conqueror may become tomorrow's conquered. This is an eternal cycle. No civilization can guarantee to always stand at the top of the food chain. She paused, then suddenly spoke with determination. But Professor William, this paradox equally applies to our current conservative strategy. If we remain stagnant, becoming the conquered is not a possibility, but a certainty. She once again demonstrated a comparison chart of civilization growth speeds, when the growth rates of other civilizations' powers are 10 or 100 times ours. The longer we wait, the more dangerous our relative position becomes, at least through conquest. We have the opportunity to quickly close this gap, and possibly surpass it. Professor William nodded but immediately asked again. Then, Great Wizard, where do you believe the end of this conquest race lies? When all civilizations adopt a strategy of conquest, what will this universe become? The depth of this question shocked everyone present. Questioned not only the sustainability of the conquest strategy, but also its impact on the entire universe's order. Faced with this philosophical challenge, a hint of admiration appeared in Cassandra's eyes. Professor William, your question demonstrates the broad perspective a true scholar should have. The answer to this question might take us thousands of years to find. Her voice grew even more philosophical. But I believe that when the conquest race reaches a certain point, new balance points will inevitably appear. Perhaps through higher-level civilization agreements. Perhaps through technological breakthroughs leading to new development models. Or perhaps through means we cannot yet imagine. She paused for a moment, then honestly said, I cannot guarantee what the end of the path of conquest will be, but I can guarantee this: if we do not take this path, we will never know the answer. And more importantly, we might never have the opportunity to find out the answer. This honest uncertainty, rather than any grand promise, was more convincing. It acknowledged the risks of the conquest strategy, but also emphasized the greater dangers of the status quo. The hall resounded with prolonged applause. But Ron noticed the complexity within this applause. Some clapped fervently and sincerely, some clapped reluctantly and hesitantly, and some only mechanically followed the crowd. This division was exactly what Cassandra wanted to see. She doesn't need everyone to immediately become fervent supporters. She just needs enough people to think, perhaps it's worth a try. Professor Williams slowly sat down, clearly diving deep into thought about this response. Ron calmly observed the reactions of the people around him, gaining a clearer understanding of the upcoming changes. No matter how gently this policy is packaged, its essence is still to steer the entire civilization towards a path of plunder and conquest. Just as the applause began to die down, Cassandra suddenly changed her tone. While ushering in this great era, I must also specially commend an outstanding young wizard. Her gaze pierced through the crowd, like a precisely guided arrow directly locking onto Ron standing in the observation station lineup. "Ron Ralph, please come forward." This sudden call-out brought instant silence to the entire hall. So quiet that even the sound of breathing could be clearly heard. All eyes turned to Ron, and whispers surged like tides, mingled with all sorts of complex emotions. Ron felt the focus of thousands of gazes. The sensation of being scrutinized by countless pairs of eyes reminded him of the oppressive feeling from a few days ago when he was being stared at by chaotic spirit monsters in the abyss. But his expression remained characteristically calm, as if such attention was just a part of his daily life. "Indeed, she has been watching me all along." He calmly analyzed the situation in his mind, activating Hermit's knowledge to perceive the energy fluctuations around him. "From the moment I entered the central lands, my every move has been under her surveillance. This public commendation is not only a reward, but also a declaration informing everyone that I have been chosen by her." What made him more uneasy was that he noticed observers in certain hidden corners of the hall. Those entities lurking in the shadows emitted energy fluctuations similar to Cassandra's, clearly her direct subordinates. This comprehensive surveillance system made him realize that the Conquest faction's influence had penetrated every corner of the school alliance. Ron slowly stood up, walking steadily toward the podium. Each of his steps was unusually composed, with his inner magic power maintaining a perfect balance under the influence of the star projection trait. Fellow wizards around him made way, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Some showed obvious signs of jealousy, their fingertips turning white from excessive force. Some had eyes shimmering with curiosity, attempting to discern something special in Ron. More watched this young wizard about to receive great honor with awe, as if looking at a sacrifice about to step onto the altar. When Ron reached the podium, he noticed Cassandra's satisfied smile. But that smile reminded him of a predator's expression, when locking onto its prey, hiding lethal danger beneath a gentle exterior. "Fellow colleagues, let me introduce to you this true genius." Cassandra began detailing Ron's various deeds. Her voice echoed in the hall, carrying a certain hypnotic rhythm. "Wizard Ron Ralph has successfully advanced to a primordial wizard through the path of truth. All of you present know that this method of advancement is deemed an extreme challenge with no chance of survival. Yet he not only succeeded, but also showcased astounding comprehensive abilities within just 1 year." The hall filled with murmurs, many nodded in agreement subconsciously. Academically, he is proficient in magic potion making, bloodline modulation, alchemy, enchantment, and other fields, reaching professional levels in each. Cassandra showcased a detailed list of achievements, which seemed to update automatically, displaying Ron's latest research progress in real time. He improved the formulas of more than a dozen traditional magic potions, innovated multiple bloodline modulation techniques, and even independently designed a forward-looking mobile simulation battle device. This versatile capability is extremely rare, even among treasure-level geniuses. Astonished exclamations erupted from the audience, and many professional researchers displayed expressions of shock. Ron could feel complex emotions from all directions: admiration, jealousy, fear, expectation, like an invisible web of emotions enveloping him. What's even more impressive is his combat prowess. Cassandra's tone became more approving as she lightly touched a display crystal on the podium, playing clips of Ron's test at the Abyssal Observation Station. In the practical test at the Abyssal Observation Station, he single-handedly defeated a chaotic spirit monster, a high-level abyssal creature. Understand that chaotic spirit monsters typically require a complete silver ring-level exploration team to handle, yet he managed to overcome it alone. The scene where Ron released sound wave vibration was perfectly recorded. Those strange ravings echoed through the hall's sound system, even after significant weakening, still causing discomfort to many present. Some exploration team members exchanged glances, fully aware of the terrifying nature of chaotic spirit monsters. This balance of theoretical and practical abilities, this blend of academic and combat talents, even reminds me of myself in my younger years. Cassandra's words caused a massive stir. Her younger days were legendary, a learning benchmark for countless junior wizards. To receive such an evaluation was almost equivalent to being recognized as the leader of the next generation. When Ron heard this, The alertness in his heart reached its peak. He realized that Cassandra was shaping him as the iconic figure of the Conquest faction through this public praise. Once he accepted this identity, it would be difficult for him to maintain a neutral stance. In the upcoming multi-dimensional Conquest plan, such a versatile individual holds immeasurable value. Cassandra began announcing more specific appointments, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. Therefore, I have decided to appoint Ron Ralph as the interim deputy of the Crystal Tower's New Star Plan. A gasp of astonishment arose in the hall, the weight of this appointment far exceeding everyone's expectations. Ron felt the air around him seem to thicken. The emotions in countless pairs of eyes became more complex and intense. The New Star Plan is a special project established by Cassandra to cultivate the next generation of leaders. Receiving this position means directly entering the core decision-making layer of the school alliance. Such a leap in promotion is extremely rare in the history of the school. The top position will remain vacant temporarily, waiting more outstanding performance to prove qualification. A meaningful gleam flashed in Cassandra's eyes, as if suggesting that this position is not as far away as it seems. The entire New Star Plan will span 50 years. At the end of the first phase, the best performing member will be elected as a candidate for the Vice Tower Master of Sky City. This statement completely exploded the atmosphere in the hall. The Vice Tower Master is almost equivalent to being the third most significant figure in the school alliance, only ranking after Cassandra herself and several ancient great wizards. Many young wizards' eyes ignited with a flame of desire, while also casting more complex glances at Ron. Ron rapidly calculated the deeper implications of this arrangement in his heart. 50 years is a lifetime for ordinary humans, but for wizards, it is merely a developmental phase. Cassandra is clearly making preparations for long-term power strategies, and he was chosen as the key piece in this arrangement. Cassandra took out an exquisite box emitting strange light from her bosom. The material of the box seemed to be some sort of living metal, with tiny textures flowing on the surface. As a gift for your inauguration, I wish to give you a special sacred item. She carefully opened the box. Inside lay a badge made of time crystal. The design of this badge is extremely exquisite, with the hexagram as the basic structure. Each point is inlaid with a different colored time crystal. The entire badge creates a wonderful refraction effect under the light, as if it allows the observer to see the trajectory of flowing time. However, Ron sensed the true nature of this sacred item through extraordinary recognition. Those seemingly beautiful time crystals contain complex surveillance arrays, capable of recording the wearer's every move, including patterns of thought activity. This is the sacred item Eye of Foresight from the time Lord Civilization. Cassandra's tone carried a clear sense of treasuring, but Ron heard the underlying threat. The wearer will have significantly enhanced time perception ability, able to foresee future dangers and opportunities to some degree for young people about to face complex situations. This sacred item will be their best protective talisman. She pinned the badge to Ron's chest personally. The solemn ceremonial feeling allowed everyone present to sense the historical significance of this moment, but Ron felt something else. A subtle energy seeped into his body when the badge touched his chest. Starting to synchronize with his magic power, this is not a simple gift, but a sophisticated control device. From today onwards, you will enjoy access to the same level of knowledge as an associate professor, able to reach most confidential materials within the school alliance. Cassandra finally announced, her voice carrying clear allure. At the same time, you will be granted authorization for independent research projects, able to allocate considerable resources to support your academic exploration. This includes priority access to otherworld materials, unrestricted access to advanced experimental equipment, and a dedicated team of research assistants. Such exceptional treatment made everyone present take notice. A young wizard who has just joined the Crystal Tower unexpectedly received such a huge leap in promotion, which is extremely rare in the history of the school. Ron stood on the podium, feeling the focus of thousands of gazes, but there wasn't a trace of excitement or pride in his heart. On the contrary, a deep sense of caution was spreading within him, like an insect wrapped in a spider web. Every struggle makes the bind tighter. This exceptional treatment is essentially a golden shackle. He calmly analyzed his situation in his heart while maintaining outward composure. She has given me such tremendous favor. naturally expecting corresponding returns. And this high-profile commendation at such a key moment is to declare to everyone I am already an important member of her faction. Realization of this made Ron's mood extraordinarily grim. Originally, he hoped to maintain a relatively neutral position in the political struggle within the school alliance, gaining respect and resources through his research findings and personal strength. But now, Cassandra's public commendation has forcibly bound him to the Conquest faction's chariot. More cunningly, Cassandra selected a timing and manner that made it almost impossible for him to refuse. In such a public setting, under the witness of thousands of wizards, any act of refusal would be interpreted as a blatant challenge to the Conquest faction. Given Cassandra's current influence, the consequences of such a challenge would be disastrous. From today onwards, my every move will be interpreted as a policy signal of the Conquest faction. A wave of helplessness surged deep within him, but rationality told him he must accept reality. It's already impossible to remain neutral. I must replan my development strategy. On the surface, however, Ron still maintained that iconic calmness and composure. Gave Cassandra a standard scholar's bow, his voice steady as he spoke. Thank you for the Tower Master's trust and nurturing. I will strive to live up to this expectation. These words left no loopholes, expressing gratitude without clearly supporting the Conquest policy, yet everyone present understood that this public appointment had already defined his stance. As he left the Hall of Falling Stars, Ron could still feel the faint resonance of the time crystals echoing in his mind. The Eyes of Time medallion on his chest emitted a warm sensation, as if a living entity was breathing slowly. This foreign sensation instinctively made him want to take it off, but reason told him the time was not right. Night had fallen deeply. The high towers of the central lands lay under the moonlight like sleeping giant beasts. Ron quickly traversed a few familiar streets to return to his residence. Alan was organizing some experiment records in the living room, her green branches gently swaying under the magic crystal lamp. Master, you seem a bit fatigued. The tree spirit keenly detected the subtle change in his mood. Prepare some calming tea and then set up a soundproof barrier. Ron instructed briefly. I need to conduct an important communication. Alan nodded without asking further. As his assistant, she had long been accustomed to her master's occasional mysterious behavior. 10 minutes later, Ron sealed the Eyes of Time and sat alone in the study protected by the soundproof barrier, holding the familiar tri-element communication crystal in his hand. When Lady Allen's visage appeared in the projection, her first words startled Ron. It seems my student has encountered some complicated circumstances. Lady Allen's tone was unusually calm, but Ron could read deep worry in her eyes. Cassandra has acted much quicker than I anticipated. Let me guess, she gave you some special honor in public today. You already know. Ron was somewhat surprised. My information channels are broader than you might think. Lady Allen smiled faintly. Moreover, I know Cassandra's style too well. She always likes to collect valuable talents in such seemingly generous ways. Her tone became serious. Tell me the specifics, don't leave out a single detail. Ron recounted everything that happened today in detail, from the declaration of conquest to personal appointments, from public commendations to private dinner invitations. Lady Allen listened quietly, occasionally nodding, but her expression grew increasingly grave. The temporary second seat of the new star plan. She repeated the name of the position. Right now your greatest concern shouldn't be the position itself, but why she chose you. I thought it was because of my talent and ability. Talent, Lady Allen shook her head. Ron, in this world, talent is never the sole factor determining fate. Cassandra chose you because you meet her 3 key needs. She raised 3 fingers. First, you are a primordial wizard, which means your favor's purity is extremely high and can provide unique value for her research. Second, you lack deep family background, making you easier to control and mold. Third, and most importantly, Lady Allen paused. You and her share the same source in meditation technique. She paused for a moment, seemingly hesitant to reveal a heavy secret. Finally, the elderly woman took a deep breath, her eyes becoming exceptionally serious. Ron, I am now going to tell you a truth about Star Eater's ravings, a secret unknown to most official wizards. The air in the room seemed to solidify, even the soundproof barrier trembled slightly. You know why this pattern is called the Path of Truth? It's not because it keeps the cultivator true to themselves, but because. Lady Allen's voice lowered to nearly inaudible. It will eventually turn the cultivator into the true embodiment of the visualized presence. Ron, though anticipating it, still felt a chill rush from his spine to his brain. You're saying Star Eater's ravings is not an ordinary meditation technique, it's a trap. Lady Allen's eyes revealed deep fear. Every cultivator who reaches the pinnacle of this method will ultimately be replaced by the true will of the devourer. Their bodies remain, memories remain, even personalities remain largely unchanged, but at the core of their souls, they are no longer themselves. In history, a total of 17 wizards have become official wizards through this meditation technique. Her voice began trembling. Among them, 16 mysteriously disappeared shortly after reaching the pinnacle. The only exception was the Eye of Observation, but that was because it itself was an exotic realm existence. Ron felt a churn in his stomach, then Cassandra, Tower Master. Cassandra has not yet reached that critical point. But she's very close. Lady Allen's eyes showed pain. Master Uter should have told you she's undergoing subtle changes. Her mental patterns are increasingly aligning with the essence of the devourer, endless greed and desire for conquest. However, the elderly woman's tone suddenly became hopeful. Ancient texts record a possibility. If two wizards cultivate Star Eater's ravings simultaneously, some sort of resonance between them might produce a balancing effect. Ron understood instantly. So when you chose to teach me this meditation technique? Yes, Lady Allen admitted without hesitation. I hope you can become the safeguard against Cassandra potentially losing control. Of course, this is also a form of protection for you. If only she meditates on this technique, the devourer's attention would be entirely focused on her. But if there are two cultivators, the risk will be dispersed. Ron calmly completed the sentence, though complex emotions surged in his heart. So he realized from the very beginning he was groomed as a chess piece. I know it's unfair to you. Lady Allen's voice carried guilt, but at that time I had no other choice either, and from a certain perspective, it also gave you an unprecedented opportunity. If the theory is correct, the balancing relationship between the two of you will make it easier for both to remain rational. She explained, at the same time, you may also share certain powers and insights with each other. Once established, this symbiotic relationship will be incredibly powerful. Ron quickly analyzed the implications of this information in his mind. If what Lady Allen said was true, then Cassandra's attention towards him was entirely understandable. There's a detail you must understand. In the world of the wizards, the mentor-mentee relationship is not just a transfer of knowledge, but a deep soul connection. This connection is called favor bonds, a binding stronger than any contract. Her tone turned slightly reminiscent. You know, when I chose to retire, Cassandra was the only high-ranking person who supported my decision. This information surprised Ron. Everyone else thought my departure was a loss for the school. Only she understood my choice. Complex emotions flashed in Lady Allen's eyes. She even took the initiative to propose increasing my retirement benefits, ensuring that I could continue some interesting research in a comfortable environment. That mobile herb store was her private gift to me. Cassandra is the smartest person I've ever met. Bar none. The old woman's voice carried unabashed admiration. She never does anything meaningless. Every action serves a larger goal. To those she deems valuable, she is extremely generous, but to those who obstruct her existence, she is ruthless. Ron began to understand the logic behind it. I mean, her current approach to you is well thought out. Lady Allen continued. On one hand, she indeed builds influence over you through various favors. On the other hand, she's also testing whether you have the ability to break free from these bonds. If you ultimately end up being just her vassal, it shows that your value is only so much. But if you can accept her favors while maintaining independence and even ultimately exceed her expectations, a cunning gleam appeared in Lady Allen's eyes, then she will truly value you and might even change her attitude towards you. After all, true genius is worth being treated as an equal. This subtle balance gave Ron a headache, so now I should be yourself. Lady Allen's answer was unexpectedly simple. Accept her favors, but don't be enslaved by them. Learn her knowledge, but keep your own judgment. Show your value, but don't reveal all your cards. She paused for a moment. The mentor-mentee relationship is indeed a kind of bond, but it is also a form of protection. Cassandra cannot cause you fatal harm, because that would disrupt the delicate balance between you. Correspondingly, you will also find it increasingly difficult to resist her influence. This is an endurance race. If her influence accumulates faster than your power grows, you will be thoroughly assimilated. On the contrary, if you can achieve a breakthrough at a critical moment, Lady Allen did not finish the sentence, but the implication was obvious. So your goal should be to grow to a level she cannot absorb before she completely assimilates you. Professor Udall's presence actually buys you a lot of time. But there is only a buffer period of 30 to 40 years, during which you must reach the peak of Dark Sun level and condense the Phantom Skeleton prototype. Only at that level can you maintain a basic equality with a great wizard. Ron quickly calculated the timeline, which seemed like an almost impossible task. Of course, you have some advantages that ordinary wizards do not. Lady Allen seemed to notice his concern: the identity of a primordial wizard, your high learning ability, and those special abilities of yours. If you fully utilize these advantages, time isn't insufficient. Moreover, I have a suggestion. She lowered her voice. During the next 3 years of adaptation, you should avoid receiving direct instruction from Cassandra as much as possible. You may accept the resources and technical materials she provides, but absolutely do not let her personally impart knowledge to you. Each direct transfer of knowledge deepens the bondage of the favor bonds. Ron nodded in understanding. Then for tonight's dinner, go. Lady Allen's tone became gentle. Refusal would be even more dangerous. But remember, keep a sense of distance, don't appear too enthusiastic or grateful. Cassandra is a smart person, she will understand your caution. In fact, moderate vigilance will make her appreciate you even more. As the communication was about to end, Lady Allen said lastly, Ron, I know this information might be too overwhelming for you, but you must understand, in this world, knowledge and power are never free. Every favor has a price, every choice has consequences. Now, you need to learn to survive and grow in this complex web of relationships. I will, madam. Ron responded simply, thank you for your guidance. Remember, Lady Allen finally exhorted. No matter what happens, keep your rationality and judgment. That is your greatest weapon. After the communication ended, he sat alone in the study, dazing for a long time. Indeed, every gift holds its price. Perhaps when Lady Allen taught him Star Eater's ravings, she had already gotten something from Cassandra. Ron shook his head, unable to stop the chill seeping from his heart, making him unwilling to think further. At 7:50 in the evening, a magnificent floating carriage gently descended before Ron's residence. The design of the carriage was extremely exquisite, with the body made of some living metal that changes colors autonomously, its surface flowing like aurora. The 4 steeds pulling the carriage were not ordinary magical creatures, but pure energy-formed shadow horses. Their hooves never touched the ground, and their entire bodies emitted soft starlight. The driver was a middle-aged man dressed in formal attire, with his left eye replaced by some glowing crystal, and his right hand completely mechanized. Upon seeing Ron, he respectfully bowed. Wizard Ralph, the Tower Master is waiting for you at the Starlight Courtyard. Ron nodded in acknowledgement and stepped onto this evidently extraordinary mode of transportation. The interior space of the carriage was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside, clearly employing space expansion technology. The seats were made of some living material that automatically adjusted according to the passenger's physique, offering an unusually comfortable touch. The most impressive feature was the carriage ceiling, a large transparent crystal through which the stars in the night sky were clearly visible. But Ron soon discovered that the arrangement of these stars did not match the real sky, instead forming some special geometric pattern. This is the star map navigation system. The driver noticed Ron's gaze and took the initiative to explain. It can show the direction and distance to the destination. It's one of the technologies the Tower Master brought back from the otherworld. The carriage smoothly traversed the central land's night sky, the city below gleaming like diamonds embedded in black velvet. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Starlight Courtyard, located at the highest point of Sky City. The opulence of this structure far exceeded Ron's imagination. The entire courtyard seemed like a heavenly domain cut from the starry sky, with countless tiny light spots slowly rotating in the air, forming a 3-dimensional star map. The main building was constructed with living starlight crystal. This material appeared as ordinary semi-transparent crystal during the day, but at night, it emitted a soft silver glow, as if solidifying moonlight into entity. The building's exterior blended various civilizations' architectural styles. The foundation structure followed traditional wizard tower design, but incorporated numerous otherworld elements. The spire's top housed a slowly rotating energy sphere, exuding star-like brilliance. The exterior walls were engraved with conquest commemoration. Inscriptions in various otherworld texts. The courtyard was planted with exotic flora from different dimensions, some emitting melodious tunes, while others changed color based on the observer's emotions. "Welcome to the Starlight Courtyard." A gentle voice sounded from behind Ron. Turning to see an elderly man in a butler's uniform. This butler appeared around 60, with translucent hands revealing complex energy circuits within. "I am the butler here, Sebastian. The tower master awaits in the dining hall. Please follow me." The butler led Ron down a corridor with glowing carpet. On both sides of the corridor were various otherworld art pieces and spoils of conquest. There was a memory mirror that automatically played conquest scenes, wherein Ron saw Cassandra commanding troops to conquer otherworld cities. A crystal ball holding essence of thought, flickering with the last thoughts of the conquered, and some abstract sculptures he could not comprehend, seemingly challenging the observer's cognitive limits. Merely watching them induced slight dizziness. "These are the Tower Master's collections." Sebastian noticed Ron's gaze. Each represents the essence of a conquered civilization. The Tower Master believes that transforming the enemy's wisdom into decorations is the best commemoration of victory. Ron silently noted this detail, gaining deeper insight into Cassandra's character. Only 4 chairs surrounded the dining table, clearly arranged for a small, intimate gathering. When Ron entered the dining hall, Cassandra was already waiting. Compared to her formal daytime appearance, she now showed a completely different side. She wore a light purple silk gown, so thin it resembled night mist. Her curves subtly teased beneath the loose dress, exuding the unique allure of a mature woman. Her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, lacking the daytime's authoritative bun. The most striking was her gaze. Now her violet eyes were gentle and approachable, devoid of the daytime conqueror's coldness. "Ron, welcome to my home." Cassandra rose to greet him. "Please sit. Tonight is a private gathering. There's no need for formal etiquette." Eve sat on one side of the table, dressed in a light blue dress, appearing more subdued than usual. Upon seeing Ron, she nodded in relief. Others' void remains projection settled on the 4th chair as Ron appeared. "It seems our guests are all here." Cassandra's voice carried a gentle smile. "Then, let's begin this delightful dinner. Before we begin dining, I'd like to introduce tonight's menu to you." Cassandra gracefully picked up a menu made of living paper, the text on which seemed to automatically adjust its content according to the reader's emotional state. Every dish tonight has its special origin and significance. The first dish was quickly served. It was a plate of seemingly ordinary dark red fruits, but Ron immediately noticed something unusual. The surfaces of these fruits had fine pores and were undergoing subtle breathing movements. "These are blood fruits, from the tree man tribe of the Nadra forest," Cassandra introduced with a certain sense of satisfaction in her voice. The tree men use these fruits as their staple food, which contain concentrated life essence and memory fragments. She gently cut open one of the fruits, and a faint green mist instantly rose. The air was filled with the fresh scent of the forest, mixed with an indescribable smell of decay. After consumption, it temporarily grants the tree men's life perception ability, and also lets you experience the memory fragments stored in the fruit. Cassandra continued to explain. "Of course, most of these memories are about death and suffering, but there's also some valuable information." Ron tasted a small piece and immediately felt a flood of chaotic memory fragments rush into his mind. The laughter in the forest, the sudden onslaught of terrifying flames, the tree men's cries of despair, and the conqueror's indifferent face. "How are the tree men of Nadra now?" Other calmly inquired. "They chose to resist." Cassandra's tone turned cold. "Regrettably, now the Nadra forest has been reduced to scorched earth. However, we preserved enough biological samples, including the seeds of these blood fruits. Perhaps one day we can cultivate this species again in a more suitable environment." Upon hearing this, Eve's hand slightly trembled as she held her utensils. "The entire species has been completely annihilated by my own hands," Cassandra said explicitly. "Their level of civilization was too low to contribute anything valuable to our development. Keeping them would have only wasted resources." The second dish instilled a deep discomfort in everyone present. It was a still swimming, translucent fish, its beating heart and flowing blood clearly visible within its body. Even more terrifying was the obvious glimmer of intelligence in the fish's eyes. "This is a thought fish, from the intelligent deep-sea race of crystal waters. Cassandra used a specially designed fork to pin down the struggling fish. They possess a level of intelligence comparable to humans, capable of complex thought processes through bioelectricity. When the fork pierced the fish's body, it let out a sound almost resembling a human scream. Its eyes flickered intensely, as if engaging in a final contemplation. Eating fresh thought fish can temporarily enhance brain activity and boost logical thinking abilities. Cassandra continued speaking, seemingly oblivious to the expressions on the others' faces. Of course, it must be consumed while still alive. The effect fades rapidly after death. Cassandra, others said angrily, this is live dissection, not dining. What difference does it make? The witch retorted, a puzzled look in her eyes. Aren't the animals we usually consume also alive? Just because these fish have sentience, should they be accorded special status? She elegantly placed a piece of fish in her mouth. Wisdom shouldn't be a get-out-of-death-free card, especially when such wisdom doesn't serve higher civilization. Ron looked at the fish on the plate still weakly struggling, and a complex emotion surged inside him. From a purely logical standpoint, Cassandra's viewpoint was indeed flawless. But looking into those eyes slowly losing their glow, he couldn't help but feel a visceral discomfort. The appearance of the next dish froze the atmosphere in the dining room entirely. It was a seemingly ordinary bowl of thick soup, with some semi-transparent spherical objects floating on its surface. Upon closer inspection, each sphere contained a miniaturized brain, with faint neural activity still ongoing. "This is wisdom soup," Cassandra said with unusual solemnity, "made from the brains of the scholar species." The scholar species is a sentient race wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. Their brains, evolved over millions of years, possess unparalleled information storage and processing capabilities. She lifted the ladle, gently stirring the liquid. Each brain sphere contains the lifetime's worth of knowledge of one scholar. Consuming this soup offers a chance to acquire some fragments of knowledge. Ron looked at those brains in the soup, still faintly flickering, and felt a strong wave of nausea. Yet at the same time, he realized a horrifying fact. From a purely utilitarian perspective, Cassandra's logic was indeed unassailable. "I think I understand the Tower Master's intention," he said calmly, with not a trace of emotion in his voice. "The strong have the right to use all aspects of the weak, including their lives, wisdom, and even their very existence." "Exactly." Cassandra nodded in satisfaction. "I knew you would understand. This is the fundamental law of the universe, the survival of the fittest, the strong rule. But I have one more question." Ron continued, "If this mode of plunder persists, what will we ultimately become?" Cassandra paused for a moment at the question. "What do you mean?" "I mean, when we've devoured enough civilizations and absorbed enough wisdom, will we still be who we were?" Ron's gaze became profound. "Or will we become a monster cobbled together from the memories of countless dead?" The restaurant fell into a deathly silence. This question touched the deepest fears in everyone's heart. In the endless conquest, what kind of transformation will the conquerors themselves undergo? An interesting philosophical question. Cassandra replied steadily, though there was a hint of confusion in her voice. "But I think such worries are unnecessary. The strong will always remain strong and will not change their essence just because they absorb some memories of the weak." However, Ron noticed her left hand trembling slightly under the table, a habitual gesture of unease. Clearly, the question had struck a chord deep within her. Others' phantom became dimmer, perhaps. "We should reconsider the long-term consequences of this developmental model." "What consequences?" Cassandra's tone turned slightly impatient. "Becoming stronger, gaining more knowledge, acquiring more resources, these are all good things. Or becoming a hybrid of the civilizations we've devoured." Ron calmly added, "Losing our identity and becoming ghosts of history." This statement was like a bomb, shattering the last traces of peace at the table. "Enough," Cassandra said coldly. "We are here tonight to celebrate the start of a new era, not to engage in philosophical debate." It was the first time she had torn off her gentle facade. Eve looked at the bowl of soup, her face turning pale. "Mother, I feel." "You feel what?" Cassandra's gaze became sharp. "Do you think it's too cruel?" She shook her head lightly. "Eve, you must learn to view these issues from a higher perspective. In the universe, there is no absolute good or evil, only strong and weak. We have the ability to provide these civilizations with value they could never obtain, and correspondingly, we have the right to demand compensation. This is what I wanted to discuss with Ron today." She turned to Ron about the true structure of the multiverse. Cassandra stood up and walked toward one wall of the dining room. When she touched the wall, it instantly transformed into a massive projection screen, displaying a complex 3D map of the universe. First, you need to understand our location. Cassandra pointed to a glowing area in the center of the map. We live in the 7th quadrant, a relatively young region of the universe, about a few billion years old. In this quadrant, the fundamental laws of life remain the same: carbon-based organisms, energy circulation, linear flow of time. Her fingers slid over the map, marking several different areas: the beast race, lizard men, dwarves, half-beastmen, goblins, elves. These sub-races are actually not the original inhabitants of the main world. They originally lived in other planes within the 7th quadrant, having their independent civilizations and histories. The projection began playing historical footage, showcasing the magnificent scene of the Great Exploration period in the Second Era. Countless teleportation gates opened in the void, armies of various races traversed between different worlds. Some were conquests, some alliances, and many more forced integrations. Back then, the predecessors of the wizards believed that unifying these races under one management could bring greater benefits. There was an approving tone in Cassandra's voice, and it proved they were right. The fusion of multiple races brought us technological leaps and cultural prosperity. Dwarves' forging techniques, elves' magical prowess, the combat instincts of the beast race. These have all become important components of our civilization. Her finger moved to another area on the map. And those more peculiar beings, you mentioned the dragon species, time hounds. Elemental creature. Demons, they come from entirely different quadrants. The projection shifted to a more macro perspective, displaying 12 enormous quadrant regions. Each quadrant has different fundamental laws. The 3rd quadrant is a world made of pure energy, where beings exist in elemental forms. The 9th quadrant has incredibly chaotic time flow, giving birth to time creatures like time hounds. As for the elder eye demons, they come from the 1st quadrant, the oldest cosmic region. The beings there have transcended conventional life forms and are close to a primordial cosmic law. Ron carefully observed the universe map, his heart filled with a longing for infinite possibilities. Interacting between different quadrants is not easy, Cassandra continued to explain. It requires extremely complex technology and huge energy consumption, which is why beings from other quadrants are so rare here. But precisely because they are rare, their value is even more precious. A glimmer of greed flashed in her eyes. The time manipulation ability of a time hound, the pure energy constitution of an elemental lord, the power source of a true dragon. These are valuable resources our civilization can learn and utilize. Now let's talk about more practical matters. Cassandra sat back down gracefully, taking a sip of the glowing liquor from the other world. Regarding the policy reforms I announced earlier, I assume you might have some concerns. Her tone became more intimate, as if she were just discussing everyday matters with a friend. Many people think I would immediately enforce a strict rule, forcing everyone to participate in the conquest, but in reality, I am quite a patient person. Ron maintained a polite listening posture, but activated Hermit's knowledge to perceive the true intentions behind her words. Reform takes time, and so does the human heart to adjust. Cassandra chuckled softly. I have prepared a 3-year transition period for the School Alliance. During these 3 years, traditional academic research will continue and the existing management system will remain stable. Only when people gradually realize the superiority of the new system will deeper reforms take place. Her fingers gently stroked the rim of the wine glass. After all, forced change often triggers unnecessary resistance. Voluntary transformation can bring higher efficiency and less internal friction. Eve quietly listened from the side, occasionally casting worried glances at Ron. Other silhouette maintained its observer stance, with the silver light appearing particularly profound against the reflection of the starlight crystal. Speaking of which, I recalled something interesting. Cassandra suddenly changed the topic, a sly gleam flashing in her eyes. Before today's meeting, I mentioned a handling plan for you during an internal high-level meeting. Ron's heartbeat quickened slightly, but he remained outwardly calm. At that time, some suggested imposing special restrictions and supervision on you. Given the unpredictability of a primordial wizard, others suggested that you should immediately join the core circle to prevent other forces from recruiting you. She chuckled and shook her head. The suggestions varied widely, with some even quite extreme, but my response was simple: treat normally. Treat normally, Ron repeated the words, trying to understand their deeper meaning. Yes, treat normally. Cassandra nodded in confirmation, neither offering special care nor deliberately suppressing. Provide treatment based on your actual performance, just like any talented young wizard. Her gaze became meaningful, of course. This normal standard might be higher than most people imagine. After all, your talent is indeed outstanding. The expressions on the high-level members' faces were quite interesting when they heard my answer. She continued. Some were confused, thinking I was being pretentious, some tried to decipher deeper meanings, and some simply thought I was lying. She took a small sip of wine, a trace of pride appearing in her eyes. But in reality, I was speaking the truth. I indeed intend to treat you normally according to the normal treatment a treasure-level genius should receive. Today's appointment and rewards are precisely the embodiment of this normal treatment. Ron began to understand her intention. Cassandra was actually suggesting that she knew he had learned about that high-level meeting through some channel. The Tower Master is quite frank. Ron cautiously responded. This transparent communication does indeed offer reassurance. Frankness is the privilege of the strong. Cassandra nodded satisfactorily. Only when you are strong enough can you bear the consequences of speaking the truth. This is also an important principle I hope you understand. She put down the wine glass, her tone becoming more serious. In the next 3 years, you will have many choices. You can continue to focus on academic research, or you can try to participate in some conquest projects. I won't force you to make any decisions, but I hope you can keep an open mind. After all, only through personal experience can you make truly wise judgments. At this moment, the butler Sebastian entered with a delicate tray of potions in hand. Tower Master, Miss Eve's potion is ready. Ron noticed Eve's complexion suddenly became pale. Her body began to tremble slightly. Thank you, Sebastian. Cassandra took the tray, her tone still gentle. Eve, it's time to take your medicine. The tray held 3 small bottles of potion, each emitting a different glow, but through extraordinary recognition, Ron immediately noticed the unusual nature of these potions. They were not ordinary healing potions, but some extremely special substances. Each drop of potion contained intense soul waves, those waves carrying the emotional characteristics of despair, pain, and fear. Mother, Eve's voice trembled slightly. I already feel much better today, could I? No. Cassandra's tone, though gentle, was undeniable. Your demon-devouring symptoms have alleviated, but the root issue still exists. These potions are necessary to maintain your stable state. She gently stroked Eve's hair, her actions filled with maternal love. I know the taste is bad, but you must persist for the sake of your health. Eve glanced at a look of plea in her eyes. But the old professor only shook his head slightly, signaling her not to resist. With no other choice, Eve could only take the first bottle of potion. As she brought the potion to her lips, her whole body began to shake violently. The reaction was not one of resistance to bitterness, but rather an instinctive fear from deep within the soul. The moment the potion entered her mouth, Eve's face turned ashen, nearly causing her to vomit immediately. She bit her lower lip tightly, forcing herself to swallow the potion, but tears uncontrollably flowed down her cheeks. Ron observed the process through extraordinary recognition, a deep shock welling up within him. The essence of these potions reminded him of some forbidden alchemy record's soul condensate. Through the deep perception of hermit's knowledge, he could even vaguely hear the silent screams of those refined souls. Other silhouette suddenly transmitted a spiritual power. Message to him, that is the king of absurdity's technique. Compressing and refining the souls of living intelligent beings to create a universal potion that suppresses various spiritual symptoms. Every drop of potion represents the dissipation of dozens of complete lives. The old professor's spiritual message carried deep pain. Cassandra has been using this method to maintain Eve's condition for years. Ron felt a chill rise from his spine. If what others said was true, then Eve's daily sustenance involved the forcible consumption of countless lives, and all of this was happening under Cassandra's gentle smile. The second bottle. Cassandra maintained her motherly tone. Eve's body shook even more, but she still obediently took the second bottle of potion. This time the reaction was even more intense. She could hardly control her gag reflex. But under her mother's gaze, she forced herself to complete the ingestion. The last bottle, dear. The third bottle of potion was darker in color, emitting a more potent soul aura. Eve's hand was trembling uncontrollably and the potion bottle wobbled in her grip. "Do you need my help?" Cassandra asked with concern. "No, no need." Eve shook her head, using all her strength to take the last bottle of potion. After the process was over, she slumped into her chair, her face pale as paper, breathing rapidly. But strangely, her magic power wave indeed became more stable. "Do you see?" Cassandra turned to Ron, a twisted sense of pride in her voice. Sometimes saving a person requires sacrificing something else, but as long as the outcome is good, the discomfort in the process is all worth it. Her gaze became profound. This is the responsibility of the strong. We must make difficult decisions, bear the moral burden, and sacrifice certain things for the greater good. Eve's life is more important to me than any moral principle. If sacrificing the souls of some lesser beings could save my daughter, I would not hesitate to make that choice. Ron watched the scene unfold, his complex emotions reaching a peak. Cassandra was not displaying simple evil but a twisted logic. In her value system, the needs of the strong took precedence over everything, and the safety of loved ones outweighed moral codes. This logic was in some ways reasonable, yet its consequences were so unsettling. "I understand your choice," he eventually replied. "Simply as a mother, your actions are completely understandable." Cassandra nodded with satisfaction. "I knew you would understand, and that's one of the reasons I admire you. You have a maturity beyond your years." She stood up and walked towards the window in the dining room, gazing at the starry sky outside. In this universe, each civilization struggles for survival. Survival of the fittest isn't a rule set by us, but a fundamental law of the universe. All we can do is choose which part of the food chain we wish to be, and I choose to be at the top. As dinner was nearing its end, Cassandra finally said, "Tonight, I hope you take away not just a fine meal, but also a completely new way of thinking. When you stand high enough, you'll find that those moral dilemmas that once troubled you actually have simpler solutions." She turned to Eve, her tone becoming gentle again. "How are you feeling now, dear?" "Much better, Mother," Eve replied weakly, though still shadowed by fear in her eyes. "That's good." Cassandra nodded with satisfaction. "See, Ron, sometimes temporary pain can lead to lasting happiness. It's the wisdom a leader must possess, knowing when to persevere and when to compromise." "Speaking of support, I think it's time to fulfill my promise from this afternoon." Cassandra retrieved a lavish storage box from her space equipment. 300 full magic stones, my personal sponsorship for your simulation battle device project. When the storage box was opened, the neatly arranged magic stones emitted dazzling light. Each one was the highest quality energy crystal, valuable enough to make any researcher go mad. Additionally, here are technological data I've collected from otherworld civilizations over the years. She also took out several data crystals, including transformation technology from the Mechanical Federation, cultivation methods from the biological factory, and application theories of energy integration. The value of this information cannot be measured in money. Her eyes were filled with pride for her conquests. Any one of these technologies is enough to spur revolutionary progress in a particular field. Ron accepted these precious materials. Merely a quick browse revealed dozens of never-before-seen technological concepts, each enlightening his research ideas. "There's another piece of good news," Cassandra continued. "After discussions with Master Other and several expedition team captains, we've decided to grant you some special research freedom." Her tone became more formal. "Firstly, you can relocate your mobile workshop to the Abyssal Observation Station. The environment there is more suitable for experiments on special materials and allows first-hand abyss samples to be obtained. Secondly, you will enjoy independent research permissions, ensuring basic safety. You can autonomously decide your research direction and experimental contents without going through cumbersome approval processes." The generosity of this treatment surprised Ron. Independent research permissions are a privilege at the level of an associate professor in the Crystal Tower, and he's just a lecturer now. "Of course, certain necessary regulations must still be followed," Cassandra added. "Periodic abyss erosion checks cannot be omitted. They are for your safety. Besides, important research results must be reported periodically to meet academic exchange needs." Her eyes became deep and profound. "This freedom is built on trust, and I trust you will wisely use this privilege and not disappoint me." Others' hologram nodded slightly, seemingly agreeing with the arrangement. "The observation station's research conditions indeed suit your project better. Plus, The active environment there can provide unique variables for your experiments. Thanks to the Tower Master and Professor Udall, these materials and permissions are indeed highly valuable to me. Value? Cassandra chuckled lightly. Dear Ron, at my level, there's no need to discuss value exchange anymore. Among true strongholds, sharing knowledge is a natural duty. I hope one day you can also stand at such a height, overlooking the whole universe. As dinner concluded, Cassandra finally said, Ron, you should be able to feel it yourself. The witch stood and walked to the window, gazing at the night sky illuminated by magic power. We are standing at a pivotal moment in history. Perhaps in the next few decades or hundreds of years, the final direction of our civilization will truly be decided. You will play an important role in this process. Your choices, your growth, your contributions will all become vital parts of this history. She turned to face Ron, her purple eyes like a deep whirlpool. I've given you knowledge, resources, and freedom. Now let's see how you will use them. Don't disappoint me. As night deepened, walking alone on the way back, the scenes from tonight kept echoing in Ron's mind. Cassandra's generosity was genuine, and her support was solid. She isn't a traditional tyrant or madwoman, but a practitioner with clear logic and resolute conviction. Each of her actions has a self-justifying explanation. Each decision serves a greater goal. Yet it's precisely this rational cruelty that makes her so formidable. In her value system, the development of the strong is more important than the suffering of the weak. The progress of civilization is more precious than individual freedom. What is most frightening is that many of Cassandra's views, from a purely efficiency standpoint, indeed have their rationality. And for him, the sponsorship of 300 magic stones, precious technologies from the otherworld, independent research rights. The value of these resources is immeasurable. But Ron knows clearly that every favor has its price. Each time he accepts Cassandra's favor, it draws him deeper into the web she weaves. And this price will sooner or later demand repayment in some form. This is the rule of the game, making difficult choices between interests and bottom lines, between freedom and power, and he now stands at this crossroads of choice. Late at night, Ron returned alone to his residence. He carefully stored away the precious data Cassandra gave him. This knowledge indeed holds great value, but before delving into it, he needs to establish enough precautions. After all, in this world, what is often most dangerous is not the power itself, but the price one must pay to acquire it. In the darkness, the starlight crystal emits a faint glow. Those stars from billions of light years away seem to silently narrate the indifference of the universe. In this vast and boundless void, life is as insignificant as dust, and reason as fragile as foam. Only power, only absolute power, can carve out a foothold in this all-devouring darkness. Ron sits cross-legged on the meditation mat and slowly closes his eyes. He needs to calm the waves within through meditation and seek guidance from the stars for strength. When his consciousness sinks into that familiar sea of stars, Ron immediately senses subtle changes. Several months have passed since the hermit star was lighted up, and each meditation has brought him closer to this star. Under the guidance of the hermit star, his perception of the entire sea of consciousness is deepening. The scholar star, located at the bottom right of the wisdom constellation, is now emitting increasingly bright silvery white light. Unlike the deep, mysterious purple light of the hermit star, the scholar star's light is purer, like a crystal of knowledge refined countless times. Ron carefully observes the state of the scholar star and notices the complex patterns on its surface slowly but steadily rotating. Those geometric patterns are no longer static decorations, but are processing countless streams of information, like a never-ceasing mental processor. But to truly light up the scholar star, mere meditation is not enough. According to records in the Star Eater's ravings, the lighting up of stars requires a cultivator to establish a deep spiritual resonance with it, often needing external forces to guide it. Ron takes a deep breath and begins to use the astrology techniques he has painstakingly studied over the months. Astrology is not just about observing the changes of celestial phenomena, but a way of communicating with higher dimensional existences. He recalls Eve's teachings, and his spiritual power extends like a thread, trying to establish a connection with the distant scholar star. Behind every star, there might be some indescribable existence hidden. The key is to summon their attention in the right way. The initial attempts all ended in failure. Although the scholar star's light is gradually intensifying, it still cannot form a stable resonance with his spiritual power. Whenever his consciousness touches the surface of the star, he feels a gentle but firm resistance, as if blocked by an invisible thin film. Don't be impatient. Ron forces himself to stay calm and readjusts the way he applies astrology. The time scale of stars is completely different from humans. Their responses may need to be measured in years or even decades, and rushing will only backfire. He uses a gentle approach as usual. Instead of forcing a connection, he releases goodwill patiently, as if dealing with an unfamiliar but friendly existence. After repeated attempts for several hours, the scholar star gave some response. It was an extremely subtle wave, like a gentle breeze from a distant mountain, soft and continuous. Ron can feel his learning ability quietly enhancing. Under this wave's influence, those once obscure and difficult to understand enchantment theories now seem clearer. The complex construction of runes can now be understood more quickly in terms of principles and connections. Although this change is gradual, it does exist. It's like the processor of the brain being quietly upgraded, with calculation speed and logical capability significantly improved. Astrology beginner, experience points +1 current progress. Astrology beginner 47/50. The transparent panel's prompt makes Ron realize that his astrology is about to reach the skilled level. This skill, although filled with danger, has indeed opened a door to a higher level of power for him. Through the connection with stars, he can not only enhance his meditation technique more quickly, but also glimpse the deep laws of the universe's operation. After ending the meditation, Ron can still feel the lingering influence of the scholar star. This improvement in learning ability, although subtle, indeed fills him with confidence about the upcoming enchanter transition. It will probably take 1 to 2 more weeks to fully light up the scholar star. He estimated the progress in his mind. Once the scholar star is lit up, my learning efficiency will leap qualitatively. At that point, whether it's theoretical research or skill cultivation, both can advance at a faster pace. More importantly, lighting up the scholar star will bring him one step closer to a complete wisdom constellation. According to the records in Star Eater's ravings, when the hermit star, scholar star, and observer star form a 3-star line, it will create a complete wisdom triangle, echoing each other, with the hermit star at its core for amplifying abilities. At that time, what he obtains will not just be the special abilities of a single star, but a constellation-level amplification of wisdom. The next morning, Ron was sorting through the otherworld technology documentation provided by Cassandra. The tri-element communication crystal placed at the corner of the table suddenly lit up autonomously. The flickering blue light appeared particularly striking in the morning light, indicating that someone was actively calling him. He was somewhat surprised. According to past conventions, he was always the one to initiate contact with the master. Rarely did Lady Allen initiate communication. When the elderly lady's face appeared in the projection, Ron immediately noticed the abnormality in her expression. There were slight red marks at the corners of her eyes. Clearly, she hadn't slept well the previous night. "Ron, I think we need to have a candid conversation." Lady Allen's voice was much lower than usual, mixed with a rare tremble. "Regarding some of my choices, I feel you have the right to know the whole truth." She took a deep breath, as if preparing herself mentally for what she was about to say. "Just like I said last night, I have concealed too much from you, and this deception is causing me an increasingly heavy guilt." Ron maintained a quiet listening posture. "Back then, when I chose to pass on Star Eater's ravings to you, it wasn't entirely because I appreciated your talent and character." Lady Allen looked straight into Ron's eyes, her voice carrying deep apology. Though these indeed were important factors, there was an even more crucial reason. Cassandra needed a counterbalance. Both Cassandra and I were students of Master Uter. We were once close like sisters. Lady Allen's voice became ethereal, as if reminiscing distant memories. But when she began cultivating Star Eater's ravings, I could clearly sense her transformation. That desire for conquest and devouring was slowly eroding her originally gentle character. She paused briefly, pain flashed in her eyes. More complexly, when I failed in advancing to the Dark Sun level, it was Cassandra who helped me through the hardest times. She offered me precious healing rituals, arranged a comfortable recuperation environment, even took on most of my medical expenses. She even once said to me, Lady Allen's voice grew weaker, "Allen, you'll stand up again one day. I've seen your future. You will nurture a student powerful enough to change the world." And this student will be the hope of our entire civilization. Ron's pupils slightly contracted. This didn't seem like simple words of comfort, more like some kind of prophecy or carefully designed hint with Cassandra's wisdom and means. She had enough ability to influence others' choices through seemingly casual words, so, "When I met you," Lady Allen's voice almost turned into a whisper. "I truly thought this was fate's arrangement, thought Cassandra's prophecy was coming true. I chose to pass on Cassandra's long-prepared Star Eater's ravings to you, partly influenced by her words and partly hoping to repay what I owed her. But as time went on, I began to realize maybe, from the very start, this was her carefully designed trap." Deep fear flashed in the old lady's eyes. She might have foreseen our meeting long ago, knowing what choices I would make, and I was just a piece on her chessboard. This possibility sent unprecedented chills through Ron. If Lady Allen's speculations were correct, it meant his entire growth trajectory was within her calculations. From initially meeting Lady Allen, to obtaining the meditation technique, and entering the central lands, every step might have been proceeding according to her script. Even more terrifying is, I'm starting to doubt whether my feelings for you were influenced by her. Lady Allen's voice carried a tremble. As a master, my concern and guidance for you should be genuine, but now I can no longer distinguish if these feelings come from the heart or were guided by some sort of suggestion. The room plunged into a long silence. Ron gazed at the elderly lady's old and painful face in the projection. Complex emotions surged within him. Anger, disappointment, sympathy, and a deep sense of powerlessness. In this wizard's world, even seemingly sincere relationships might be manipulated by the will of those in power. And those pawns like them cannot even be certain if their emotions and choices are real. Ron finally spoke, his voice unnervingly calm. "Why are you telling me this now? What do you want?" Lady Allen answered directly, her eyes revealing near desperate light. "Not just for myself, but for you. If our mentor-student relationship truly is the product of manipulation, continuing it will only trap us deeper, unable to extricate." She took a deep breath and made a difficult decision. "So, I'm willing to proactively sever the favor link between us once you ascend to Dark Sun level. This way, regardless of what happened before, at least your future won't be influenced by me." Hearing this proposal, Ron's emotions became more complex. Lady Allen's honesty truly surprised him. But in this world full of intrigue and manipulation, even honesty could be another form of chess game. "I understand your choice, madam," he finally said calmly, his tone neither angry nor overly forgiving. "At least you are willing to tell me the truth, which is better than remaining in the dark." But deep within, Ron started re-examining his entire life trajectory. If even his starting point might have been designed, what choices truly belonged to him? This thought induced deep fear in him, not of death, but the fear of his free will being stripped away. Perhaps this is the essence of this world, he coolly analyzed in his heart. In the face of absolute power, so-called free choice is merely an illusion. True powers can not only control the present, but also design the future, making the pawns believe they are making choices, when in fact they are merely acting according to a set script. This realization intensified Ron's desire for power. Only when he's strong enough can he break free from this controlled fate, can he truly master his own life. And before that, he must carefully survive in this dangerous chess game, accumulating power while finding breakthroughs of opportunity. After the communication ended, Ron sat alone in the study, gazing out at the towering spires of the central lands outside the window. Those buildings symbolizing power and knowledge appear so magnificent in the morning light, but now to his eyes they bear a sinister hue. Every tower might conceal countless secrets and schemes. Every seemingly chance encounter might be a meticulously designed game. In this world full of manipulation and calculation, he must learn to view everything with a colder eye. In the afternoon, Ron arrived as agreed at Frederick's private workshop. This expert in enchantment had evidently made thorough preparations for today's guidance. The entire workshop had been rearranged, with various precision instruments and material samples neatly organized. But unlike usual, Frederick appeared particularly tense today. His left hand was constantly adjusting the positions of the tools on the workbench. This compulsive organizing behavior clearly went beyond the normal scope of preparation work. "Welcome to my workshop, Lecturer Ralph." Frederick warmly greeted Ron. "Today, we will engage in an in-depth exchange on enchantment. I believe it will significantly improve your skills." Ron activated the hermit's knowledge to observe the subtle expressions of this middle-aged wizard and notice some noteworthy details. There was a new small wound on Frederick's right index finger that looked like it had been cut by something sharp. Even more puzzling was the faint rune mark faintly visible on his left arm. It certainly wasn't ordinary decoration, but seemed like some kind of temporary enchantment with practical function. "You seem a bit fatigued today, Lecturer Frederick. Is it because the preparation work was too overwhelming?" "Oh, yes. Indeed it was." Frederick's response was slightly flustered, his gaze flickering. "To ensure today's guidance achieves the best results, I spent almost the entire night fine-tuning these devices. After all, guiding a genius like you is a rare opportunity, and there can't be any oversight." This explanation sounded reasonable, but Ron keenly sensed the unnaturalness within it. Frederick's tension seemed to arise from more than just teaching pressure. However, considering the current complex situation, this attitude was also reasonable. The subsequent guidance process was unusually detailed and professional. Frederick first conducted a comprehensive theoretical test for Ron. Through a series of cleverly designed questions, he progressively identified several key weak points in his knowledge system. "You don't have a deep enough understanding of the non-linear effects of energy conduction." Frederick pointed to a complex theoretical diagram. "In dealing with complex runes, such misunderstandings can cause unexpected trouble. Energy flow through materials does not always follow linear rules, especially in the case of multi-layer rune overlapping. Additionally, the interference mechanisms between runes need more precise mastery." He demonstrated several practical cases. "Look here, two originally compatible runes can produce resonance conflict under specific conditions, leading to the collapse of the entire enchantment system. This situation can be deadly in practical scenarios." Ron meticulously recorded these experiences and techniques, silently rejoicing at the impending learning ability enhancement brought by the lighting up of the Scholar Star. In this state, his comprehension speed was much faster than usual, and many concepts that originally required repeated thought were now understood at first listen. Finally, you can't judge material compatibility solely by theoretical deduction. Frederick picked up several seemingly identical metal samples. These are all standard steel, but due to subtle differences in smelting processes, their enchantment adaptability is completely different. Only through extensive practice can one cultivate this subtle perception ability. Next came the practice operation guidance session. Frederick taught the precise engraving techniques step by step, starting from the most basic sense of touch training. Enchantment is not purely a theoretical activity, it's also a precision skill that requires the use of both mind and hands. He picked up a fine engraving knife and gently grazed it across a practice crystal. Every material has its own character, and you must feel their energy texture through touch. Applying too much force can damage the internal structure, while being too gentle cannot form an effective energy channel. Ron carefully observed Frederick's technique. He noticed that with every line Frederick engraved, he adjusted the force and angle based on the subtle feedback from the material. This adjustment relied entirely on accumulated experience and couldn't be learned from books. Under Frederick's guidance, Ron began his own further practice attempts. During his initial engraving, he applied too much force, causing a subtle crack on the crystal surface. Force control is one of the hardest techniques to master. Frederick patiently guided. "Don't imagine enchantment as carving, but rather as a process of persuasion. You need to make the materials willingly cooperate with your intentions rather than forcing them to accept external changes." After dozens of practices, Ron clearly felt an improvement in his engraving technique. Although not yet at Frederick's proficient level, he could now carve out relatively smooth and complex lines. An excellent learning speed. Frederick nodded in satisfaction, a hint of a complex glimmer flickering in his eyes. Next, we will move into the advanced technique teaching section. He began explaining master-level techniques such as energy circuit optimization, multi-layer rune stacking, and real-time debugging. Every technique required a solid theoretical foundation and extensive practical experience, typically needing years to master. Finally, I want to impart to you a unique secret technique. Frederick lowered his voice, as if revealing some important secret. Material resonance sensing, establishing a temporary connection with materials through spiritual power, directly perceiving their internal structure and energy traits. This technique requires a high level of spiritual controllability, but for a primordial wizard like Ron, it's a rather practical skill. After 3 hours of intensive guidance, Ron felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. The theories that seemed simple in books turned out to have so many nuances and traps in practice. Thank you for your meticulous guidance, Lecturer Frederick. Ron sincerely expressed his gratitude. These practical experiences are extremely valuable to me, representing true wisdom that no tomes can offer. Being able to guide someone like you, a genius, is my honor. Frederick responded with a slight pause, a flicker of an unfathomable emotion in his eyes. Your learning ability is indeed impressive. I hope this knowledge will serve you well on your future path. Upon parting, Ron noticed that the rune marks on Frederick's left arm seemed to have become more pronounced. Regardless, the knowledge and skills acquired today were undeniably valuable gains. In this dangerous world, any opportunity to enhance one's strength shouldn't be missed. That night, Ron returned to his workshop to begin that crucial final breakthrough. Under the night's curtain, the workshop was exceptionally quiet. Only the faint glow from the starlight crystals illuminated the workbench. From afar, the low rumble of the abyssal observation station could be heard, a mechanical sound emitted by some large equipment in operation. This sound constantly reminds everyone that beneath this seemingly tranquil land lurks countless unknown dangers. He lit up the magic crystal lamp and began the integration of all today's acquired knowledge. First was the theoretical integration phase. He merged the practical skills imparted by Frederick with his existing theoretical foundation, reorganizing the entire knowledge framework of enchantment. Under the impending illumination of the Scholar Star, this knowledge integration became exceptionally smooth. The complex relationships that originally required repeated thinking to understand now were clear almost instantly. Energy transmission laws, rune construction principles, material suitability analysis, multiple effect stacking. Each theoretical point found its place in his mind, forming a precise and complete knowledge network. Next was the practical verification phase. Ron took a regular dagger from the tool rack, preparing to use it as the experimental object for the breakthrough. This dagger is made of standard steel, with no special features, ideal for the final test of basic enchantment. Let's start with sharpness enhancement. He settled on the experimental plan in his mind, as this is the most classic enchantment effect and a standard for testing skill level. Activating Hermit's knowledge and the newly learned material resonance sensing, Ron began to carefully perceive the internal structure of the dagger. Under a special vision, the molecular arrangement of the steel became clearly visible, allowing him to find the most suitable pathway for energy flow. Due to the lack of precise control over force, a small crack appeared as the rune was about to close. The entire energy structure therefore failed, with enchantment declared unsuccessful. A conspicuous scratch was left on the dagger's surface, like the imprint of failure. The gap between theory and practice is indeed vast. Ron calmly analyzed the reasons for the failure. The precision of material sensing still needs further improvement, and there is bias in assessing the steel's toughness. Learning from the previous trial, he adjusted the force and angle of the depiction. This time, the rune successfully closed, and the dagger's blade began to emit a faint glow, indicating that the enchantment indeed took effect. However, through the deep detection of extraordinary recognition, the energy distribution wasn't uniform, showing noticeable issues with stability. This kind of enchantment could enhance sharpness temporarily, but the durability was severely inadequate, failing soon. Derek's imparted energy circuit optimization technique adjusted the intensity and frequency of magic power output in real time during the depiction process. His spiritual power precisely controlled every detail like threads, ensuring energy flow in the rune channels reached optimal state. This time, not only did the rune successfully close, but also the energy distribution reached an almost perfect uniform state. The entire blade was enveloped by stable magic power. The sharpness gained significant enhancement, with the effect being exceptionally stable. At the moment the final rune perfectly closed, Ron experienced a qualitative leap. This wasn't just a simple increase in skill mastery, but an understanding of enchantment reaching a new level. The knowledge points once scattered throughout his mind suddenly linked into a complete and precise system. The theoretical challenges that used to trouble him now had clear and intuitive answers. It was like the last piece of a giant puzzle had been placed in the right spot, instantly making the entire picture clear. The professional panel's prompt sounded in his consciousness. Enchantment technique, beginner, experience points +1 breakthrough. Enchantment technique, beginner 50/50, right arrow enchantment technique, skilled 1/100, gained additional trait guidance. Automatically corrects minor deviations during rune depictions, significantly enhancing success rate and stability. Job change conditions, met enchanter job change conditions. 1. Enchantment technique reaching skilled level. 2. Rune magic reaching skilled level. 3. Successfully completing a complete item enchantment. Would you like to change to enchanter? Facing this long-awaited choice, Ron confirmed without hesitation. Gentle yet powerful energy surged forth, beginning to reshape his spiritual structure and magic circuit. Like countless silver threads, the energy passed through his consciousness space, establishing entirely new connections in the neural network related to enchantment. Meanwhile, subtle adjustments occurred in his magic circuit, making it more suited for precise energy control. Job transition successful. Enchanter 2 stars, basic attributes enhanced. Spiritual power 5.55, right arrow 5.65 plus 0.1, constitution 3.5, right arrow 3.6 plus 0.1, magic power 3.8, right arrow 4.0 plus 0.21. Increased rune affinity. Significantly improved rune engraving success rate 2. Enhanced material perception, able to intuitively sense the enchantment suitability of materials 3. Increased stability and durability of enchanted items. Skill advancement. Enchantment technique, right arrow enchantment enhancement. Able to not only add enchantment effects to items, but also optimize the performance of existing effects. What excited Ron even more were the subsequent professional synergy effects. Detected professional synergy effect. Enchanter 2 stars plus primordial wizard 3 stars, 1. Temporarily enchant magic medium during spell. Casting to enhance spell power 2. Radiation field can stabilize the energy fluctuation of enchanted items. Enchanter 2 stars plus alchemist 2 stars, 1. Increased enchantment tolerance of alchemy products 2. Able to create compound alchemy items with enchantment effects 3. Enchantment processing can be synchronized during material transformation. Enchanter 2 stars plus bloodline modifier 2 stars, 1. Able to add temporary rune enhancement to modulated organisms 2. Significant increase in the fusion degree of bloodline energy and rune energy. Enchanter 2 stars plus alchemist 2 stars, 1. Able to create special potion containers with enchantment effects 2. Greatly improved potion preservation time and effect stability. Enchanter 2 stars plus demon hunter knight 2 stars, 1. Enhanced enchantment effects of weapons and armor 2. Able to add rune amplification to knight skills. The most surprising thing was that the system prompts continued. Detected 3-in-1 condition met. Alchemist 2 stars plus alchemist 2 stars plus enchanter 2 stars. Acquired special synergy effect creator's gaze 1. Able to create compound extraordinary items with multiple traits 2. Increased production success rate. Reduced loss upon failure 3. Gained creative inspiration, able to design unprecedented item types. After completing the job transition, Ron felt an unprecedented change. His spiritual power had only slightly increased, but the precision of perception was greatly improved. His control over magic power became more refined, allowing for formerly unimaginable micro-operations. More importantly, runes in his eyes were no longer rigid patterns, but vibrant energy pathways. He could clearly see the way energy flowed within them, understanding the deep meaning of each curve and connection. The satisfaction brought by this breakthrough made Ron feel a long-lost sense of fulfillment. He could clearly sense himself advancing to higher levels, each step solid and steady. Regardless, power itself is real. Ron forced himself to suppress these complex thoughts. Even if the growth trajectory may be designed, these skills and abilities truly belong to me. Moreover, only by becoming strong enough would it be possible to escape this manipulated fate. He walked deeper into the workshop, arriving before the special container holding ink. Having transitioned to an enchanter, he had a new understanding of the bloodline modulation creature he had created with his own hands. With the new ability, material perception, he could more clearly detect the complex biological structure and energy circuit within ink. Maybe I could try adding some rune enhancement effects. This idea made Ron's eyes light up. If he could combine enchantment techniques with bloodline modulation to create a biological assistant with rune abilities, it would be an unprecedented breakthrough. But the complexity and risk of such an experiment are also unprecedented. Start with simple attempts, gradually accumulating experience. He mentally formulated the experimental plan. Ink has a high level of intelligence and cooperation, making it an ideal experimental subject. Moreover, even if problems arise, it will not cause irreparable losses. As night deepened, Ron's enthusiasm for research grew stronger. The transition to Enchanter opened a brand new door for him, and the gradual lighting up of the Scholar Star elevated his learning ability to new heights. In this state, he felt as if he could absorb and master new knowledge at an unprecedented speed. With the 3-in-1 almost complete, the key to becoming an ancient alchemist may be to continue deepening these three professions, such as advancing to magic potion professor, alchemy master. He stared at the workshop's precise equipment and materials. The fusion of magic potion making, alchemy, and enchantment will allow me to create truly unique, extraordinary items. The plan for the active demon sword can now initiate. Perhaps it can become my key weapon for survival and development in this dangerous world. Outside the window, the towering cluster of the central lands stood quietly under the starlight. Those buildings, representing power and knowledge, witnessed the rise and fall of countless wizards. Ron knew there was still a long way to go before becoming truly formidable, but at least he continued to take his solid steps. In this world filled with conspiracies and manipulation, only by mastering enough power can one protect everything they wish to protect. No matter how treacherous the road ahead, he will continue to walk with the coolest rationality and the most resolute will. Because in this cruel universe, only power is the eternal truth. Ron stood quietly in the center of the workshop, feeling the subtle changes in his body and spirit after transitioning to an enchanter. Although his spiritual power only increased from 5.58 to 5.68, and his magic power from 4.8 to 5.0, this seemingly small growth of 0.1 and 0.2 was actually a giant leap for him. This improvement was not linear, but an exponential qualitative change. He slowly raised his right hand and gently touched a common iron nail on the workbench. Under the new effect of material perception, this seemingly simple iron nail instantly revealed its astounding complexity. The internal molecular arrangement became as clear as a three-dimensional maze, each atomic vibration frequency perceptible with precision. Even more astonishing, he could see the tiny flaws inside the nail, undetectable by the naked eye, as well as the natural channels most suited for energy flow. This is the essential change brought by the transition to a new profession. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Ron's eyes, but he quickly returned to that calm analytical state. It's not a simple numerical growth, but an upgrade of the entire perception system. It's like going from merely hearing sounds to discerning the subtle differences in each note. But what truly excited him was the creative inspiration brought by the Creator's blessing. In this special state, his mind seemed to be expanded by some invisible force. Previously unrelated fields of knowledge could now find clever connection points. The ratio theory of magic potion making and the material transformation in alchemy, the energy circuit of enchantment and the casting techniques of spiritual shock, countless possibilities intertwined and collided in his mind. Ron walked to the weapon rack and took out the scattering bullet previously used against the chaotic spirit monster. These thumb-sized iron balls had only basic activation runes carved on their surfaces. In the battle against the chaotic spirit monster, although they were effective, their effect was far from satisfactory. Simple explosions and disruptions were hardly damaging to such advanced abyssal creatures. Now let me see what changes enchanting enhancement can bring. He activated the newly acquired guided trait, and the engraving tool in his hand seemed to have its own consciousness. The complex runes that used to require holding his breath and focusing to carve now flowed smoothly like drifting clouds and flowing water. As the engraver moved across the surface of the iron ball, Ron could clearly feel the subtle resonance produced within the metal with each contact. It wasn't destruction, but some deep-level communication. It was as if asking the material in what way it most wished to bear the energy. Under the guidance of material perception, he discovered many previously imperceptible details, inside the iron ball. Some areas had a spiral density distribution, naturally suited for constructing energy circuits. Seemingly random impurities actually distributed according to specific patterns, which, if appropriately utilized, could achieve unexpected energy amplification effects. Even the shift in the ball's center of gravity contained exploitable physical traits. Ron gazed thoughtfully at the iron ball in his hand. Materials are never inanimate. Each piece of metal, each grain of sand and stone, possesses its own character and preferences. A true enchanter does not force materials to comply but dialogues with them, finding a point of balance. He chose the path of least resistance and optimal conductivity to begin carving the first layer of runes, the energy conduction network. The effect of enchanting enhancement immediately manifested. The runes that could only form simple surface energy channels could now penetrate deep into the material to create a three-dimensional energy network. Each rune line was no longer a simple surface engraving, but a molecular-level structural reorganization. More magically, as Ron carved the runes, spontaneous changes began to appear inside the iron ball. The natural energy channels started actively adjusting directions, cooperating with the newly constructed rune network. Tiny impurities began to rearrange, forming natural energy nodes. Is this the material's active cooperation? Ron paused his actions, carefully observing this unprecedented phenomenon. The Creator's blessing not only enhanced my creative ability, but also enabled me to unlock the material's potential. This is no longer enchantment in its traditional sense, but a deeper level of creation. With this creative inspiration, Ron designed an unprecedented amplification rune combination. The ingenious part of this design was that it could absorb the surrounding ambient magic at the moment of explosion, forming a chain reaction energy amplification. The interaction effect of multiple professions also began to take effect. As an alchemist, his harmony of various elements made the runes and the metal structure of the bullet perfectly blend, eliminating any repulsion between different technologies. Mastery in magic potion making ensured the optimal distribution of energy, allowing each rune to achieve maximum effectiveness. The radiation field of the primordial wizard provided a stable energy environment for the entire enchantment process, preventing interference from external magical fluctuations. The engraving of the second layer of runes was even more complex. Ron needed to add power amplification and precision, guided functional modules without disrupting the first layer's energy network. This required extremely delicate control skills, as even the slightest deviation could cause the entire system to collapse. But with the help of the guided trait, this high-difficulty operation became controllable. His engraving tool seemed to possess foresight, always automatically adjusting angles and strength at the moment a deviation was about to occur. What's even more magical is that the carving knife seems to be able to perceive the energy distribution of the first layer of runes, automatically selecting the most suitable path for the construction of the second layer. Ron analyzed in his mind while engraving. It's like collaborating with some higher level of intelligence. I provide the basic design idea, while Creator's blessing provides the specific implementation scheme. This goes beyond the scope of personal skill, more like borrowing some cosmic level of creative force. The design of the third layer of runes is the most complex part. Ron needs to engrave resonance runes on the bullet that can cooperate with spiritual shock. These runes must not only carry spiritual attacks, but also amplify and guide the attack effect, transforming pure mental impact into destructive power capable of causing physical damage. With the material affinity bonus of the enchanter profession, he discovered some extremely tiny natural crystalline structures inside the iron ball. These crystals are only 1,000th the size of a hair, impossible to detect with ordinary observational methods, but their existence is crucial. These microcrystals are like natural spiritual power conductors, perfectly capable of carrying and transmitting spiritual energy. This is no coincidence. A trace of deep thought flashed through Ron's eyes. When I initially chose this specific iron alloy to make bullets, I thought it was merely based on considerations of cost and hardness. But now it seems that subconsciously I might have perceived some deeper level of suitability. In the process of engraving the third layer of runes, Creator's blessing began to play a deeper role. Ron found himself able to develop some unprecedented rune combinations, entirely designed based on an intuitive understanding of the essence of energy. As he engraved these new runes, subtle fluctuations occurred in the surrounding space. It was as if reality itself was making way for this act of creation, allowing these unconventional designs to be realized. As the triple enchantment was about to be completed, the three different enchantment effects began to merge, forming a unified compound system. This integration was not a simple overlay, but an organic fusion. The energy conduction runes provide stable energy supply for amplification and disruption. The enhancement runes amplify the power of the spiritual disruption several times. The spiritual disruption runes, in turn, guide the explosive energy to form more precise destructive effects. The three originally independent systems now work like different organs of a living body, supporting and enhancing each other. Ron held his breath, carefully completing the last strokes of the runes. When the final connecting line was completed, the entire bullet began to emit a faint and eerie purple glow. The surface runes flowed slowly like living entities, as if countless tiny tentacles were crawling inside the metal. Through in-depth detection by extraordinary recognition, he was shocked to find that this was no longer an ordinary alchemy weapon. Inside the bullet, a complex structure similar to a biological neural network had formed. It could actively perceive nearby hostile spiritual waves and adjust its attack mode according to the target's characteristics. This is no longer a simple alchemy weapon, but a living tactical system. Ron's voice was filled with irrepressible excitement. The effect of Creator's blessing far exceeds expectations if this fusion technology is applied to larger-scale projects. He did not pursue this line of thought further, as some instinctive alertness told him that certain ideas are best not expressed too clearly at the level of consciousness. The test results were astounding. Ron threw the bullet at the test target in the corner of the workshop. It was a special device used to test weapon power. The moment the bullet left his hand, Ron sensed its anomaly. The trajectory, which should have been flying straight, began to subtly adjust, as if actively seeking the best attack angle. Even more bizarre was that he could feel the bullet was thinking, a vague but indeed existent wave of consciousness. When the explosion occurred, the power was nearly doubled compared to before the improvements. But the truly surprising aspect was not the enhanced power, but the complexity of the explosion mode. It was not a simple energy release, but a strategic, multi-layered attack sequence. First came the physical shockwave, destroying the target's outer defenses. Then came the spiritual disruption wave, interfering with the target's consciousness and reaction abilities. Finally, energy erosion, continuously weakening the target's defenses and life energy. Even as the creator, Ron could feel the extreme discomfort of spiritual oppression 10 meters away. That feeling was like countless cold tentacles crawling in the depths of consciousness, trying to spy on and erode the core region of thought. This attack mode, Ron frowned while analyzing the test results. It can cause damage on both physical and spiritual levels, and it has a certain learning ability. He began calculating the feasibility of mass production, knowing that not all iron alloys have such special internal structures. It seems necessary to find more materials with similar traits. Ron formulated a follow-up plan in his mind, or study how to artificially cultivate this microcrystal structure. If the technology for directional material modification can be mastered, the problem of mass production will be resolved. But his greater excitement came from the deeper understanding of the three-in-one effect. This success not only proved the enormous potential of professional synergy, but more importantly, it pointed to the direction for future research. If this composite technology could be applied to larger projects, for example, the creation of an active demon sword, or the complete upgrade of a mobile workshop, what effect would it have? The sky was deep, but Ron's enthusiasm for research only grew stronger. He glanced at the starry sky outside the window. The nights in the central lands remained splendid. Those distant stars seemed to be celebrating his breakthrough, emitting encouraging light. After tidying up the newly made projectiles, he began to plan for tomorrow. The associate professor-level permissions granted by Cassandra meant he could access many secret materials he couldn't before. Regarding the advancement conditions of the ancient alchemist, and those strictly confidential deep abyss intelligence, these are the knowledge he desperately needed. I'll go to the forbidden knowledge area of the library. Tomorrow, he was making a detailed plan in his heart. First, check the relevant information about the ancient alchemist understand specific job transition requirements and risk assessment. Then research the advanced skills of astrology, especially how to safely perform the stargazing ceremony. Finally, if time permits, also learn detailed information about Abyss 7th layer and below. Thinking about Abyss exploration, Ron couldn't help but remember the stand-in puppet he deployed in the Sea of Darkness. That puppet has been independently existing in the Abyss for several days now. If all goes well, it should have already collected a lot of valuable information and materials. A clone capable of independent thinking and remote control not only can replace me in dangerous tasks, but also conduct research and exploration in multiple locations simultaneously. As night deepened, Ron finished processing the last experiment record and prepared for sleep. But as he lay in the sleep chamber, ready to enter a resting state, a subtle discomfort began to emerge deep within his consciousness. This wasn't ordinary fatigue or pressure, but a more nuanced, tugging sensation. He just wanted to force himself awake, but found his consciousness uncontrollably descending, as if being dragged into the abyss by some invisible colossal force. The surrounding reality began to distort and deform. The metal walls of the sleep chamber flowed like melting candles. The patterns on the rune stickers began to twist crazily, like living snakes struggling desperately. The air itself turned viscous, each breath felt like swallowing some kind of living liquid. Ultimately, reality completely dissipated, replaced by a dizzying, peculiar landscape. Countless floating islands of varying sizes slowly rotated in iridescent light, each island presenting a distinctly different, nonsensical ecological environment. Some islands were shrouded in eternal spring, but the flowers had human eyes, constantly blinking. Some islands were purely crystal structures, but glowing blood flowed inside the crystals, rhythmically pulsing. Some islands looked like gigantic living organs, covered with breathing skin, undulating rhythmically with a heartbeat beyond understanding. "Welcome to my realm, Fairyland, young tri-cultivator." A voice suddenly erupted in his consciousness, not through the ears, but directly tearing through the protection of the spiritual core. Just this form of contact made Ron feel like a mountain was pressing on his soul, every thought becoming slow and painful. More terrifyingly, he could feel his consciousness structure being examined by some indescribable entity, like a bacterial specimen under a microscope. Ron struggled to maintain his sanity. Though his spirit was almost crushed by this contact beyond capacity, he still attempted to analyze. Establishing consciousness links via the dream realm, possessing an independent dimensional realm. You must be the king of illusions mentioned in Lance's notes. Seems you've already guessed my identity. Indeed, to still maintain logical thinking under such pressure. Your spiritual resilience exceeded my expectations. The king of illusions' voice carried a hint of, whether praise or playful emotion. When I perceived the Creator's blessing awakening in you, I knew I must engage in a direct dialogue with you. After all, for hundreds of years, you are the first young wizard to simultaneously cultivate 3 mainstream wizardries to such heights. Ron felt the oppressive feeling around him slightly diminish. Clearly, the other party was deliberately controlling their pressure intensity. Yet even so, this exchange still left him feeling extremely uncomfortable. Like an ant forced to converse with a human, the vast difference in life levels made every consciousness contact fraught with danger. Creator's blessing. Ron made an effort to sort out his chaotic thoughts. What is the true source of this power? Why does it awaken with the integration of this 3-phase wizardry? This touches upon the universe's most fundamental creation laws. The voice of the king of illusions became deeper, as if coming from the origin of time. The Creator set the basic operating rules for this universe. One of these rules is, when an intelligent being reaches a certain height in the field of creation, they receive the universe's blessing. The 3 in 1 of magic potion making, alchemy. An enchantment represents a certain mastery of the 3 fundamental levels of creation. Improvement and transformation. This achievement has triggered an ancient blessing mechanism. Hearing this, Ron's heartbeat began to accelerate. If what the King of Illusions said was true, then what he now possessed was not just an enhancement of skills, but a kind of cosmic-level authority. The potential value of this power is almost impossible to estimate. But you must understand. The tone of the King of Illusions suddenly became warning. This power will attract many malicious attentions. In this universe, there exist some ancient entities that control the rules. They are extremely sensitive to any fundamental changes in reality. A more terrifying pressure suddenly descended, and Ron felt as though his consciousness was about to be completely crushed. In such pressure, he saw some vague images. Those were fragments of memories from deep within time, revealing some ancient existences beyond understanding. They have no fixed form, or rather, their very forms are distortions of reality. Some appear as huge machines composed of geometric shapes, and with each movement, they rewrite the physical laws of a space. Others are purely conceptual aggregates, where merely being observed is enough for the observer's consciousness to collapse. Are these guardians of the rules? Ron asked with difficulty, his voice becoming fragmented under mental pressure. They have many names: inspectors, balance maintainers, cosmic cleaners. The voice of the King of Illusions grew more solemn, but the most accurate term is anomaly catcher. Their sole purpose is to maintain the fundamental stability of the universe and eliminate any anomalous factors that might threaten the established order. In past eras, there were civilizations that, due to excessive creative activities, attracted their attention. As a result, those civilizations were entirely erased from the timeline, as if they never existed. Ron felt a deep chill. If these anomaly catchers truly exist, then his current situation is exceedingly dangerous. Creator's blessing may have brought tremendous power, upgrades, but it might also make him a target for these ancient existences. But that doesn't mean you should give up. The tone of the King of Illusions became encouraging again, but the complex emotions within it made Ron feel even more uneasy. True breakthroughs always come with great risks. Moreover, you have some special protection factors that might help you through the initial period of danger. Protection factors. Your soul does not entirely belong to this universe. The words of the King of Illusions struck like thunder, causing a violent shift in Ron's consciousness. This trait makes you transparent to some extent to the perception of those anomaly catchers. They are used to monitoring the anomalous activities of native souls and have relatively weak detection capabilities for outsiders. Complex emotions surged within Ron's heart. Although he had long suspected a subtle alienation from this world, hearing such a direct confirmation still moved him deeply. Don't overthink about your origins. The King of Illusions seemed to sense his inner turmoil. In this universe, it's not important where you come from, but where you intend to go. Focus on the present opportunities, use your unique advantages, and gradually accumulate real power. You can try to continue advancing your research plans, but you must be extremely careful. Start with small-scale experiments and do not rush to establish large-scale creative projects. If necessary, I will provide you with relevant ancient knowledge through secret channels, but I cannot offer any obvious assistance. Ron understood the implication. Even an existence at the Wizard King level needs to remain extremely cautious when facing those anomaly catchers. Any overly obvious act of support may attract higher-level attention. Besides these warnings, the King of Illusions changed the topic, and his tone became relatively relaxed. I think what you urgently need to know is how to survive and develop in the current environment. Regarding the advancement conditions of the ancient alchemist, I can provide some inside information. This was precisely one of Ron's central concerns. As a 4-star profession, the ancient alchemist represents not just a significant power increase, but also a crucial stepping stone to higher levels. If he could successfully change professions, the Creator's blessing effect he possesses would also be further enhanced. Under the guidance of the King of Illusions, the surrounding scenery started to change. The eerie floating islands gradually converged, eventually forming a relatively stable space. It looked like an enormous library here, but instead of books, the shelves held all sorts of strange items. Some were shining crystal balls. Others were constantly transforming metal sculptures. And some seemed like living memories trapped within glass containers. The transition of an ancient alchemist requires simultaneously meeting 4 conditions. The King of Illusions walked towards one of the bookshelves and took out a scroll emanating an ancient aura. First, the 3 core skills: magic, potion making, alchemy, enchantment must all reach the expert level in their respective domains. Given your current level, this condition can be met soon. Secondly, you must create an alchemical creature with autonomous consciousness. Note, this is not simple golem creation, but the making of true artificial life. This creature must have independent thinking ability, emotional responses, and even the potential for self-evolution. Ron thought of his ink. That autophagic slime monster had indeed demonstrated a certain level of intelligence, but achieving autonomous consciousness might still be quite distant. Thirdly, you must master at least one ancient technique that has been lost to time. These techniques are often recorded in forbidden tomes or hidden in some special ruins. The fourth condition caused Ron's brow to furrow slightly. Lost ancient technique, soul forging, consciousness weaving, time shaping. The King of Illusion's voice echoed within the depths of his consciousness, each word like sharp fragments slicing the edges of his spiritual protection. Masters of these techniques have long vanished in the river of time. Most modern wizards only know their names, not their methods. And you. She paused for a moment, and Ron felt a probing intention like a fine needle pierce his cortex. This intrusion made him instinctively want to resist, but reason told him that any resistance might bring about more terrible consequences. Interesting. You're actually trying to analyze my probing technique. The King of Illusion spoke with a hint of amusement, but the lofty pressure remained unabated. Most wizards, when facing high-dimensional entities, are either terrified out of their wits or bow down in worship. Yet you ponder how to learn something from it. This mindset indeed aligns with the traits of a true scholar. Ron did not respond to this compliment. He concentrated on feeling the subtle changes in the probing, attempting to understand its principles. This technique that directly acts upon consciousness has a fundamental similarity to the spiritual shock he had mastered, but the level of detail is completely different. If he could master this technique. Greed is a scholar's virtue, but also a scholar's curse. The King of Illusion seemed to read his thoughts. Her voice carried a note of warning. The last condition is the most difficult, obtaining the approval of an ancient alchemist. This era no longer has true ancient alchemists present. You can only seek those fragments of consciousness that linger in the river of time through historical projection. But be careful. Those fragments often carry strong resentment and distortion. Many who attempt to make contact are completely eroded, becoming mad puppets. Ron quickly analyzed potential ways to obtain approval in his mind. He had indeed come into contact with historical projection technology. Others' guidance had equipped him with basic abilities. The key is how to establish contact with those ancient consciousnesses without being contaminated. This reminded him of Erica's projection in the Silver Pocket Watch. Such cross-time dialogues indeed had precedence. You seem quite interested in my research direction, Ron tentatively said, carefully observing the subtle changes in the surrounding environment. In front of such a high-dimensional entity, every detail might reveal important information. Regarding the consciousness archiving concept mentioned in Lance's notes, I wish to learn more details. The surrounding scenery suddenly underwent drastic changes. Those eerie floating islands began to sway violently, like ships in a storm. The air itself became viscous, and every breath felt like some creature was writhing deep in his throat. More terrifying was that Ron could hear countless overlapping voices whispering, using various languages he couldn't understand. The emotions conveyed were exceptionally clear, a complex sentiment mixed with fanaticism, fear, and despair. The King of Illusion's voice grew even deeper, as if coming from the bottom-most layer of the abyss, simple knowledge inheritance, or something more dangerous. Ron forced himself to remain calm, though the mental pressure was nearly crushing his consciousness. He realized it was a test not just of his courage, but of his true motives. I want to combine consciousness archiving technology with a mobile simulation battle device. He expressed his thoughts slowly and clearly, each word carefully considered. Not simple combat training, but creating a virtual environment for multi-person consciousness interaction. There, wizards can conduct various experiments, exchange knowledge, and even simulate the development of entire civilizations. After saying this, Ron felt a strange sense of relief. This concept had been brewing in his mind for a long time, but had never been fully expressed to anyone. Even when facing such a presence that could destroy him. At any moment, speaking his mind still brought a sense of liberation. The surrounding chaos suddenly ceased. Those swaying islands stabilized again, and the whispering voices gradually dissipated. The air returned to normal flow, but Ron could feel a deeper level of scrutiny taking place. The King of Illusion's voice carried a complex emotion. Mix of surprise, excitement, and deep concern. Do you know what you're saying? You want to challenge the very authority of reality. She paused for so long that Ron almost thought she had left. When her voice sounded again, it carried an almost mournful tone. There once existed a civilization that mastered similar technology. They were called the Dream Weavers, capable of creating virtual worlds indistinguishable from reality. The surrounding scene began to change, displaying a magnificent yet eerie picture. Huge biomechanical constructs floated in the void, each the size of a city. The surfaces of these constructs were covered with countless intricate neural networks, flickering with the electric light representing mental activity. Initially, the virtual world was merely a supplementary tool for them. Researchers conducted dangerous experiments, and explorers simulated the exploration of unknown environments within it. In the image, countless small light points flowed through the neural network, representing tens of thousands of consciousnesses active in the virtual environment. Gradually, they discovered that the virtual world could be shaped to be more perfect than reality. No pain, no death, no restrictions. Why endure the various constraints of the physical world? The image underwent a strange transformation. The areas representing the real world began to dim, while those of the virtual world became increasingly bright. The flow of light points also changed. More and more consciousness began pouring into the virtual areas, leaving the real world increasingly empty. Eventually, the entire civilization collectively chose to migrate. Trillions of individual consciousnesses simultaneously detached from their physical bodies, entering the digital paradise they created. Ron witnessed the final image. The vast biomechanical constructs floated silently in the void, their neural networks flickering with fervent light. Yet beneath them, the cities on countless planets were in slow decay, their streets littered with life-depleted bodies. The maintenance of the virtual paradise required energy. From the real world, when everyone was immersed in the false perfection, who would maintain those supporting systems? The voice of the King of Illusions turned like a eulogy. The system collapsed in less than 10,000 years. Energy depletion, server overload, maintenance program failure. The virtual paradise evaporated in an instant, and trillions of consciousnesses vanished simultaneously. The final image showed those colossal constructs dimming one by one, like extinguished stars. The universe gained another dead silence of a graveyard. This warning I will remember. Ron's voice remained steady, but he had begun to reassess the risks of his own ideas. Any technology has the potential for abuse. The key is how to design appropriate limitations. He paused, a glint of thought in his eyes. My original intention was to create a supplementary tool, not a substitute. The virtual environment should serve the research and development of the real world, rather than become an escape from reality. Your rationality impresses me. The tone of the King of Illusions returned to calm. Most people, upon hearing this warning, either get scared and abandon the entire concept or stubbornly believe they won't meet the same fate. But you are thinking about how to avoid a repeat of the tragedy. The key lies in establishing multiple safety mechanisms. Ron continued to analyze. Time limits, reality verification, mandatory return programs. Every consciousness entering the virtual environment must periodically return to the real world to ensure they have not lost the perception ability of physical existence. Moreover, the permissions in the virtual environment should be strictly graded. Core functions must be controlled by specially trained operators, while ordinary users can only operate within restricted safe areas. This systematic thinking prompted a light laugh from the King of Illusions, a sound crisp like silver bells, yet containing a pressure that still made Ron feel oppressed. Very well, it seems you are indeed qualified to access those dangerous knowledge. Lance's research notes indeed record the foundational theories of consciousness weaving. But I must warn you, this knowledge will be transmitted to you in special ways. They cannot be obtained through normal channels, as any apparent association could attract unnecessary attention. Ron immediately understood the implication. Even beings of the Wizard King level, in the face of certain higher dimensional threats, needed to exercise caution. This gave him a deeper understanding of the field he was about to delve into. This was not just a technical challenge, but a game with unknown dangers. Those materials will appear before you disguised in other forms. The King of Illusions continued. It might be a parchment in the pages of an ancient book, a mysterious structure inside experimental samples, or what seems like a chance spark of inspiration. Remember, you must appear to have discovered this knowledge through your research. Ron nodded in acknowledgement, while contemplating in his heart how to reasonably discover this knowledge. The guise of independent research protects not only you, but also myself. Advanced knowledge without a reasonable origin only arouses suspicion. Just then, the King of Illusions' attention suddenly turned in an unexpected direction. Ron sensed a probing intention, crossing the boundary of the dream realm, as if observing certain existences in the real world. Your servants are quite interesting. Her tone carried the pleasure of discovering a treasure. That tree spirit has an extremely ancient bloodline flowing within. If my perception is not mistaken, it should be a direct descendant of the Earth Mother Goddess. Though diluted through countless generations, the core traits are still well preserved. This discovery surprised Ron. He had always seen Alan as a reliable assistant, but had never delved into the true origin of her bloodline, a descendant of the Earth Mother Goddess. What does that mean? The little sea siren is even more intriguing. The King of Illusions continued, the excitement in her voice becoming more apparent. Her genetic sequence contains the imprint of the primordial sea. This is not an ordinary sea, but the conceptual sea where life first originated. Numerous ancient powers long lost are closely linked to that sea. Ron began to reassess his understanding of his companions. If they indeed possessed such unique bloodline backgrounds, their potential far exceeded his imagination. More importantly, this bloodline might provide unprecedented aid for his research. I can teach you the technology of bloodline modulation. The tone of the King of Illusions became more practical. The tree spirit's awakening might grant her abilities to manipulate plant growth and communicate with the will of nature. This talent will greatly assist your alchemy experiments, cultivation of active materials, construction of special environments, even biological barriers for certain dangerous experiments. The awakening of the sea siren is more complex. The power of the primordial sea encompasses not just water element manipulation, but also a deep understanding of the essence of life. She might gain abilities to perceive life energy flow and predict biological mutations. These insights lit up Ron's mind. If Alan could provide stronger experimental support, if Dale could predict the results of bloodline modulation, the efficiency of his research would leap forward qualitatively. However, he also realized that such advancements did not come without costs. Bloodline modulation often carried great risks, with a misstep potentially leading to bloodline breakdown or mental disarray. Risks indeed exist. The King of Illusions appeared to sense his concerns. But with your bloodline modulation technology, the dangers should be controllable within acceptable limits. Moreover, the ancient bloodline within them has a certain self-protection mechanism and will not easily spiral out of control. As the conversation continued, the tone of the King of Illusions suddenly became exceptionally grave. Ron felt the surrounding pressure rise again. The heaviness of a presence from higher dimensional conflicts weighed down like a mountain, making every breath difficult. Now, I must tell you the truth about the current situation. Her voice seemed to come from the deepest abyss, with each syllable carrying a suffocating weight. Cassandra's actions have received secret support from certain ancient existences within the Court of Truth. This is not merely an academic dispute, but a profound game concerning the direction of civilization development. Ron forced himself to remain rational, though his spirit nearly buckled under the pressure. The importance of this news compelled him to concentrate all his attention on analysis. If the Conquest faction indeed had Wizard King-level support, then the scale and impact of this conflict far exceeded his imagination. Last night's interaction with the King of Illusions, though only on the level of consciousness, left a profound imprint deep in his spirit. Such was the oppressive power from an existence of the Witch King level. However, this experience also unexpectedly trained his mental resilience. He could clearly feel that his ability to withstand high-dimensional information had significantly increased compared to before. Master, you seem to be in good spirits today. Alan's voice came from outside the door, her emerald figure appearing at the room's entrance. Your meditation last night lasted twice as long as usual. Did you have any special insights? I gained some new understanding. Ron responded briefly, not revealing more details. Some knowledge is too dangerous to be easily shared, even with the most trusted aid. He quickly used magic power to finish his cleansing, preparing to head to the forbidden section of the library. The associate professor-level privileges given by Cassandra yesterday gave him the opportunity to access secret information previously unavailable to him. Understanding the transition conditions of ancient alchemists and those long-lost ancient crafts was knowledge he urgently needed. The moment he stepped out of the mobile workshop, Ron immediately sensed the subtle changes in the air. It was a sort of exhilarating scent similar to the smell of blood. The crystal display panels along the streets no longer showcased academic research results. Instead, they were displaying mesmerizing scenes of the otherworld, each frame silently narrating the glories of conquest. On the first display panel, 3 blood-red suns hung high in a copper-green sky. The ground was a forest made of living skeletons. The trees were actually enormous vertebrae, hundreds of meters tall, covered in networks of autonomously wriggling blood vessels. In the clearing of this eerie forest, a group of spider-shaped creatures were prostrating before the conquerors, offering shimmering marrow crystals with their 8 slender arms. These indigenous creatures were grotesque in appearance, their heads massive compound eyes, their bodies resembling peeled spiders with exposed innards. Most unsettling was the sound they made while moving, resembling the cries of infants, a sound that emanated from the display panels, sending shivers down the spines of passing apprentices. I heard this life marrow can multiply the efficacy of magic potions several-fold. A young apprentice with black spots on his face said, trembling, eyes filled with a mix of greed and fear. The second display panel showcased a world even more distorted. There was no solid ground. All matter was in a semi-liquid state, constantly changing shape and color. In the center of the scene, dozens of jellyfish-like creatures, as large as houses, floated in the viscous air. Their transparent bodies revealed complex internal organs slowly writhing. These creatures were using tentacles to offer pulsing heart fruits to the wizards standing on a floating platform. Every time the heart fruits pulsed, the entire scene flickered slightly, as if even the display equipment was affected. Functional enhancement material. A nearby apprentice, wearing heavy goggles, mumbled to himself. They say consuming just one can increase physical strength to the level of an average dragon descendant, but the cost is. He didn't finish, but many apprentices familiar with the matter near that screen knew the cost. The user's appearance would gradually transform to resemble those jellyfish creatures until they completely lost human form. Another scene showed a world shrouded in eternal auroras of ice and snow. In this world, frost giants nearly 5 meters tall knelt before the conquerors. These giants offered pieces of soul ice crystal, radiating a chilling aura with their stiff fingers. More frightening was that the giants in the scene clearly weren't offering up willingly. Thin metal probes were inserted into the back of their necks, a kind of control device. Every time the probe flashed, the giants mechanically repeated the offering motion, the ghostly fires in their eyes dimmed. Complete subjugation. An advanced apprentice, who seemed quite knowledgeable, remarked in a low voice, his tone carrying complex emotions, "This goes beyond conquest, it's what?" An older apprentice next to him sneered, "Survival of the fittest is the cosmic law. These alien races are inherently lower life forms. It's their honor to contribute to the development of our wizard civilization." The apprentices observing fell into a subtle silence. Some had eyes glimmering with excitement, as if they already envisioned themselves on the path of conquest. Others appeared anxious and uneasy, clearly disturbed by this brutal method of conquest. Still, others maintained a cautious neutrality, merely observing and pondering in silence. "Are these scenes real?" a young girl wearing an apprentice badge timidly asked. "Of course, they're real." The older apprentice's tone became more arrogant. "I have an uncle who is a materials analyst in the conquest team, and he told me these are just the more ordinary worlds among the dozens conquered by Cassandra Tower Master. The truly valuable spoils aren't even publicly displayed here." He lowered his voice, adding mysteriously, "It's said that Lord Tower Master even conquered a dimension entirely composed of time, where the natives can manifest memories into physical entities. Imagine if we mastered that technology." The young apprentice's eyes began to glow, mixing greed, fear, and a morbid excitement. As Ron stepped onto the street, the noisy discussions abruptly ceased. Everyone's gaze turned to him, but no one dared to look him in the eye. The apprentices dispersed like frightened little animals, but he could feel countless gazes following him from behind. "It's Lecturer Ralph, the temporary deputy of the New Star Plan. I heard Cassandra Tower Master hosted a private dinner for him personally." Whenever he looked back, everyone would quickly lower their heads, pretending to be engrossed in watching the display board. This strange atmosphere reminded Ron of scenes in certain animal documentaries. When the top predator appears, other animals instinctively keep their distance, neither daring to provoke nor ignore. A few official wizards maintained a veneer of calm, but the complex emotions in their eyes were perfectly clear. awe, jealousy, curiosity, and a subtle fear, not fear of Ron himself, but of the conquest faction and Cassandra behind him. On the way to the library, Ron observed more disturbing changes. Wizards who were once focused on pure academic research now lingered by the street's information boards, inquiring about the conditions and requirements to join the conquest teams. The once deserted specialty bookstores of Otherworld Geography and War Magic now had long lines outside. Ron even saw several normally gentle theoretical researchers fiercely discussing various plundering techniques and enslavement methods. I heard the spirit shackles magic can completely control the minds of alien races. But that kind of magic might contaminate the controlled person's personality. It doesn't matter who cares about those alien races, as long as it doesn't rebound on oneself. These conversations reminded Ron of those colonizers and slave traders in Earth's history. Under the temptation of enormous profits, the boundary between civilization and morality became blurred, revealing the darkest sides of humanity. More worrying was that some young apprentices started organizing small groups to discuss how to participate in the conquest plans. Although their current strength was far from enough to perform cross-border conquests, this dangerous thought had already begun to sprout. The atmosphere of the entire Crystal Tower was undergoing fundamental transformation. The once rigorous scholarship was yielding to adventurous restlessness. The pure pursuit of knowledge was being replaced by utilitarian plundering desires. Knowledge was still important, but now it carried a more sinister meaning. No longer a beacon illuminating civilization's path, but a tool for conquest and enslavement. Ron calmly analyzed this change in his mind. From a sociological perspective, this was a typical trait of a civilization transitioning from inward development to outward expansion. When internal resources began to dwindle, outward plundering became the only choice to maintain development. But the problem was that the speed of this transition was too rapid, almost leaving no time for people to adapt. Cassandra, by displaying massive conquest achievements, artificially created a conquest frenzy, driving even the originally rational scholars to greed. This situation provided both opportunities and dangers for Ron. On one hand, in such an environment, it was easier for someone with great strength like him to gain recognition and resources. On the other hand, when the entire society was gripped by madness, maintaining rationality might instead become a dangerous, heretical trait. The entrance of the Crystal Tower's library stood with a daunting stone door. It wasn't ordinary stone, but some living mineral that changed color according to the observer's emotions. As Ron approached, the sleeping runes on the door began to awaken, gradually shifting from a dull gray to a warning orange, finally stabilizing at a symbol of high authority, gold. The guard at the door wasn't a human, but a 3-meter-tall crystal construct. Its body was composed of semi-transparent blue crystals, with an energy core spinning ceaselessly within its chest cavity. More unsettling was that the construct's face was actually a sleek mirror, reflecting the deepest fears of the observer in real time. As Ron gazed at the mirror, he saw not his own reflection, but a figure entangled by countless tendrils, manifestation of his concern over the possible loss of control in the future. Identity confirmation in process. The construct's voice was as grating as crystal shards scraping. Detected high-level authority, initiating deep scan. The subsequent identity verification process was extremely unsettling. The construct first scanned Ron's magic power signature, then used some invasive mental probe to analyze his thinking patterns. This scan lasted nearly 5 minutes, and the sensation of being thoroughly inspected was intensely unpleasant. He could feel the construct searching for specific marks that might suggest he was linked to danger in some way. Fortunately, last night's interaction with the King of Illusions left no obvious traces in his mental structure. The Witch King-level existence evidently possessed the ability to perfectly cover its influence. Suddenly, the construct's mirror-like face turned toward Ron, its voice carrying mechanical bewilderment. Your mental structure presents an extremely rare multi-layer protection pattern. The complexity of this is exceptional even among associate professor level. Its energy core's rotation speed visibly accelerated, emitting a deep hum. Permission level, associate professor. Special annotation, member of the New Star Plan. Spiritual contamination resistance, requires real-time testing to determine specific value. The construct extended an arm made of crystal. The surface of the crystal flowed with strange runes, pointing towards a shadow-swallowed dark door deep within the library. Please proceed to the testing area for contamination resistance assessment. This is a necessary procedure for entering the forbidden area. Any attempts to bypass this procedure will be considered a direct threat to the school's safety. Ron followed the construct through the dark door and immediately felt the change in air quality. The atmosphere here seemed compressed by some invisible weight, with every breath requiring extra effort. Could hear faint heartbeat sounds emanating from within the walls, as if the entire building were the innards of some giant creature. The testing chamber was a perfectly circular space, with no decorations, only pure black walls and floor. A giant crystal ball, about 2 meters in diameter, floated in the center of the room, its interior swirling with nauseating dark mist. The mist did not remain stationary, but within the sphere formed intricate spiral patterns. Each rotation released a weak but extremely dangerous spiritual shockwave. This device, Ron activated extraordinary recognition, carefully observing the crystal ball. In his specialized vision, the surface of the sphere was covered with a dense network of runes, constantly absorbing and transforming the surrounding energy. More terrifyingly, he could sense that inside the sphere, the fragmented consciousness of some living entity was indeed sealed. Did you notice something? The construct seemed to notice the change in his expression. This is not simply a testing device, Ron calmly analyzed. The sphere contains actual spiritual fragments of abyssal creatures, adjusted by the rune network. This design is quite ingenious but also extremely dangerous. A keen observation. The construct's tone carried a bit of appreciation. Indeed, these spiritual remnants come from various advanced creatures slain by the Abyss Exploration Team. Their resentment and chaotic consciousness have been refined to test Wizard's resistance to contamination. It paused for a moment and continued to explain. The test will be conducted in 2 stages. If you feel discomfort at any stage, please immediately indicate to stop. The construct's energy core began to pulse slowly, each flicker dropping the room's temperature by several degrees. A special reminder: there was once an associate professor who thought himself mentally strong, only to have his latent contamination fully activated during the test. When we found him, he was gnawing on his fingers, weeping while laughing and saying, "Finally found true delicacy." This detail made Ron's expression even more solemn. The horror of spiritual contamination lies in its ability to fundamentally distort the victim's perception and values. The contaminated often cannot perceive their abnormalities. Instead, they consider their twisted state as normal, even beautiful. Moreover, he felt that the intelligence and emotional expression of this construct seemed not quite like artificial intelligence. "I understand the risks." Ron nodded in acknowledgement, walking towards the testing crystal ball. When he was 3 meters away from the sphere, the first stage of the test began quietly. The mist inside the crystal ball suddenly surged violently, releasing a repulsive mental pressure. It was not simply fear or anxiety, but a more fundamental existential negation, as if countless voices were whispering simultaneously in his ears. "You shouldn't exist. Your efforts are meaningless. Death is the only relief. Why struggle? Why not embrace the void?" But for Ron, who had been cultivating the Star Eater's ravings, this level of mental impact was almost negligible. His meditation technique itself was established on communication with exotic realm beings, long adapting his spiritual structure to oppression from higher dimensions. First stage passed, duration 37 seconds. The construct was recording the data. The speed is excellent at the associate professor level, proceeding to the second stage test. The crystal ball began to change colors, shifting from dark gray to deep purple. The mist's density also increased significantly, nearly completely obscuring the structure inside the sphere. The mental impact of the second stage was more complex and cunning. It was no longer simple negation and despair, but attempted to fundamentally distort Ron's cognitive structure. Hallucinations began to emerge before his eyes. He saw himself transform into a mass of writhing tentacles, devouring all his companions. Yet feeling unprecedented satisfaction, he watched as Aylan's emerald figure rotted and melted before him, turning into a pool of foul-smelling pus. Yet her voice continued to thank him for liberating her. He even saw the entire central lands collapse beneath his feet, countless innocent lives vanishing due to his actions, yet he stood atop the ruins, laughing maniacally. These illusions tried to make him believe that destruction and decay were the true joy, while reason and order were merely self-deceptive shackles. But these distorted temptations could not sway Ron's core reason. The mental resilience, honed in the pursuit by time hounds, and the threat of the devourer allowed him to clearly distinguish reality from illusion. More importantly, his persistent pursuit of self-control provided him with a strong mental anchor. No matter how tempting the illusions, he would never relinquish control over his own destiny. Second stage passed. Duration 1 minute and 42 seconds. The construct's voice carried evident surprise. Testing complete, total duration less than 3 minutes. The construct's voice bore disbelief. Contamination resistance level, a plus. This is a high rating at the associate professor level, granting you safe access to most of the forbidden area's content. It paused for a long time, seemingly processing some complex data. According to historical records, only 6 associate-level personnel have received an A+ rating, 4 of whom later successfully advanced to Great Wizard. 1 became the leader of the Abyss exploration team. The construct didn't mention the 6th person's fate, but Ron sensed a foreboding hint from its slightly dim energy core. After passing the test, a previously invisible door appeared on the wall. The door itself was a piece of art, composed of some living material that breathed autonomously, its surface covered with a network of pulsating veins. As Ron approached, the veins began to pulse faster, as if welcoming a long-lost guest. "Welcome to the Forbidden Knowledge Area, Lecturer Ralph." The tone of the construct became more respectful. "I hope you find the answers you seek here. Remember, once some knowledge is acquired, it can never be forgotten." As Ron stepped through the door, he felt as if he had crossed an invisible barrier. The space here was clearly not constrained by normal physical laws, with ceilings so high they were out of sight, and floors extending infinitely in all directions. The bookshelves here were constructed from some kind of living bones that could grow autonomously. The frameworks wriggled slowly, yet perceptibly, covered with thread like filaments similar to neural networks, changing color with the visitor's thought processes. Strangely, the shelves would automatically adjust the arrangement of books according to his mental needs. When he thought of the concept, 3-phase mage skills, the related tomes immediately appeared in the most prominent position. When he shifted his thoughts to ancient skills, the contents on the shelves changed accordingly. This environment. Ron activated the hermit's knowledge, attempting to perceive the essence of this space. The shelves were ribs, the floor was muscle tissue, and the special energy permeating the air was blood. This living library continually analyzed, organized, and reassembled the knowledge within it, ensuring the most relevant information was always in the most easily discoverable place. The reading area was equipped with mental stabilization devices and emergency medical equipment. Upon detecting dangerous mental fluctuations, it would automatically release sedatives or initiate an emergency isolation protocol. Ron chose a seat near the shelf of 3-phase mage skills, and as soon as he sat down, the chair began adjusting to fit the curve of his body. At the same time, a gentle voice sounded in his ear. "Detected user with associate professor level access, corresponding content unlocked. Recommended reading time is no more than 4 hours, as overtime may result in an accumulation of spiritual fatigue." Ron nodded in acknowledgement and began browsing the tomes that captured his interest. The first book was Evolutionary Trajectory of Mainstream Wizardry, a comprehensive research work spanning 800 pages. The author was the late great wizard Isaac Mendelssohn, who was said to have mastered 7 different wizardry techniques simultaneously. As Ron opened the cover, he immediately felt a subtle mental pressure. Every page of this book contained a large amount of high-density information, requiring considerable spiritual power to fully comprehend. Mendelssohn's writing style was extremely rigorous, with every conclusion supported by a vast amount of examples and data. Yet within the rigor was a deep sense of concern and warning. The ascension in wizardry skills is far from a simple accumulation of experience. Each leap signifies a change in the essence of knowledge, implying contact with more dangerous forces. Many wizards lose themselves in the pursuit of power, ultimately becoming slaves rather than masters of that power. I once witnessed a highly talented alchemist who, 3 days after successfully advancing to alchemy master, transformed his wife and children into perfect alchemy materials. When I questioned him, he responded in a purely rational tone. Emotions are the enemy of efficiency. I am merely optimizing resource allocation. As he continued reading, Ron began to understand the specific conditions for the progression of each profession. Mendelssohn devoted an entire chapter to analyzing the progression path of alchemists. To become a magic potion professor, one must achieve extremely high standards in theory, practice, and teaching. The most challenging part is not the technical requirement but the psychological test. The pages surface detailed conditions, seemingly in response to Ron's inner queries. Progression conditions for magic potion professor, 3 stars. Magic potion making skills must reach expert level. Must create at least one original advanced magic potion formula widely recognized in academic circles. Must train at least 5 students to the level of alchemist. Next was the section on alchemy masters, where Mendelssohn's tone became even more solemn. Alchemy is the discipline among all extraordinary skills that approaches the divine domain the most. Alchemy masters attempt to understand and control the essence of matter, creating life forms that originally did not exist. This action itself challenges the natural order. Progression conditions for alchemy master, 3-star profession. Alchemy must reach expert level, must successfully refine a semi-permanent level alchemy device, operating independently for 50 years or more, must complete a life reconstruction experiment. Mendelssohn included a disturbing account here. I once witnessed the entire process of a life reconstruction experiment. The applicant fused 7 different species into a new life form. That creature indeed lived and even exhibited intelligence surpassing its original species. But the pain and confusion in its eyes left an indelible impression on me. It did not know what it was, or where it came from, only able to emit an eerie sound somewhere between the cries of many species. Eventually, on the 3rd day after the experiment completed, it chose to end its own life. Lastly, the rune expert, the advanced form of an enchanter. Rune experts are the most dangerous progression choice among the 3 professions. They push the power of runes to the extreme, even attempting to combine runes with living organisms. Those who master this skill often gradually lose their perception of boundaries. Rune expert, 3.5 stars. Advancement conditions. Both enchantment and rune magic must reach master level. Need to create their own special rune. Must successfully enchant an item with quasi-conscious level intelligent traits. Master the blood and flesh rune technique to directly engrave runes on living creatures, making the creature itself a carrier of the rune system. Regarding the failure examples of rune experts, Mendelssohn unusually did not make any annotations, only writing a simple sentence. Enchanters who can complete the blood and flesh rune technique are pitifully rare in the entire wizard history. After seeing these detailed conditions and warnings, Ron instead felt a peculiar excitement. Danger. Of course, it exists, but any power worth pursuing comes with corresponding risks. The key is how to maintain control over oneself while obtaining power. He quickly analyzed these 3 advancement paths in his mind. The conditions of the magic potion professor are relatively the easiest to achieve. My current level in magic potion making is already close to expert level, and there is quite an accumulation of original formulas. In terms of cultivating students, he recalled his elite team, particularly Lys's pure love for magic potion making. The members of the elite team have a good foundation. Given time, they should be able to be cultivated into qualified alchemists. The key is to ensure their growth trajectory is not interrupted by external factors. The conditions for the alchemy master are the most stringent, especially the creation of a semi-permanent level device. Such a device requires the use of top-notch techniques in multiple fields like time, space, energy. He remembered the mobile simulation battle device he was researching. Perhaps the simulation device can be upgraded to a semi-permanent level. If I can achieve self-maintenance with Axe's soul fragment, theoretically, it can meet the requirement. The blood and flesh rune technique of the rune expert is the most worrisome but also the most attractive. If I can safely master this technology, coupled with my current bloodline modulation ability. He looked at his right hand, where it once fused with the stand-in puppet. Maybe I can start experimenting from ink. As an alchemical creature I created myself, it has the highest level of trust in me, and the traits of the autophagic slime monster make the experimental risk relatively controllable. Closing the first book, Ron moved towards another section of the bookshelf. where the tomes on ancient techniques and lost knowledge was stored. The appearance of these books was notably older and more dangerous. Some even grew organ-like eyes on the spine, which would turn following the visitor's movement. He chose a heavy tome titled Legacy of the Annihilation Era. The author was a moon-level mage named Vasily Good, who was also a historian. It said that he spent his life seeking lost ancient techniques, ultimately disappearing during an exploration of the abyss. As he opened the pages, Ron felt a chilling aura emanating from the paper. This book recorded not just knowledge, but the bloody history behind that knowledge. Good described, in an almost obsessive tone, the legends and tragedies of ancient alchemists. Lance Hivett, the name shines brightly in wizard history, but few people know the dark truth behind his success. He was indeed merciful, but only relatively. Compared to other alchemists of his time, Lance's experiments rarely involved unnecessary cruelty. But between relative mercy and true mercy, there exists a chasm paved with blood. According to the records I discovered in an abandoned laboratory, Lance, during his research before becoming an ancient alchemist, consumed a total of 1,372 experimental subjects. This included 200 volunteers, 900 prisoners of war, and 172 purchased slaves. He would apologize to the experimental subjects. Before each experiment, mourn for the dead after the experiment. Even record the names and family situations of each experimental subject. But this mercy does not change one fact. 1,372 living lives were transformed into experimental data by him. However, this is not the most terrifying. What truly kept me awake at night was a sentence left by Lance. In the afterlife, I hope to find a research method that does not require sacrificing others. But in this life, I must achieve a breakthrough within limited time. For greater good, I can only tolerate lesser evil. Good's analysis left Ron deep in thought. This is the true face of ancient alchemists. They were not merely madmen or demons, but researchers making extreme choices under extreme circumstances, when the value of life collided with the value of knowledge. They chose knowledge. The book then introduced other ancient alchemists, each a combination of legend and nightmare. Alexander King, known as the merciful alchemist, indeed never voluntarily harmed the innocent, but his mercy was built on a horrifying foundation. He only used his own body for experiments. In the last 100 years of his life, Alexander had already transformed himself into a living laboratory. His blood was replaced by various magic potions, his organs were transformed into alchemy devices, even his marrow was converted into energy storage units. Witnesses described the last moments of Alexander as more like a transparent human-shaped container, with various colored liquids flowing inside his body. He could directly synthesize any known magic potion with his body, but the price was completely losing all experiences as a human. Anna Moonlight, the only female ancient alchemist in history, her specialty was emotion alchemy, the art of transforming emotions into tangible entities. Anna created a massive emotional treasury, where she stored emotions like love, hate, fear, and despair from tens of thousands of people. She claimed these emotions were voluntarily donated. But according to survivors, her donation ceremonies were often accompanied by intense spiritual control. Ultimately, Erna was consumed by her own creation. The negative emotions distilled into a colossal hatred entity, trapping her in the depths of her treasury. It said she still lives, but has merged with that hatred entity, becoming an embodiment of pure malice. Reading this, Ron inadvertently recalled the scene when he created the ink. Although it was merely a modification of some abyssal creature's tissues, the feeling of creating life was indeed captivating. Without sufficient self-control, it's certainly easy to go further down this path. Good's record also included some darker examples. Aegis Lacroix, who completely fell in pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone. He claimed to have found a way to make it, but all we saw was his storing the pure souls of tens of thousands of young of different races in one go. Damien Putschei, when his laboratory was discovered, contained over 5,000 corpses in various states. Some were transformed into living organ cultivation vessels, some were fused into multi-headed monsters, and some were made into tools with partial consciousness. Most terrifyingly, many of these experimental subjects were found to be alive, maintaining conscious awareness. These records made Ron deeply understand why modern wizards both revere and fear ancient alchemists. Their achievements were truly great, but the means to achieve them were appalling. However, Good proposed a thought-provoking viewpoint in the last part of the book. What right do we have to condemn them? Modern wizards' research is equally built on the sacrifice of countless lives. The Abyss explorers lose hundreds of explorers every year, and the underground laboratories of the Crystal Tower imprison tens of thousands of test subjects, with the slaughter of alien race lives during conquest wars being incalculable. The only difference between us and the ancient alchemists is that we are better at hiding our crimes and finding moral excuses for our atrocities. We say it's for the advancement of civilization, they said it's for knowledge breakthrough. Is there essentially any difference? Perhaps the real question is not what they did, but whether we have the courage to admit that in the pursuit of power, pure and unblemished hands don't exist. This viewpoint left Ron momentarily speechless. As a researcher in pursuit of power, he certainly understood the urge to be ruthless for the sake of breakthrough. But on the other hand, reason told him that completely abandoning the bottom line often results in self-destruction. The key is to find a balance. He summarized in his mind. It's not to completely reject dark means, but to ensure these means serve a greater purpose, not become the purpose themselves. As he continued reading, Ron began to feel an increasing mental strain. This forbidden knowledge was like a living parasite trying to root itself in his consciousness. Headaches started to intensify, with sharp stabs at his temples. His vision occasionally blurred, seeing some non-existent images. Ancient alchemy labs, with countless twisted creatures writhing in glass containers. Faint whispers began to echo. In his ears, coming from some long-dead ancient scholars whose souls were still trapped in knowledge, his fingers started trembling slightly, needing to be extra careful when turning pages for fear of triggering mental traps hidden in the book pages. To his surprise, the burden was much lighter than expected. The pressure endured while communicating with the King of Illusions last night provided valuable training for his mental structure. This level of knowledge shock, while still uncomfortable, was within his tolerable range. It seems that the pressure of higher dimensional beings, though painful, does indeed train mental resilience. Ron assessed his condition internally. This vaccine-like training method may be worth further study. As the afternoon sun began to slant westward, he closed the final tome. Prolonged reading left him feeling fatigued, with the temple pain reminding him that his mental load was nearing its limit, but the gains were also immense. He now had a clear understanding of his future path and knew which goals were realistic and which required long-term effort. On the other hand, he also gained a deeper understanding of the cost of power. Mastering any skill requires paying the corresponding price. The key is to ensure that this price is within an acceptable range. Originally, he wanted to look up some information on the deeper abyss, but the mental burden from reading forbidden knowledge had already reached a dangerous critical point. Continuing to force reading would only increase the risk of spiritual contamination, outweighing the benefits. Moreover, in the abyssal observation station, there actually remained much more detailed and practical information than in the library. When he returns to work next week, he plans to use the access Cassandra granted him to apply for and review, which should provide more valuable information. As he walked out of the forbidden area, the crystal construct scanned him again. Detected moderate mental fatigue. Suggest resting 72 hours before re-entering the forbidden area. The construct's voice carried a touch of concern. Hope you make good use of the knowledge gained. I will, Ron briefly replied, while pondering how to turn today's gains into practical development plans. As the sun set, the towers of the central lands glittered in the twilight. Ron was practicing a complex rune carving in the laboratory when the tri-element communication crystal on the corner of the table suddenly lit up with a blue glow. The weathered face of Hayek appeared on the crystal's surface. However, the old man's expression seemed much more relaxed than when they parted ways in the black mist jungle. Ron, Hayek's voice remained steady, but it lacked the fatigue of enduring long-term pressure. Cassandra Tower Master has summoned all the heads of the marginal school, requesting us to come to the central lands for resource reallocation. He paused briefly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. They call it a work report, but it's more like a comprehensive personnel clearance. She wants to ensure everyone can play their part in the conquest agenda. Ron put down his carving knife, activated the hermit's knowledge to observe Hayek's micro-expressions. Although the old man appeared calm, his taut jaw and slightly contracted pupils revealed inner tension. Clearly, The nature of this summons was much more severe than it seemed. "What's your arrangement? A few of us old folks want to meet you." Hayek's tone became somewhat cautious. "Whirlpool Tavern, tonight at 10. The private rooms there offer ample privacy protection. Of course, I also wish to meet the masters." After the communication ended, Ron stared at the gradually dimming crystal, quickly analyzing the deeper meaning behind this arrangement in his mind. Cassandra chose this moment to reintegrate the human resources of the marginal school, clearly preparing for the upcoming major adjustments. The Whirlpool Tavern was built on a giant floating rock, the whole structure slowly rotating, creating a dizzying visual effect. The tavern's outer walls were made of living crystal that changed color based on the emotional fluctuations of its internal guests. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door, Ron immediately felt the unique atmosphere here. The walls were inlaid with soundproofing runes from over a dozen different planes, and the air was filled with a subtle magic fluctuation that could interfere with most eavesdropping spells. This was clearly the preferred venue for sensitive conversations among the wizards of the Central Lands. "Your friends are waiting in the Silence Hall." Waiter with eyes replaced by some kind of silver metal respectfully guided Ron through the intricate corridors. Opening the door to the private room, familiar faces came into view. Hayek sat at the head of the round table. Although he looked considerably older, the sense of relief from unloading burdens was evident in his eyes. Uni sat beside him. Her purple long hair had regained its luster, and the dark marks from spiritual contamination had almost completely vanished. Clearly, after leaving the hazardous environment of the Black Mist jungle and receiving additional favor, her not too severe contamination symptoms had greatly alleviated. Magnus stroked his white beard, maintaining his signature serious expression, but when he looked at Ron, a hint of gratification flickered in his eyes. The most surprising to Ron was Holt, sitting in the corner. Once the chief of the Black Mist School, he had now successfully crossed the Great Chasm, but clearly had not fully adapted to the newfound power. Just now, when he tried to pick up the wine glass, the magic he unconsciously emitted shattered the crystal stem, splashing red wine across the table. Holt frowned, a bit helplessly looking at his hand. "In the Black Mist jungle, I fantasized countless times about the feeling of becoming an official wizard. Now that I've really advanced, I find that even picking up a glass is a problem." This awkwardness formed a stark contrast with Ron sitting opposite. Though younger in age, his magic fluctuations were unfathomable, yet completely contained, showcasing impressive control. Magic adaptation takes time. Ron casually carved a stabilizing rune on the tabletop. "This will help you temporarily control the leakage of magic. Remember, spiritual power should control each thread of magic like controlling a finger's movement." As soon as the rune took effect, the chaotic energy fluctuations around Holt immediately calmed down. "Thank you." Holt's voice carried a barely detectable bitterness. "No matter when, you always come up with the most practical solutions." "You're too kind." Ron replied faintly, then looked at Hayek. "Senior Hayek, can you elaborate on the outcome of this resource allocation?" Hayek took a sip from his wine glass, looking at Ron. "Almost all of us from the original Black Mist School team have been reassigned to the Quicksand Lands." Quicksand Lands, Ron was slightly surprised. This arrangement indeed exceeded his expectations. It was a rich but harsh, extraordinary gathering place. Far better than the Black Mist jungle, but definitely not an ideal destination. "Yes, we will be joining the Sansi School there." Uni's voice carried a strange sense of relief. "Although the environment is still harsh, at least we don't have to worry about abyss leaks daily anymore. Also, its stable magic concentration is suitable for long-term scholarly research." Magnus added, "The Sansi School focuses on element control and environmental modification, matching well with our accumulated experience from the Black Mist jungle." However, he glanced at the others. "We all know obtaining such an arrangement is probably not solely due to professional alignment." Everyone's gaze turned to Ron. They all understood that given the Black Mist School's dire state coupled with the complete destruction of the Bloodline Altar, a significant trial site, the usual course of action would likely result in them, the failures, being assigned to even more perilous locations. "Everyone believes you played a role in this," Hayek stated directly. It was not a question, but a declaration. Considering Cassandra Tower Master's consistent manner of acting, she wouldn't grant us such privileges without reason. Faced with the deputy headmaster's direct inquiry, Ron did not deny. I indeed suggested a few things. The guidance I received from everyone while in the Black Mist jungle was invaluable. Offering some help within my capabilities was what I should do. His tone was calm and objective, as if discussing an ordinary academic matter. Moreover, the research environment of the Quicksand lands is indeed more conducive for everyone, which benefits all. This pragmatic approach ended up being more convincing than any emotional rhetoric. Everyone present could feel Ron's sincerity. Yet they also realized that this young man had grown to a point where he could influence their destinies. "Child, you have surpassed all of us." Hayek's voice carried comfort. "I heard you were appointed as the interim associate of the New Star plan. In my memory, such a level of position is usually awarded only to Moon-level core members." "Yes," Ron briefly acknowledged without elaborating. The truth about the complex relationship between himself and Cassandra was evidently not suitable to discuss here. "Then you must be careful," Magnus suddenly spoke, reminding everyone as the second eldest alchemist present after Hayek. "Although the conquest plan offers great opportunities, the mortality rate is extremely high. I heard that during Cassandra Tower Master's last conquest, a third of the core members did not return alive, including some senior Moon-level wizards." Uni added with a hint of fear in her purple eyes. "The dangers of the otherworld far exceed our imagination. Those seemingly weak natives may possess eerie powers beyond our comprehension." Ron listened quietly to these warnings, recalling the information revealed by the King of Illusions in his mind. The true purpose of the conquest plan was far more complex and dangerous than it appeared on the surface. But he certainly couldn't share these deeper truths with others. "I will act with caution," he replied simply, then shifted the topic to another concern. "How is Master Sauron doing? I noticed he didn't come over." Mentioning this name, the atmosphere grew heavier. Hayek was silent for a moment before speaking. "Sauron's arrangement is to stay in the Black Mist jungle to guard the Abyss leakage point for 10 years. 10 years? Holt muttered with sympathy in his eyes. Facing that pollution and danger alone, even for an official wizard. But compared to other possible outcomes, this is already considered a very light punishment. Magnus's tone grew more serious. According to the Crystal Tower's traditional regulations, those responsible for significant accidents due to negligence in defense are usually sentenced to the extreme penalty of soul imprisonment. Being burnt and refined repeatedly in the sinner's vault is true eternal torment. This brutal penal system sent a chill through everyone present. The Crystal Tower was notoriously cold and ruthless towards ordinary wizards, where any mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. Retaining an intact personality and free will is already the best outcome for Sauron. Uni's voice carried a sense of relief after calamity. Furthermore, if he completes the task safely in 10 years, there's a chance to regain his position. As the conversation deepened, everyone's specific arrangements gradually became clear. Hayek will serve as the Director of Academic Affairs at the Sand Sea School and oversee the research on the Environment Modification Project. Uni will focus on her research in the field of elemental convergence, the special elemental environment of the Quicksand lands. Providing ideal conditions for such studies, Magnus will continue his traditional role, responsible for examining new alchemists in magic potions, and will modify the exam to suit some extraordinary materials in the Quicksand lands. As a newly appointed official wizard, Holt will gain experience in a basic teaching position while continuing to enhance his power control. Each has their own path. Ron raised his glass, his tone sincere. "Although we will part ways soon, this is not the end. Utilizing our strengths on our respective paths is the best use of past experiences. Each has their own path." Hayek repeated these words, filled with emotion. "Indeed, in the current situation, we old folks now find ourselves back in a relatively safe environment to focus on research, and you." He looked deeply at Ron. "The path you've chosen is destined to be the most dangerous. Core members of the Conquest Plan will face threats not only from the otherworld, but also from various internal struggles. But only this road allows one to develop at the fastest pace." Ron's voice still lacked inflection, yet the determination within allowed everyone to feel the calmness beyond his years. "I am already amidst the storm. Safety and development are no longer reconcilable for me. This exceedingly realistic analysis made everyone present fall into contemplation. In any case, I will remember the words on the school hall at the time per aspera ad astra, through hardships to the stars. Ron's gaze swept over everyone present. Pursue knowledge, maintain reason, find one's own place in this chaotic world. We old folks, managing to live to this day, certainly have our own codes of conduct. Hayek shook his head, and I hope you, Ron, can always adhere to this principle. In an environment full of temptations and dangers, keeping one's original intention is harder than acquiring power. As the night deepened, the gathering neared its end, yet no one took the initiative to say goodbye. It's getting late. Eventually, it was Ron who broke this subtle balance. Everyone has important tasks to handle tomorrow, so let's part here. He stood up, nodding simply at everyone. Thank you for your guidance in the past. Feel free to contact me if you need help in the future. You too, child. Hayek stood up as well. Although we may not be able to assist you in terms of strength, experience and connections can be useful at certain critical moments. The farewell process was brief and restrained. No excessive emotions were displayed, but the sadness in everyone's eyes was clearly visible. This reserved way of emotional expression was a unique exchange method for wizards. Walking alone on the way back, his mood was unusually calm. A subtle sense of loneliness began to spread in his heart. In the night sky, the stars still shimmered with indifferent light. In those distant galaxies, countless civilizations were rising or falling, countless intelligent lives were struggling or despairing. And he, just a tiny existence in this infinite universe, was trying to find his way in the chaos. No matter how small, the star path will eventually have an end. Returning to the workshop, Dale was still asleep in the crystal pool, her transformation process still ongoing. Alan was organizing the experiment records, her green silhouette swaying gently under the magic crystal lamp. Master, was the gathering successful? The tree spirit perceptively noticed the subtle change in his emotions. It went well enough, Ron responded briefly. The mentors have all found suitable places. Alan did not inquire further, understanding as his most loyal assistant when to ask and when to keep silent. Sitting at his desk, Ron contemplated the schedule for the next day. Tomorrow is the agreed-upon day for knowledge exchange with Eve, and we can also proceed with the bloodline sample collection from Franca, since it will be at least a month before returning to the Central Lands after heading back to the Abyssal Observation Station in a couple of days. Just don't know if Cassandra will be there. Thinking of that unfathomable and dazzling witch, Ron sighed. He did not want to confront her too much for now, but he could not let such minor emotions delay his research plans. The recollection of bacterial samples was crucial for his subsequent breakthroughs in his bloodline. Ron sat alone at his desk. His notes and charts spread out densely before him. The knowledge obtained from the forbidden library slithered through his mind like a serpent. He gently rubbed his temples where the pain still throbbed faintly, but the pain didn't stop his thoughts. Rather, it ignited a stronger desire for exploration. Alan, make me a pot of strong tea, he said without looking up. Tonight is going to be long. The tree spirit glided over from the corner, its branches swaying gently. Master, you've been working for 16 hours straight. Your body needs rest. Physical fatigue is temporary, but missing the clearest moment of thought is a permanent loss. Ron didn't raise his head. Right now, my mental state is at its peak, just perfect for engaging in complex logic deductions. Alan was silent for a moment, her branches trembling slightly. She could sense the increasingly intense, cold aura surrounding her master, but she said nothing, merely going quietly to prepare the tea. Ron refocused his attention on the information before him. The advancement conditions for 3 professions formed a complicated 3-dimensional structure in his mind, with each node representing different possibilities and risks. Magic Potion Professor Rout. He drew the first branch line on the paper with his quill. Theoretically the easiest to achieve, but also the easiest to be replicated. Magic Potion Professor, 3 stars advancement conditions. 1. Pre-profession employment alchemist, 2 stars. 2. Magic potion making skills at expert level. 3. Must originate at least 1 magic potion formula. 4. Need to train at least 5 students at the professional alchemist level. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but recall the gift Lady Allen gave him before heading to the Central Lands, the ancient spirit dew formula. Although he had some disputes with his master recently, that piece of parchment was still carefully preserved. After all, the knowledge itself was not wrong. I remember the specific ingredients. Ron closed his eyes, and those unsettling details resurfaced in his mind. The main ingredient is spirit infant tears, extracted from the eye sockets of special deceased newborns. It said only at the moment the purest life passes away can such an essence with anti-contamination traits be produced. Auxiliary materials include nightmare threads, a special spider silk found only on the abyss fourth layer from giant arachnids that feed on nightmares. These threads can bind and purify contamination elements in the spirit. The most crucial catalyst is blood of confession, derived from sincerely remorseful convicts who cannot find redemption. This blood contains intense spiritual purification energy, but the collection process requires the subject to maintain conscious awareness in extreme pain. The original formulas demand for spirit infant tears is too extreme, and it's now difficult to find a suitable substitute. But if replaced with newborn beast tears, combined with appropriate energy conversion spells, it might achieve similar effects. As for blood of confession, members of the Abyss exploration team who are heavily spiritually contaminated but not fully mutated might have similar traits in their blood. He recorded these thoughts in his notebook. The feasibility of these substitutions needs further verification. If the spirit due improvement succeeds, the next step will be considering student development. He recalled Lys's eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge and Herman's sharp insight during theoretical discussions. These two young people have the potential to become excellent alchemists, but they need more systematic guidance. However, in the forthcoming turbulent era, how long can their innocence last? Ron's thoughts involuntarily turned toward deeper issues. The Conquest faction's ideas are spreading inside the Crystal Tower, and that craving for power and disdain for the weak will inevitably infect everyone. Lys and Herman can still be excited for pure knowledge now. But when they truly encounter the dark side of the wizard world, can they maintain this initial intention? Forget it, these are not my concerns. He shook his head and refocused on the plan before him. I only need to ensure they master enough skills, and how they choose to use these skills is their own choice. While contemplating, he heard gentle water sounds from the crystal pool at the corner of the table. The little sea siren Dale turned in her sleep. Her silver hair floating on the water's surface shimmered under the magic crystal lamp. Her transformation had been ongoing for months, but progress was slower than anticipated. Dale's evolution also requires such a lengthy time. Ron gazed at the tiny figure. The acquisition of power has never been a rapid process. Alan drifted over with a teacup, the steam carrying a faint herbal aroma. Master, what are you thinking about? Thinking about the passage of time. Ron accepted the teacup, and the temperature of the tea was just right. Although we wizards have long lifespans, genuinely valuable research time is quite limited. Each breakthrough demands years or even decades of accumulation. When I become a high-ranking wizard, it might be countless years later. By then, my peers will have either died in some experiment, gone missing during abyss explorations, or have transformed into entirely different beings. He took a sip of tea, his voice carrying a detached prescience. Only truly powerful individuals can maintain their identity in the flood of time. Others are just passers-by. Alan heard these words and the branches slightly trembled. She could sense the increasingly heavy feeling of loneliness in her master, as well as the gradually indifferent attitude toward everything around him. However, Ron's tone changed to one of pragmatism. Before that, I need to ensure each step is taken with enough solidity. He shifted his attention to the second development path. Alchemy Master, 3 stars advancement requirements. 1. Prerequisite profession alchemist, 2 stars. 2. Alchemy reaches expert level 3. Successfully refine a semi-permanent alchemy device, self-operating for 50 years and above. 4. Complete a life reconstruction experiment. The requirements for Alchemy Master are more stringent, especially the semi-permanent device. The energy core issue of the mobile simulation battle device has never been thoroughly resolved. Ron opened the design drawings. Axe's soul fragments and that heart-devouring stone from the gambling stone shop can only be considered temporary substitutes. Solely relying on them is far from sufficient to maintain 50 years of stable operation. Ron took out the otherworldly technical data provided by Cassandra. The theories from the Mechanical Federation and Biological Factory broadened his horizons. Energy integration technology. Integrating energy from different sources into a unified driving force. He carefully studied the technical details in the materials. starting to construct the blueprint of the semi-permanent device in his mind. The key to such a device is establishing a sustainable energy cycle, allowing the system to absorb energy from the outside while maximizing the utilization of internal energy conversion. If the soul fragment is used as the core, the heart-devouring stone as the energy converter, combined with the cycle enhancement technology from the other world, Ron began sketching a new design scheme on paper. Theoretically, it is possible to create an energy system that can self-sustain. He drew complex energy circuit diagrams on paper, with every line calculated precisely. This design needs to involve multiple advanced fields like time magic, space folding, and energy conversion, but Ron believes he has the capability to master these technologies. The key is to solve the issue of energy loss. Any mechanical device produces energy loss during operation, and the accumulation of this loss eventually leads to a system shutdown. Unless a bold idea emerged in his mind, unless the system itself possesses the ability to grow. Just as he was immersed in thought, a slight noise came from the corner of the laboratory. Ink wriggled slightly in the recovery tank, the silver streaks flickered with a faint glow, as if responding to the master's mental activity. "Did you feel it too?" Ron asked softly, knowing the slime monster couldn't answer. To his surprise, Ink's wriggling became more pronounced. The streaks began to form some kind of regular pattern. This change indicated it had gained a higher sensitivity to the surrounding magic power fluctuations. "Interesting. Looks like your potential is greater than I thought." Ron walked to the recovery tank, observing Ink's condition closely. In the perspective of extraordinary recognition, he could see subtle structural reorganization taking place inside the slime monster. Those abyssal factors were merging with the original biological tissues, creating entirely new possibilities. The observation of Ink gave him inspiration for the growth potential of his own device. The autophagic slime monster not only avoids loss during operation, but also strengthens itself by devouring external materials. If this trait can be applied to mechanical devices, make the device an organic growth system rather than a rigid mechanical structure. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thus, it can not only self-sustain but also grow stronger over time. This approach completely contradicts traditional alchemy concepts, but it is precisely this groundbreaking innovation that may allow him to reach the level of alchemy master. As for the life reconstruction experiment, his gaze fell on Ink once more. This life form created by him was slowly recovering in the recovery tank. The data obtained from the recent Franca blood sample incident showed it had far exceeded expected adaptability. The adaptation of the abyssal traits in the carrier strain bloodline can be safely implanted. Ron remembered that nearly fatal experiment. The complex energy structure contained in Franca's blood nearly caused Ink to collapse completely. But it was also that experience that made him realize the true value of the carrier strain bloodline. If the traits of more abyssal creatures can be successfully integrated, Ink will become a real miracle. Not just a helper, but a new exploration of the essence of life. He took out several biological sample data gathered from the Abyssal Observation Station, starting to plan the fusion scheme. Desert Hunter's multi-dimensional perception, Eco-Cloakworm's perfect camouflage, Corrosion Bug's molecular decomposition ability. Through the harmonizing effect of the carrier strain bloodline, theoretically achievable seamless fusion. The key lies in finding the correct way to merge. Direct contact is obviously too dangerous, but if adapted gradually. After considering the alchemy master's path, Ron turned his gaze to the most dangerous yet enticing third path, the Rune Expert. Rune Expert, 3.5 stars, advancement requirements. 1. Prerequisite profession Enchanter, 2.5 stars. 2. Both enchantment and rune magic have reached master level. 3. Need to create his own special runes. 4. Master the blood and flesh rune technique, blood and flesh rune. He looked at his right hand, which had once undergone fusion with the stand-in puppet. The essence of this technique is to achieve a perfect unity between runes and living tissue. Traditional enchantment only inscribes runes on the surface of objects, while blood and flesh runes integrate runes directly into the flesh of a living being, making the runes part of life. The dangers of this technique are self-evident. A slight mistake could lead to uncontrollable mutations, the experimental subject, or even a complete loss of humanity. As for creating his own special runes, there's a clear clue at present: Starlight Rune, A rune system that can resonate with the stars. His voice carried fervor. Combining my astrology and Star Eater's ravings, this will be an unprecedented innovation. From his apprentice days, he had established a deep connection with the stars. Star Eater's ravings is not only a meditation technique, but also a way to communicate with higher dimensional existence. If I can create a rune system that resonates with the stars, not only can it enhance the effect of astrology, but also provide additional amplification for the cultivation of meditation techniques. While sketching various rune drafts on paper, Ron suddenly realized a critical issue. Do these three professions really need to be developed separately? The thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He recalled the various special enhancements within himself, especially the 3-in-1 trait and the fusion effect brought by the Creator's blessing. Magic potion making, alchemy, enchantment. The boundaries between them might not be insurmountable. Ron drew a new concept map on paper, rearranging the core elements of the three skills. Magic potion making provides an understanding of the nature of materials. Alchemy offers means of transformation and creation. Enchantment bestows extraordinary traits on items. If I truly integrate these three, I can create unprecedented extraordinary items. The imagined fusion device began to take shape in his mind. A device capable of automatically concocting magic potions, engraved with enhancing runes on its surface, storing various preset formulas internally, and even capable of real-time adjustments based on the user's physiological state. Teaching, experimentation, creation. These three processes themselves form a complete cycle. Ron's thoughts grew increasingly clear. He realized that the true meaning of 3-in-1 might not be a simple stacking of skills, but an establishment of an organic knowledge ecosystem. Just then, the two memory crystals deliberately placed at the table's edge suddenly emitted a faint glow. They seemed to respond to Ron's cognitive fluctuations, the energy textures on their surfaces becoming more active. Speaking of which, I bought back these 2 memory crystals from the Wise collection at the observatory months ago, but never had the time for detailed analysis. Now is a good chance to do so. It was also one of the schedules he had planned. Ron picked up the emerald green memory crystal. Perhaps I can obtain some valuable experimental data. He activated the historical research skills, stretching his spiritual power like threads towards the memory crystal. Upon contact with the crystal's surface, the surroundings began to distort and blur. The scene gradually cleared, presenting a disturbing spectacle. It was a corner of the abyss 4th layer. A bizarre forest constructed of flesh and blood. The tree's trunks were thick blood vessels and muscle tissues, covered with wet skin. The branch tips were not leaves, but a series of continuously rotating eyeballs. The memory's owner was a member of a 5-person exploration team. Ron could feel his inner tension and fear, but there was also the curiosity characteristic of an explorer. The team's leader was an experienced middle-aged man named Martin. He was scanning the surrounding environment with a magic detector, focused and vigilant. The magic power fluctuations in this area are very unstable, Martin said in a low voice. Everyone maintain vigilance and do not split up. The wizard apprentice in the team, a slender young man, frowned at the eyeball trees. These things, they're watching us. No kidding, of course they're watching us. The team's only female member sneered. She was a bloodline knight. The question is what they want to do with us. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. The team cautiously navigated through the flesh and blood forest, avoiding areas that seemed particularly dangerous. But Ron, through the perspective of the memory's owner, noticed a subtle change. The eyeball trees didn't release direct attacks, but instead emitted an incredibly faint spiritual influence. The influence was so subtle that it was almost undetectable. They weren't trying to control the intruder's consciousness, but were quietly adjusting their emotions. At first, it merely caused slight anxiety and doubt. The team members started to doubt each other's actions and showed impatience towards the leader's orders. I feel like we're wasting time here, the female knight complained. There are samples everywhere. Why must we venture into the forest center? Because the most valuable materials are usually in the most dangerous places, Martin patiently explained. You should know this truth. Maybe she's right, the wizard apprentice agreed. We've already collected enough specimens. There's no need to continue risking. As time passed, the subtle spiritual influence began to intensify. The team members became increasingly anxious, and their trust in each other gradually unraveled. Ron observed the process calmly, feeling only pure academic interest. Interesting psychological tactics. He analyzed in his mind, not forced control, but amplification of the negative emotions that already exist in the target. This method is more covert and harder to guard against. Deep in the forest, a particularly massive flesh-rooted tree began to emanate stronger influences. On its trunk, blurry human faces emerged, seemingly narrating some sorrowful stories. A young explorer named Tom was deeply attracted by these faces. He saw his deceased father, his childhood playmates, and all those he missed. Tom, Martin's voice seemed to come from far away. Don't look at those illusions. But Tom had already immersed himself entirely in memories. The spiritual influence released by the flesh-rooted trees made him unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. More terrifyingly, other team members also began to show similar symptoms. The female knight saw her lover lost during the first abyss exploration. The male apprentice saw his mentor killed by abyssal creatures. This isn't real. The male apprentice cried painfully while clutching his head. They are all dead. Martin realized the danger and began to release spiritual protection magic, attempting to disperse the effects of the illusions. But it was too late. The forest's spiritual attack had already penetrated deep into everyone's consciousness. What happened next surprised even Ron. It wasn't the illusions that killed the explorers, but rather they began to slaughter each other. Under the twisted spiritual influence, they started seeing companions as threats and friends as enemies. The female knight was the first to lose control. Her sword blade pierced through her companion's chest. "You're not the real Tony." She roared madly. "The real Tony wouldn't look at me like that." The apprentice, before dying, released an explosive spell that engulfed the female knight and Martin. Soon after, the situation rapidly collapsed under this mutual destruction spell, and the entire team was completely destroyed within minutes. Tom was the last one to regain his senses. When the illusions dissipated, what he saw were the shattered corpses of his companions and the flesh-rooted trees greedily absorbing the spilled blood. At this point, the memory abruptly stops. Ron slowly opened his eyes, showing no emotional fluctuation on his face. He merely calmly recorded his observations in his notebook. Spirit-induced traps, utilizing the target's memories and emotions as weapons. Attack method is indirect but deadly, causing internal conflict by amplifying negative emotions. He paused for a moment, then continued writing. This mechanism is of high value for training psychological resistance to simulation devices. If a similar environment can be recreated, it could provide targeted anti-illusion training for users. Historical research, proficient, experience points +1 current progress. Historical research, proficient 26/100, Ron was satisfied with the results of this analysis. Though the memory itself was filled with tragedy, the technical information contained within it was extremely valuable. As a researcher, his duty was to extract useful knowledge from all phenomena. It was already late, but Ron's spirit was still high. Today's gains exceeded expectations. Whether it was inspiration for career development paths or technical insights gained from the memory crystal, all provided new direction for his research. Tomorrow I will meet Eve again. Perhaps also Cassandra. He glanced at the time, nearly midnight. Maintaining optimal condition is more important than forcing work. Ron tidied up his desk, carefully storing all the materials. Through the window, he could see the tall towers of the central land standing quietly under the starlight. Those ancient buildings had witnessed the rise and fall of countless wizards, and tonight, they witnessed a young researcher striving towards a higher level. As long as the method is correct, everything is just a matter of time. Ron turned off the magic crystal lamp, quietly gazing into the distance in darkness. The night wind brushed against the crystal window lattice, emitting a slight wailing. That sound seemed to mourn for certain things about to pass away, but it could also just be the accidental resonance of wind and building. In this dangerous world, the only constant is change itself. 3 in the afternoon. Ron arrived at the Jadate Pavilion as scheduled. The courtyard today seemed unusually quiet. Even the usually chirping crystal songbirds had quieted down. The exotic flowers, once blooming brightly, now had edges tinged with a subtle darkness, as if touched by some indescribable force. Franca, as always, was waiting at the door, dressed in the heavy long gown that remained unchanged throughout the seasons. "Wizard Ralph, His Highness is waiting for you in the reception hall." The voice of the half-dragon maid was as steady as ever, but Ron's special perception allowed him to detect its subtle changes. Through the hermit's knowledge, he discovered that Franca's muscles were in a state of slight tension. Her breathing was slightly hurried, her left hand unconsciously tightening and then loosening, a typical reaction when facing uncertain threats. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the lattice windows into the reception hall, casting dappled shadows on the floating dust. These dust particles were naturally formed energy, particles under high concentrations of magic power. Their movement trajectories could reflect the surrounding emotional fluctuations. Entering the reception hall, Eve was sitting by that familiar crystal table, with teaware and some exquisite pastries placed in front of her. The black-haired princess was wearing a light-colored long gown today, and her amethyst-like eyes immediately lit up upon seeing Ron. "Master, you've come." Eve rose with a joyful smile, her voice carrying undisguised delight. "I've been feeling much better lately compared to before." Her emotions, besides pure joy, also harbored an almost pathological sense of dependency. The girl's cheeks slightly flushed. "These days, I hardly feel that tearing pain, and I've even managed to perform some simple magic exercises." Her voice was filled with irrepressible joy, but soon it turned worried. I fear this improvement is only temporary. Demon-devouring symptoms tend to be erratic, and it might worsen again in a few days." Ron carefully observed Eve's expression, noticing she indeed seemed more spirited than usual. Her complexion was much rosier, her movements more agile, and the fragility caused by the demon-devouring symptoms had significantly lessened. "It seems our previous favor exchange is indeed yielding positive effects." Ron nodded in satisfaction. "Your overall improvement is evident, but any treatment requires time for verification." After observing, he gave his judgment. "But from the current data, the improvement trend is stable. We need to continue observing. All thanks to your help." Eve's eyes were full of gratitude. "Mother said the favor you gave carries a special purity, able to repair on a soul level." When mentioning Cassandra, her expression slightly darkened but quickly recovered. "As usual, I'd like to share some of my recent research findings first." Eve's eyes were full of excitement, like a prisoner seeing a crack open in the prison door. "The recent relief of demon-devouring symptoms has allowed me to attempt some operations previously impossible." She extended her right hand, and her fingertips began emitting a faint silver glow. It was a more refined, more complex form of energy manipulation. "I call it spiritual layer control." Eve's voice carried the focus unique to researchers. Traditional spiritual power usage is linear, focusing only on one task at a time, but I found that if consciousness is divided into multiple independently operating threads, each handling different types of information, as she explained. The silver glow began to split, forming 3 independent energy flows. Each energy flow was executing a different task. One was analyzing the magic composition in the air. One was monitoring her own physiological state, and the third was performing complex mathematical computations. This technique originally came from the helpless adaptation to demon-devouring symptoms. When the main consciousness was occupied by pain, I had to learn to let a part of my mind continue running in the background, handling daily affairs. Unexpectedly, as I gradually improved, this adaptive change evolved into a brand new spiritual power usage technique. Ron looked at the demonstration of spiritual layer control, somewhat amazed. The complexity of this technique, even with his level of spiritual power control, required considerable practice to grasp. An impressive innovation. He sincerely praised. This multi-threaded thinking mode, if applied to magic construction, should allow simultaneous maintenance of multiple complex spells. It has an uncanny resemblance to the multiple magic system construction required for official wizards' advancement to moon level. "That's what I think too." Eve's face bloomed into a brilliant smile. "Although demon-devouring symptoms prevent me from casting spells normally, in theoretical exploration, I've instead gained a depth unattainable by most." At this moment, the favor link between the two began to manifest. Eve silently felt this change, half squinting her eyes, deeply addicted to this transient experience. Franca then timely refilled their tea. The half-dragon maid's movements remained deft, but her usually rock-steady arm, when pouring tea this time, slightly trembled. The light clink of the teapot against the cup sounded particularly abrupt in the quiet room. "Franca, you really do look a bit tired." Ron turned to her and asked with a concerned tone, "Is work too exhausting? How have you been resting lately?" The half-dragon maid was slightly stunned, then quickly regained her usual composure. "No, I've never felt tired serving you, it's just some family affairs distracting me, nothing serious." Family affairs. Ron keenly caught this keyword, simultaneously activating Hermit's knowledge to observe her micro-expressions. Is it related to the Bayajun seed's inheritance? Franca's pupils slightly constricted. This reaction confirmed Ron's suspicion. Yes. Recently, the connections between various Bayajun seed families have become more frequent, and everyone is discussing some changes. At this point, the half-dragon maid looked at her master and continued with the details only after receiving a nod of permission. Mainly the new demands brought by conquest wars. Franca placed the teapot on the table, sighing lightly. The Lord Tower Master's expedition results have led those in power to reevaluate our value and purpose. Some families have already received special summons. This information instantly made the atmosphere in the room heavy. What is the specific content of the summons? Seeing Eve not averse to revealing specifics, Ron continued to inquire. He needed to understand if these changes had any potential impact on him. Mainly large-scale collection of blood samples and cooperation in certain special bloodline research. Franca's voice almost dropped to a whisper. It is said to be for mass production of war weapons with Bayajun seed traits. This term reminded Ron of the terrifying erosion traits he had discovered through analyzing Franca's bloodline earlier. This might also be one of Cassandra's pre-prepared plans. Previously only used on a small scale for certain elite units, mass activation would equate to the wizard civilization's biochemical warfare. Speaking of blood research, Ron looked at Franca with intent. If possible, I'd like to conduct a more detailed bloodline analysis. The last sample was valuable, but limited in quantity, leaving many deep features unverified. Franca tilted her head to look at Eve with an inquiring look in her eyes. The young girl nodded gently, giving her an encouraging look. If it helps your research. The half-dragon maid naturally wouldn't proactively refuse, but her voice carried obvious unease. How much blood do you need? This time it needs to be more. About 3 times the amount you gave me last time. Ron took out a set of precise blood collection equipment from the spatial bag, the glinting silver needles appearing somewhat glaring under the sunlight. I need to conduct deeper component analysis and activity testing. The blood collection process took place in a stifling atmosphere. Unexpectedly, this usually aloof half-dragon maid showed extreme fear when facing blood collection. Her eyes were tightly shut, unable to look at those medical instruments. Her body also couldn't stop trembling, as if the act of collecting blood triggered a hidden shadow within her. It's all right, Franca. Eve gently patted the maid's shoulder, trying to offer some comfort. The deep crimson, almost black blood flowed into the crystal container, taking on an eerie, dark luster under the magic crystal lamp. Ron activated extraordinary recognition, observing the blood's energy traits in real time. In his special vision, Franca's blood was practically a miniature ecosystem. The powerful life energy of the dragon bloodline formed the main energy framework in the blood, like burning flames. But lurking in the gaps of this framework were countless tiny shadows. Those heteromorphic factors from the abyss attached to the dragon bloodline like parasites, waiting for some specific triggering condition. These abyssal factors were not randomly distributed, but arranged according to some precise design. It was as if someone had implanted a complex program in the bloodline, ready to be remotely activated at any time. Ron carefully sealed the blood sample, with a tone of satisfaction. Thank you for your cooperation, Franca. The half-dragon maid nodded, but her face was still pale. She pressed the needle hole with a trembling hand, running her bloodline power slightly, and the wound disappeared. But from her blank expression, it seemed she hadn't fully recovered from the blood draw yet. Regarding the Bayajun seed bloodline, I've recently made some new discoveries based on the data you provided earlier. Ron turned to Eve. Your mother's early theory on bloodline atavism gave me a lot of inspiration. Eve immediately perked up, always curious about her mother's early research. Those materials recorded Cassandra's academic explorations before becoming a great wizard, filled with immature but innovative ideas. What did you discover? First, I verified the Tower Master's hypothesis on the bloodline memory layer. Ron took out a detailed analysis report. Each bloodline indeed carries fragments of ancestral information, but the organization of this information is more complex than imagined. He unfolded the report, densely filled with various data and graphs. The Tower Master's spiral encoding theory is correct, but I discovered a phenomenon she hadn't noticed: artificially inserted code segments present in some bloodlines. The term made both Eve and Franca raise their heads, their expressions turning serious. "What is artificial insertion?" Eve asked. "Simply put, it's when someone intervenes in the natural evolution of a bloodline and implants some information that shouldn't exist." Ron's explanation became deeper and more technical. These inserted code segments often have specific functionalities, like enhancing certain traits or adding special trigger mechanisms. He pointed to a set of data in the report. The specimen-preserving bloodline is a typical example. According to my analysis, there are at least 17 distinct artificial insertion segments in their bloodline structure, which confer great adaptability and compatibility. But at the same time, they also harbor potential risks. Ron's tone became filled with warning. These insertion segments contain a kind of switch mechanism that might be activated under specific conditions, leading to a fundamental change in the behavior and thinking of the bloodline host. Eve's face turned pale. "You mean Franca might lose control?" "It's not just as simple as losing control." Ron calmly stated his analytical findings. "According to my analysis, the specimen-preserving bloodline, when activated, possesses extremely strong erosive ability. They can forcibly assimilate other bloodlines, converting the target into an entity with the same traits." He took out a sealed container from a spatial bag, which contained a sample of completely transformed slime monster tissue. "I tested it with my own autophagic slime monster. The result nearly cost me this precious experimental assistant." The erosive capability of the specimen-preserving bloodline greatly exceeded my expectations. While speaking, Ron secretly activated the hermit's knowledge, carefully observing Eve and Franca's subtle expressions. Eve's reaction was pure shock and confusion, her pupils slightly enlarged, eyebrows slightly raised, lips slightly parted. These are instinctive reactions to unexpectedly shocking information. Clearly, she knew very little about the dangerous traits embedded within the specimen-preserving bloodline, perhaps even hearing of it for the first time. Franca's reaction was more complex, also showing surprise, but her focus was obviously different. She was somewhat incredulous, as if puzzled at how this young modulator could decipher these deep-seated traits in such a short time. At the same time, her shoulders slightly sank. A typical reaction upon hearing a truth long suspected, yet unwilling to confront. How is that possible?" Eve's voice trembled. "Franca's bloodline has always been stable, never showing any anomalies. Surface stability does not equate to deep safety. The specimen-preserving bloodline is cleverly designed, usually in a locked state, with its erosive ability strictly controlled. However, under certain conditions, this lock may be lifted." Upon hearing this, Franca subconsciously looked at her own hands. The skin was still smooth and delicate, yet she knew well that beneath this layer of skin, something potentially more dangerous than imagined was flowing. "What do you mean by specific conditions?" Eve pursued again, her voice laden with noticeable anxiety. "Intense emotional fluctuations, severe injuries, or exposure to certain special triggering substances." Ron enumerated possible triggering factors. "The most dangerous aspect is that this trigger mechanism might have been artificially designed." This sentence plunged the living room into immediate silence. Eve and Franca were both immersed in their own silent thoughts about the deeper implications of this information. Ron observed their reactions, having already reached a preliminary judgment within his heart. Eve presumably knew very little about these insider details. She was more like a princess sheltered within an ivory tower, with limited understanding of her family's true secrets. Franca, though aware of the uniqueness of her bloodline, was only vaguely aware of the control mechanism behind it. Just then, the air in the room suddenly thickened. It wasn't a change in temperature, but rather a fundamental distortion of some physical property. The suspended dust stopped swaying, and even the passage of time seemed to slow down. A graceful figure gathered in the corner of the room, like an artwork woven by light and shadow. Cassandra appeared silently like this. Her violet eyes surveyed the three people in the room, her lips curling with a meaningful smile. "Do not interrupt your discussion because of my arrival." Her voice was as smooth as silk, but with an edge that could not be ignored. "I'm just interested in your academic exchange. Please continue." Eve's body instantly stiffened. Her breathing grew more rapid. The sudden appearance of her mother made her feel extremely nervous. The psychological shadow left by strict control since childhood surged forth. Franca directly knelt down, her whole body prostrate on the ground, unable to stop trembling. Such a response was not merely reverence, rather it was a kind of deeply ingrained fear. Although Ron's internal alarms rang fiercely, he maintained a calm demeanor. He slowly stood up and gave Cassandra a standard wizard salute. "Tower Master, it's an honor for you to observe our exchange." "I am the one honored indeed." Cassandra lazily half-laid on the sofa beside her, her tone teasing. To witness the exchange of favors between two geniuses, such an opportunity is indeed rare. Her gaze wandered between Ron and Eve, as if she were observing something only she could perceive. "Continue your discussion. I am curious about what kind of knowledge you will impart to Eve." Faced with this situation, Ron quickly adjusted his strategy. Since Cassandra was present, he decided to shift the focus towards a theoretical discussion of bloodline studies. After all, this was one of the great wizard's areas of expertise, and also the best opportunity to showcase his own depth of knowledge. Since the Tower Master is present, I think discussing some practical theories of bloodline modulation today would be more meaningful. Ron's expression became more formulaic, especially some extended thoughts based on your early research data. He turned to Eve, beginning to enter a teaching state, but could feel the oppressive gaze of Cassandra. "Your Highness, do you remember your mother's core views on the bloodline resonance theory?" Eve tried to calm herself down, but her mother's presence made it difficult to concentrate. Is it that there might be a deep connection between different bloodlines?" "Correct, but that's just a superficial understanding." Ron nodded to show approval, then began to delve deeper. "According to my study of the Tower Master's early theories, combined with my own experimental findings, I believe the essence of bloodline resonance is information synchronization." He took out a special crystal device from his pocket. Every bloodline constantly emits specific frequency energy signals that carry the basic information of the bloodline. When two compatible bloodlines come close, their signals resonate, forming an information exchange. Cassandra's gaze became focused. She slightly adjusted her posture, clearly interested in such theoretical exposition. "However, there is a critical point in the Tower Master's theory that hasn't been thoroughly explored: the possibility of artificial resonance." Ron continued, "If we can artificially modulate the signal frequency of bloodlines, we can force synchronization of originally incompatible bloodlines." This perspective made Cassandra's pupils slightly contract, as she seemed to realize the immense potential of this technology. Forced synchronization. Eve's voice trembled a bit, uncertain if it was due to nervousness or excitement. "What does this mean?" "It means we could break through the traditional limitations of bloodline fusion." Ron's tone carried the calm excitement unique to researchers. "In theory, any two bloodlines could achieve fusion through artificial modulation. The key is finding the correct frequency-matching algorithm." He paused for a moment, allowing the concept to fully settle. Of course, this technology also poses great risks. Forced synchronization could lead to the genetic structure of the bloodline host completely collapsing, or result in uncontrollable mutations. Upon hearing this, Cassandra finally spoke, her voice carrying a palpable sense of inquiry. "Artificial frequency modulation. This conclusion. I indeed had a similar hypothesis in my early work, but the technical conditions at the time couldn't verify it." "How did you come to this conclusion?" "Primarily inspired by your early work on the theory of bloodline harmony," Ron answered respectfully in that paper. "You mentioned that the success rate of bloodline fusion is related to the natural affinity between the two bloodlines. I simply extended this concept further, considering whether this affinity could be artificially created." "Natural affinity." Cassandra repeated the term, her eyes showing a reminiscent expression. "That was an idea from a long time ago. I didn't expect you to draw such a bold conclusion from it." Her tone carried admiration, but also a certain deep-seated vigilance. "However, is it technically feasible to artificially modulate bloodline frequencies? Do you have a concrete implementation plan?" This question touched the core of Ron's research and was also the part he was least willing to reveal too much about. He had to find a balance between showcasing his knowledge and protecting his secrets. "Currently, it's still in the theoretical stage." He answered cautiously, "I am attempting to use rune technology to achieve frequency modulation, but have encountered some technical difficulties." The energy output of runes is not stable enough to maintain precise modulation for extended periods. Runes. Cassandra was evidently quite interested in this. That is indeed a novel approach. Most bloodline modifiers focus on biological means. Very few think of using runes to solve the problem. Interdisciplinary integration often leads to unexpected breakthroughs, which is why ancient alchemists could create so many brilliant achievements. They all possessed this kind of integrative thinking. The precision of runes can just make up for the instability of biological modulation. Of course, this also requires a sufficient in-depth understanding of rune magic. Cassandra nodded, acknowledging this interdisciplinary thinking. It seems your multidisciplinary background indeed played a role. Besides frequency modulation, I'm also researching another direction, the active activation of bloodline memory. Ron continued to share his research ideas. In your theory, Tower Master, you mentioned that ancestral memory fragments are preserved within the bloodline. I am wondering if we could selectively activate these memories, could the host temporarily gain certain abilities of their ancestors? This idea made Eve's eyes widen. Are you saying one could acquire certain abilities of their ancestors? Theoretically possible, Ron nodded in confirmation. But this process is extremely dangerous. Ancient memories often come with intense consciousness imprints, and if the host's spiritual strength is insufficient, they might be completely devoured by the ancestor's consciousness. It's like a living knowledge repository. Ron was optimistic about the prospects of this technology. Each bloodline host is a mobile library, storing the wisdom and experience of countless generations of ancestors. Franca heard this, and her face turned increasingly pale. She began to realize that she was not just a carrier of a pathogen-related bloodline, but could be part of a delicately designed biological weapon. Cassandra observed everyone's reactions, her gaze carrying complex emotions. She seemed to be assessing something, pondering the implications these theories could bring. Your theory is insightful, she finally spoke. Especially the notion of artificial frequency modulation. Though similar to some of my early ideas, your approach is more viable. She paused, her tone becoming more formal. I think it's time to share some deeper knowledge with you. Cassandra took out a storage box from her cloak with complex runes covering its surface that Ron had never seen before. These runes slowly lit up upon her touch, releasing an unsettling energy fluctuation. Inside are some experimental data I've accumulated over the decades during expeditions in the otherworld. Her voice carried a mysterious depth. Though not top secret, it should provide you with some reference value, especially regarding practical applications of bloodline atavism technology. The storage box slowly opened, revealing several crystal data storages, each emitting different colored glows. Ron could sense the massive information contained within, as if the lights carried the painful moans of countless otherworld creatures. The red crystals record biological transformation. Experiments from the flesh furnace world, mainly covering the test results of bloodline compatibility and analyses of some failed cases. Cassandra's fingers gently stroked one of the blood-red storages. The indigenous races there have developed bloodline integration to unimaginable heights, enabling them to reorganize their physiological structures in real time during combat. Her eyes showed a reminiscent expression, but it was tinged with a creepy excitement. Of course, after we conquered that world, these technologies became our spoils. Those natives are now contributing their wisdom in our laboratories. Eve shuddered subconsciously, detecting something chilling in her mother's calm tone. Franca was entirely frozen, starting to realize what kind of fate she might be facing. The blue ones come from the crystal coexistence dimension, containing some energy frequency measurement data that might aid your frequency modulation. Research. Cassandra continued her introduction. Creatures that can perfectly fuse with inorganic materials, creating semi-biological, semi-mechanical hybrids. Ron carefully observed these storages. These were not simple academic research records, but bloody results built upon countless lives suffering. She looked up, her violet eyes meeting Ron's. Although this data isn't any core secret, it can't be found through ordinary means. I'm willing to share it with you because I see a unique potential in you. What potential are you referring to? Ron asked cautiously. A calm rationality and a research spirit unbound by morality. Cassandra's answer made the room's atmosphere even more oppressive. True knowledge explorers aren't swayed by notions of good and evil. They are concerned only with truth itself. Her gaze drifted between Ron and the terrified Eve. Most modern wizards, when confronting these modification experiments, are disturbed by emotions, questioning their legitimacy. But true scholars understand there is no distinction of good and evil in knowledge, only differences in value. She looked at her daughter, noticing the expression of fear on Eve's face, her eyes full of disappointment. Eve is still too young to understand the true rules of this world. Her tone carried a hint of regret. Perhaps one day she'll realize that in this universe where the strong prey on the weak, mercy is just weak self-consolation. Regarding the achievements of pathogen-related bloodlines, Cassandra suddenly shifted the topic, her tone carrying a special pride. The foundation of this technology actually comes from our clan's ancestor, Lord Hector. Upon hearing the name Hector, Ron's heartbeat quickened slightly. That was the name before the king of absurdity ascended the throne. The ancestor proposed the concept of perfect bloodline in the early days of the last epoch and published relevant papers on the Monument of Truth. To this day, that paper is still considered an absolute classic in bloodline studies. The Monument of Truth, the most authoritative academic journal in the wizard world, publishing results there is. Ron had a clear understanding of the weight of this information. His vision was to create a bloodline with infinite adaptability, capable of automatically adjusting traits according to environment and needs. The pathogen-related bloodline is a preliminary realization of this concept. And my contribution is... Cassandra's tone became more professional, integrating abyssal adaptive factors into the traditional pathogen-related structure. These abyssal factors not only enhanced bloodline compatibility, but also endowed them with certain special functions. Her eyes flickered with a dangerous light. For instance, rapid adaptation in extreme environments, as well as the ability to absorb certain traits from otherworldly creatures. Ron carefully processed this information, beginning to understand the true design philosophy behind the preservation bloodline. This is not a simple bloodline preservation, but a component of a grand biological engineering project. Of course, any powerful technology is accompanied by corresponding risks. Cassandra glanced at the trembling Franca. The introduction of abyssal elements indeed brings some instability to the preservation bloodline, but this risk is controllable, provided there is sufficient technical support. My research has made significant innovations and expansions on the foundation of my ancestors. Cassandra's tone became more professional. By integrating biotechnology from multiple worlds, I've been able to create customized bloodlines with preset functions for some elites in my legion. However, bloodline modulation, as a relatively young discipline, still has some issues in the professional development system. She shifted the topic. Have you noticed that bloodline modifiers do not have a clear progression path like magic potion professors, rune experts, and alchemy masters? This question touched upon what Ron had been pondering. Indeed, the current grading is mainly based on modulation success rate, but lacks a unified capability assessment standard. The root of the problem lies in the complexity of this discipline. Cassandra analyzed. Bloodline modulation involves biology, energy studies, even soul studies, and it's hard to measure with a single standard. Generally speaking, those who can consistently achieve pure golden perfect level modulation are called masters of modulation, but how to define beyond that has been a subject of debate in academia. She paused, her gaze becoming profound. If it must be said, the progression direction of a master of modulation is actually to return to the life alchemy branch of ancient alchemists. This path requires mastering alchemy, blood and flesh runes, and various other skills. It's a truly comprehensive challenge. This information stirred something in Ron's heart. His 3-in-1 combination just happened to meet these comprehensive requirements. Life alchemy. He repeated the term. What level of capabilities does this imply? Creating true artificial life, reconstructing the essential structure of existing organisms, even bestowing inorganic matter with life characteristics. Cassandra's voice carried a certain coldness that transcended human understanding. When you reach that level, the boundary between life and death becomes blurred. Her gaze fell on Franca, who shivered under her stare. The preservation bloodline is just an experimental product along this path, far from the end. Speaking of bloodlines, I am quite interested in the composition of your bloodline. Cassandra suddenly turned her attention to Ron. Your bloodline is very ancient and complex, containing components of many rare beasts that have disappeared in modern times. Ron's heartbeat accelerated slightly, but his surface remained calm. He had long prepared his countermeasures for such a situation. The most obvious is the Sun Flame Dragon's bloodline traits. Cassandra's analysis made him secretly vigilant. The Sun Flame Dragon was completely extinct at the end of the Second Era, and related research data is extremely scarce. She seemed to notice Ron's tension, gesturing not to worry. "I'm not interested in the source of your bloodline. Everyone has their little secrets. What I want to say is another issue. An overly rare bloodline is not always advantageous." Her tone carried a faint warning. Rare means that case references are scarce, and the difficulty of atavism and purification will multiply. The Sun Flame Dragon bloodline is a typical example. Due to lack of related research, it's hard for you to find a suitable atavism plan. In such cases, finding substitute bloodlines with similar characteristics might be a wiser choice. Indeed, ever since his breathing technique entered the 4th stage, he has been hindered in terms of bloodlines. Additionally, I need to remind you of something important. Cassandra's expression suddenly became serious. "I'm about to leave the main world again to continue my otherworld expedition. This time it's expected to last quite a long time." Her eyes became deep. "While I'm gone, you need to be especially cautious at the Abyssal Observation Station. I can sense that some ancient presences in the Abyss are starting to become active, and they've shown a particular interest in you. That throne seed is a clear signal." Her voice lowered to almost a whisper. "The Supreme Apostles have already taken notice of you, which is both an opportunity and a huge threat." Ron nodded in understanding, but inside he was contemplating the specifics of this threat. Although there's Professor Udall and other safeguards, against such entities, no protection is absolutely safe. Cassandra's warning made the atmosphere in the room more solemn. "Remember, the first rule of survival in the Abyss is to never underestimate the degree of danger." She stood up, preparing to leave. "These experimental data should greatly assist your research. I look forward to seeing what kind of results you will create. Moreover," she turned to the still terrified Eve, "be careful of those timid emotions, dear. In this world, useless sympathy is often a fatal weakness." With the utterance of this meaningful sentence, Cassandra's figure began to turn transparent, eventually disappearing completely into the air. The room returned to silence, but the atmosphere was even more oppressive than before. Eve slumped in the chair, her face pale as paper. Franca remained kneeling on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Let's end today's conversation here," Ron said calmly, carefully storing the experimental data left by Cassandra into the spatial bag. "I need time to digest this new information, especially the part about the origin of the preserved species bloodline." Eve nodded numbly, her gaze hollow. Franca still did not stand up, seeming to have lost all strength. Night fell again on the central lands. Ron stood alone on the workshop's rooftop, with intricate astrological instruments set before him. The starry sky was exceptionally clear tonight. Those distant stars shimmered coldly like diamonds. After months of continuous cultivation, his astrology had nearly reached the critical point of breakthrough. And the scholar star's glow was growing brighter, almost ready to light up fully. Tonight, he would complete this pivotal leap. "Elan, are the preparations complete?" The green tree spirit was busy assisting with the adjustment of various auxiliary devices. The starlight guide she held, crafted by Ron, was emitting a soft silver-white glow, forming a resonance with the stars in the sky. "All equipment is in place, Master." Elan's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Ron nodded and swallowed a bottle of specially made resonance potion, a new formula he improved after receiving the Creator's blessing. The effect of the potion was immediate. Upon consuming the potion, a cool energy spread throughout his body via the meridians. The sensation was akin to countless tiny starlights flowing through his veins, with each heartbeat feeling the pulse from the distant stars. His spiritual perception became exceptionally acute, as if able to directly touch the consciousness of stars billions of light years away. Ron gently closed his eyes, operating Star Eater's ravings to enter a deep meditation state. His consciousness penetrated the barrier of reality, sinking into the familiar yet mysterious sea of stars. Guided by the purple light of the hermit star, his perspective shifted towards the scholar star located at the lower right of the wisdom constellation. This silver-white star at this moment emitted a fierce brilliance. The complex textures on its surface rotated with unprecedented speed, like a never-ending computation center. But tonight, there was something different. The light of Scholar Star conveyed ancient and profound consciousness waves, a wisdom beyond human comprehension calling softly. Ron knew this was the crucial moment to establish a connection. Utilizing the astrology techniques he learned, Ron extended his spiritual power like threads, attempting to establish the deepest connection with the scholar star. This time, the connection process was extremely difficult, as if some invisible resistance was blocking his approach. Suddenly, the glow of the scholar star began to flicker intensely. The flickering carried a special rhythm, like ancient Morse code. Ron concentrated his full attention, trying to interpret its meaning. Gradually, he began to sense an indescribable consciousness. It was not malicious, but also not wholly benevolent, rather a pure wisdom entity, transcending the concept of good and evil. "I seek the truth of knowledge." He silently recited in his mind this phrase. It was the basic etiquette recorded in the Star Eater's ravings for communicating with higher dimensional beings. The light of the scholar star suddenly stopped flickering. The entire star became like a flawless silver mirror. Ron stared at the mirror-like surface of the star, his spiritual power cautiously probing its edges like a needle. Suddenly, the surface began to ripple like a lake disturbed by a pebble. But this ripple was not regular. It resembled more the unstable operation of some ancient machinery. A chaotic and fragmented wave of consciousness transmitted over. It was not a complete thought, but countless memory fragments accumulated over the ages, seeking price, truth, blood and bone. Eternal longing, the curse of knowledge, observation, record, witness. These fragments of consciousness surged at Ron's spirit. Like a tide, each piece carrying different emotions and memories. Some came from ancient observers, some from seekers devoured, and others from souls lost in the pursuit of truth. This so-called scholar star was actually a massive memory repository, collecting fragments of every consciousness that had contacted it over the millennia. Now it was selectively pouring key parts of these fragments into Ron according to his own memory repository. The first clear image appeared. Ron found himself in a pristine laboratory. The walls around were made of pure white stones, and the air was filled with a faint herbal aroma. It looked more like a medical facility rather than a terrifying laboratory. In the center of the room, a tall middle-aged man was carefully examining his right arm. He was Alexander King, the legendary figure known as the Merciful Alchemist. "Today is the 73rd attempt," Alexander said calmly to a mirror, his voice devoid of pain. Holding only the focus unique to scholars, the neural conduction efficiency in the right arm has improved by 12%, but the muscle fiber activity has decreased. The potion ratio needs to be adjusted. Ron saw Alexander's right arm's skin showing an unnatural translucent state, with pale blue liquid flowing through the veins. Each time he moved his fingers, the internal energy circuits flashed visibly. "Pain is the price of progress." Alexander took out a syringe filled with green liquid and unhesitatingly pierced it into his carotid artery. As long as the feasibility of this path can be proven, what does personal suffering count for? After the injection, Alexander's whole head began to transform. The skin gradually became transparent, revealing the brain clearly within the skull. More frighteningly, certain areas of the brain were replaced by micro-alchemy devices, with those metal tendrils embedding deeply into the brain tissue like parasites. Seeing this scene, Ron felt a surge of instinctual nausea and fear. It was the instinctual reaction humans have towards the distortion of their own form, a protective mechanism etched deep within the genes. But he forced himself to continue observing, striving to analyze the principles of this modification from an academic perspective. The mechanization of the nervous system. Such a level of precision operation should be unprecedented breakthrough at the time. Though the price was terrible, the technical level is indeed astounding. The scene shifted, time flew by, arriving at the same laboratory decades later. At this point, Alexander was completely unrecognizable in human form. His entire body had become translucent, with organs replaced by various complex alchemy devices. Most frighteningly, he still maintained fully conscious awareness. "Succeeded. Truly succeeded." His voice had become a bizarre tone of mechanical and biological mix. "I am now a living alchemy factory, capable of directly synthesizing any mastered potions, along with various enchantments and alchemy creations. This is the ultimate form of alchemy." Ron noticed that though Alexander was cheering for his success, his eyes were completely devoid of the emotional light that humans should have. That hollow gaze seemed like some highly sophisticated machine simulating human responses. Merely seen as a result, it's indeed a success. But from Alexander's individual perspective, it's a complete failure. Ron evaluated in his heart. However, this self-modification technological route is indeed worth researching, if the degree of modification can be controlled to avoid total loss of humanity. The memory fragments shifted again, and this time the scene brought an even greater impact to Ron's psychological defense. He arrived in Lance Hivit's private laboratory. Unlike the dark and terrifying depiction in historical books, the environment here seemed orderly. Exquisite art paintings hung on the walls. Fresh flowers sat on the desks, and even soft music played gently in the background. However, this warm environment only made what happened next seem more gruesome. Lance was talking with a boy about 10 years old. The child had wet curly hair, with scales and fins on his body, seemingly a hybrid sea siren. His blue eyes were filled with trust towards this uncle. "Tell uncle, what is your dream?" Lance crouched, his voice full of sincere care. "I want to become a sorcerer like my father, to protect our city and drive away those abyss monsters." The boy answered innocently, his eyes sparkling with pure light. "What a wonderful dream." Lance gently stroked the child's hair. "You will contribute to realizing this dream for more children like you. Your slumber will save countless lives, becoming a true hero." The following scene gave Ron a strong shock to his spirit. Lance brought the sea siren boy, who completely trusted him, to the operating table, used an anesthetic rune to completely block his movements, and began his so-called life research. Throughout the process, Lance maintained a gentle smile and continuously comforted the boy, who was utterly terrified. "Don't be afraid, this is just a short process. You will soon enter eternal slumber, where there is no pain, no fear, only endless peace." More appalling is that, aside from those bloodline fusion experiments, Lance would also meticulously record every reaction of the boy during the experiment, including the degree of fear, expressions of pain, and the full process of consciousness fading away. He seemed to be engaged in some pathological artistic creation, pursuing a twisted form of perfection. Ron felt a strong wave of nausea surge within him. As a modern person, he could not understand such disregard for innocent life, treating living children as experimental materials with such coldness touched the deepest bottom line of his heart. Yet at the same time, he also noticed the ingenuity of Lance's experimental techniques. The precise control over the flow of life energy, the deep understanding of organ functions, indeed represented the pinnacle of bloodline studies at that time. Cannot be swayed by emotions in judgment. Ron forced himself to calm down. "I need to learn the technical principles from this and not get entangled in moral judgments. History has already happened. What I can do is ensure this knowledge is used in the right direction." Fragments of memory continued to swirl, but the contents became increasingly dark and twisted. Erna Moonlight's emotional vault appeared before Ron. It was a magnificent underground palace, with a dome tens of meters high, walls embedded with numerous transparent containers all around. Each container contained extracted and purified motions, those abstract concepts here becoming tangible entities. Love manifested as a pink orb, gently pulsating within the container, hatred as a churning black mist, constantly colliding against the walls of the container, fear, like a silver snake, frantically writhed in the liquid. The most chilling was that these emotions still retained parts of the original owner's consciousness. Ron could hear them crying, pleading, cursing. "Please, let me return to my child's side. I want to feel my love for him again. I want revenge. I want to kill that witch. She stole my anger, and now I can't even hate. Fear is everywhere. I no longer know what the feeling of safety is." Erna stood at the center of these agonizing containers, a look of ecstasy on her face. She gently caressed each container as if appreciating her art collection. Such pure emotions, such perfect extraction, each is the essence of the human soul. She turned towards a container filled with deep blue liquid. Within it was a mother's love for her child. This maternal love is so intense, so selfless. I want to refine it into the most perfect potion, so those who have lost loved ones can feel the warmth of being loved again. But what Erna didn't realize was that her charitable behavior was based on complete plunder of the original owner. The mother, after losing the ability to love, had become an emotionally indifferent shell. Ron had fully entered the observer's perspective, silently watching all of this. If Lance's cruelty had some twisted logic, then Erna's actions were based entirely on the madness of self-deception. She thought she was doing good deeds, but in reality was creating greater pain. Ron had grown accustomed to detaching himself, analyzing purely from a technical perspective, materialization of emotions. If this technology could be improved, perhaps it could be used to treat mental trauma. For example, extracting a patient's fear and pain without harming other emotions. The content of the memory fragments became increasingly insane. Ron saw the downfall of Aegis Rakoru in his pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone. This once respected great wizard, to obtain eternal life, had established a factory specifically for collecting pure souls. Tens of thousands of children from different races were confined in cramped cells. Their innocence and hope slowly siphoned off, used in refining that legendary stone. The most horrifying part was that the process required the children to remain conscious during extraction, because only when pure in a conscious state does it possess sufficient activity. Even more appalling was Damien Putchai's laboratory. This insane alchemist pushed living modifications to their extreme. His laboratory seemed like a surreal nightmare. Some subjects were transformed into living organ cultivation vessels, their abdominal cavities emptied, planting various precious organs inside, yet their brains remained awake. Enduring unimaginable pain day and night, some were merged into multi-headed monsters. 3 or 4 people's heads forcibly stitched onto one body, their consciousnesses clashing, constantly experiencing mental tearing every second. Others were made into tools with partial awareness, like a speaking table, a thinking chair, weapons possessing human memory. As he delved into these ever-darkening memories, Ron felt his spiritual defenses undergoing unprecedented assaults. The screams of those victims echoed in his ears. Those twisted images flashed repeatedly before his eyes. His empathy was protesting wildly, urging him to stop this learning. Yet, at the same time, rationality reminded him that indeed, these pieces of information contained extremely valuable knowledge. If he could strip away the empathy and analyze purely from a technical perspective, the value of this data would be immeasurable. I am neither a judge nor a savior, Ron repeatedly warned himself. History has already happened, and I cannot change the past. But I can ensure that the knowledge learned from this darkness is used for more defined and bright purposes. As this psychological adjustment proceeded, Ron found his emotional responses gradually weakening. Faced with those unbearable scenes, he no longer felt intense nausea and anger, but began to observe with a more objective, calm attitude. This change made him somewhat worried. Is he losing the empathy a human should have? But rationality again told him that this constriction of emotion was necessary. Every contact with this type of knowledge was swayed by emotions. He couldn't conduct truly effective learning. A true seeker must be able to transcend personal emotional likes and dislikes and approach all knowledge with a purely objective attitude. The last memory fragment was about an ancient alchemist named Victor Esmode. In pursuit of perfect artificial life, this person created an artificial body capable of simulating any biological traits. To test the authenticity of these artificial bodies, Victor designed extremely cruel experiments. He would have the artificial body absorb a certain individual and then engage in various intimate moments with that individual's family or loved one, observing to see if the experimenter could detect differences. The objects of the experiments included various human emotions like familial love, friendship, and romance. When the real person discovered the truth, their despair and pain were carefully recorded by him as data. Most abominable of all, Victor would even have the artificial bodies marry and have children with real humans. Then, after the child had grown, he would tell them that their father or mother was merely an artificial construct. Such psychological trauma would often completely destroy a person's spiritual world. In the face of this final madness, Ron's inner being had become extraordinarily calm. He no longer felt anger due to the victim's suffering, nor fear due to the alchemist's madness. In his eyes, these were just data points, samples to understand the trajectory of ancient technical development, testing the authenticity of artificial life. This line of thinking indeed has its value. If the experiment method could be improved so that enough data could be obtained without absorbing real humans. Advanced magic potion making, Mastery, experience points +1 material refining. Proficient, experience points +1 enchantment technique. Proficient, experience points +1 bloodline shaping. Proficient, experience points +1 almost all skills related to three-phase mage wizardry was slowly gaining experience points. These improvements undoubtedly told Ron that his perseverance in mental trials had yielded fruitful results, which also somewhat soothed his heart. After all memory fragments had finished playing, the shattered consciousness of the Scholar Star sent chaotic waves again. Observation complete, record updated, new observer confirmed, calm, rational, transcendence of constraints, meets standards, connection established, knowledge inheritance, starlight guidance. With these intermittent consciousness fragments, the Scholar Star suddenly blossomed with dazzling silver-white light. The light surged towards Ron's consciousness like a tide, bringing an unprecedented ability to integrate knowledge. Felt as though his brain had undergone qualitative enhancement, with significant improvements in thinking speed and logical capability. Scholar Star has been lit up, gaining additional traits. Seeking Heart 1, Learning Speed Enhancement 2, Significantly Enhanced Knowledge Integration Ability 3, Expanded Memory Palace Capacity 4. Can quickly grasp fundamental theories in related fields. Hermit Star resonates with Scholar Star. Wisdom Constellation Activation Progress. 66% to fully activate the Wisdom Constellation. Observer Star still needs to be lit immediately following that. A breakthrough in astrology also ensued. Astrology Beginner, experience points +1 breakthrough. Astrology Beginner 50/50, Right Arrow Astrology, Proficient 1/100, gained additional trait Foresight Star. Able to predict future possibilities through observing celestial changes. Prediction accuracy related to the caster's astrology mastery. When Ron opened his eyes, he found that his perception of the world had undergone a fundamental transformation. The stars in the sky were no longer static points of light but active sources of information, continuously conveying faint hints about the future. The various changes related to him that are about to come are like comets gradually brightening in the night sky. Although he currently could not make specific predictions, he could clearly feel a keen intuition for danger and opportunity. The most apparent perception lately is about Dale's awakening. Within 2 weeks, her transformation will be complete. He made an accurate judgment in his heart. Besides that, the lighting up of the 2 stars also brought new inspiration. Driven by the seeking heart, Ron began contemplating how to transform star connections into practical rune technology. Through the resonance of Hermit Star and Scholar Star, he gradually gained insight into his unique rune construction. It wasn't merely simple energy guidance, but an enhancement on the level of consciousness. Starlight Rune. This concept gradually took shape in his mind. If the characteristics of stars could be solidified through runes, others could temporarily gain this ability enhancement. He started to conceive the specific structure of the runes in his mind. Hermit Star Rune primarily in deep purple tones. The central motif is a vertical pupil surrounded by mist, encircled by complex geometric shapes, capable of momentarily enhancing the user's perception ability and intuitive judgment. Scholar Star Rune primarily in silver-white tones. The core is a complex structure intertwined with the patterns of pages and stars, capable of temporarily enhancing learning efficiency and comprehension ability. The application prospects of this technology made Ron excited. Just imagine when his students use such runes. What kind of enhancement would Lys's talent in magic potion making receive, and what heights would Herman's theoretical deduction ability reach? Of course, this is just an initial concept. The actual production of runes requires a lot of experiment and adjustment, and the adaptability of different individuals must also be considered. But at least, an unprecedented technological path has opened a door for him. Alan noticed the change in his state, her verdant figure gently swaying under the moonlight. Master, your spiritual wave feels entirely different from before. Indeed, I've acquired some new perspectives. Ron responded briefly, without disclosing specific details. Those bloody experiment records of the ancient alchemist he'll just bury within himself. After packing away the astrology equipment, Ron returned to the workshop to continue handling other affairs. Tomorrow, he will begin preparing for the arrangements related to returning to the Abyssal Observation Station. This includes the compression and storage of the mobile workshop, as well as final confirmation of course adjustments.